You'll be happy one day. So what's up, y'all? Peace. Card two. What's up, y'all? Peace. What's going on, y'all? Y'all ain't ready to build a kingdom yet, man? All this social media talking. No. All the social media posts, all the news, all the information, all this stuff, and like we not ready to build a nation. We talking to the nations. What is more than a beautiful day where we can talk to everybody around the world, civilized, supposed to be intelligent people, supposed to be woke people, all these woke people, but we don't have nothing to show for it. It's like being rich and sleeping on the ground. That's what this generation is. We rich and sleeping on the ground. And see, that's why I say y'all really have to understand Babylon on a whole nother level, y'all. It's like, man, and what I mean by we rich, we on the ground, we got everything we need to know. Everything we ever needed to know, this generation know. It's no movement. Because it's an artificial woke. See, woke ain't knowing. You ever heard applied wisdom? See what I'm saying? Like, you gotta understand, if you don't apply what you know, what are you doing? If you don't apply what you know the government bad. You know the schools are corrupt. You know America is corrupt. We know the stars are corrupt. We know the actors are corrupt. We know the information, the history is corrupt. I'm like we know this. Shit, we already know. So we don't need nobody to tell us nothing. Now, what is the plan? What's the plan? Africa messed up. America messed up. The Caribbean messed up. What's the plan? And see, words can sometimes, because what does unity mean? See, unity means meekness, humbleness, quietness. But you know why we can't we ain't got no unity? Don't nobody want to be quiet. Nobody. You go listen to Farrakhan, you be quiet. You go listen to the pastor, you be quiet. When you go to court, you be quiet. But when we unify, everybody talking. It can't happen that way. The only way to unify, y'all, is to understand order and law. Law is don't give something you don't have. That's law. That's universal law. You can't give something you don't have. And how do we know you have the truth? Just tell us. Everybody that's talking, how do we know what they have? Now, you can say the same thing about me. That's why I got proof. See, I got proof about what I'm saying. Like, I'm just not up here talking without the proof. I'm up here with the proof. You know, so I go back to the saying, this is a rich generation. We know so much. And we know so much. That's why we got so much to say. But talking is not how we get out of our situation. It's a tool to help get out the situation, but we're not going to talk our way out of this. I call this the Jesus syndrome. Well, you know what? Everybody has not realized, oh shit, I got to do it. See, we didn't really realize that. Now, what we have realized, I need to say something, but we didn't realize, oh shit, I got to make those sacrifices. I got to put in that work. See, you have to do it. We have to do it. That's a Jesus syndrome. Now, you got many people that's not even waiting on Jesus, but you say, hey, what you doing for the system? Because they know the system bad. You ask them what they're doing, they're not doing nothing. That's a Jesus syndrome. You don't even believe in Jesus, but you still got the syndrome because you ain't doing nothing. That's why I tell you what, Judah is what? It's like a lion whelp. Somebody got to arouse us. Because if we don't get aroused, then guess what? We'll never do nothing. We'll never do nothing. We'll be like a lion with no prey. So a lion get up when a lion ready to eat. Other than that, a lion just lying down all day long. You know, they actually say the lion just lay down and have sex. So when you really deal with a lion being crouched, that's how we are. We don't realize we got prey, but we the prey. See, we been getting preyed up so much, we become like, well, you know what? We prey anyway, so shit, we gonna find out how to survive. So we in survival mode. We're not in predator mode. Well, the truth gonna put you in predator mode. That's why I say come to the great supper. We finna eat up those who have ate us up. You know, so right now, y'all, man, it just y'all like the the rich generation that's sleeping on the ground. That's what we are. A rich generation that's sleeping on the ground. You know. And like I say, man, you know, with the title y'all coming up colonized by who, y'all? Well, what I just realized, most people, when they hear this word, especially Ethiopians, they think this word is strictly talking about war. Colonized don't mean you lost the war. Colonized is you lost your leaders, you have lost your history, and now you have the influence of a whole nother nation. That's what the true form of colonized is. You don't lose a war to get colonized. You lose resources, you lose people, and you lose land. And when those things happen, you become colonized. You know, you become colonized. So we got to understand, y'all, that like I said, that's why communication rules the nation. We're not gonna get back rulership until we learn how to communicate with one another. And social media has proven we only know how to communicate about what we feel good about. We don't know how to communicate things we don't feel good about. And what does the truth? The truth hurts. Whoever told us the truth gonna make us feel good? Have anybody ever heard that saying, the truth gonna make you feel good? Have anybody heard that saying, the truth gonna make you feel good? Have anybody heard that saying? We all have heard the saying, the truth hurts. I know at least I did. You know. But have anybody ever heard the truth gonna make us feel good? So when you can't have a conversation just because something don't make you feel good, that lets you know what's our problem. That's our problem right now. We want to feel good. When you raise your kids, is it about them feeling good or is it about them receiving the truth? And when you're a child, when your parents tell you the truth, you're going to be like, shit, I don't want to do that. We all been through that. That's just like the truth when it comes from our Father. It might hurt your feelings. You might not want to do it. But what is it good for? It's beneficial. Because it's coming from what? A parent. It's coming from somebody that love you. And somebody that really love you, sometimes they might say, man, take that shit off, man. That's ugly. That's because they love you. They don't want you going out there looking like that. But somebody that don't look, I'm gonna look like he can look like a fool. I'm letting him go out there, he gonna look like an asshole. But somebody that love you might criticize you. Now, what do the Bible say about criticism? Only a fool hates correction. Sip you some tea or some coffee on that. Why only a fool hates correction? So if you never can have a conversation about something that don't make you feel good, what are you? You're a fool. Nobody can ever come up here and I can't have a conversation about something that don't make me feel good. I'm like, well, okay, well, because, and see, that's when you're true to yourself. But when you ain't true to yourself, y'all, and all this stuff, man, like I said, a lot of people live in a lie. A lot of people are artificial. This television mind, this colonized mind have really made people artificial. It really made people emotional. Most people you have a conversation with, y'all see it. It turns straight into emotions. It's no logic. It's no decency. It's no order. That's why I respected the panel we did yesterday. We had a lot of decent people come up and have a conversation, and all of us didn't agree. I don't get that often. If I don't agree with somebody, most likely they finna get very, very emotional. But then the truth hurts. So how you know who's speaking the truth? The one that's hurting the people. The one that's hurting the people is speaking the truth. And they're not hurting the people as if the people, you can see the people images, but it's hurting the people because you see how emotional people get when the truth is spoken. That's how you know when the truth in the house. That's why the speaker of truth have no friends. I'm not trying to be your friend. I'm here to tell you the truth. I got enough friends. I've been had enough friends. I didn't wake up to speak the truth to get friends. So I'm not trying to be your friend. I'm your brother. That's it. I got love for you. That's it. But I'm not trying to be your friend. You know, because people always say, I don't need no friends. I need brothers and sisters. That friendship can get a little shady. Free. You got your mic muted. Peace.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you. What's going on? I can't hear you no more. I can't hear you now. Maybe you got bad service or something. I can't hear you, brother. I can't hear you. So I'm just gonna drop you down and to come back up because I can't just come back up. What's going on? Peace.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good.
Yeah, I just saw that you posted here that Ethiopia is colonized, and why do you believe that?
Well, because of information. And
What information?
do having, huh?
What information? How many times Ethiopia has been colonized in your eyes?
Well, you gotta understand colonization is not with war. You're not colonized by war. You're colonized because most of your leaders have been destroyed, which are the people that held the information that needed to be passed down. So most of those people got rid of. That's why Ethiopia has been going through so much war. Also, the government has been changed.
Colonization, though.
That is colonization, brother man.
I agree. Ethiopia has many problems, but that's not colonization.
What's what I'm saying? That's not the neo. They got colonization. They got neo-colonization. All these are forms of colonization, brother.
Colonization is today, and every African country is also suffering from it. But you can say that Ethiopia is colonized. Neo-colonization is, of course, happening in South America and in Africa. And it's
Brother man, I just want to ask you this: who put the lines on Ethiopia? Who put those lines there?
What do you mean lines?
The lines that's there right now. Who put them lines there? Did the Ethiopian government put them there, or did another nation put them there?
What lines mean? What lines?
The lines that cut off Somalia, Eritrea, Sudan, and all those lines that cut off from Ethiopia. Who put those lines there? The lines that's on the African map. Who put them there?
You mean the borders, right?
Who?
The border?
Yeah, who put the borders there?
Ethiopia was like Somalia.
Brother man, who put the borders there? Who put the borders?
Eritrea within the same country.
Eritrea was a part of Ethiopia, brother.
Do you know about the...
Brother man, no. Who put the lines there? Tell me who put the lines there.
There's a partition of Africa. There's something known as a partition of Africa. Go and check it out.
Brother man, this can you answer? Just say either you know or you don't know. Do you know who put the lines there in Africa that have Ethiopia landlocked right now? Who put the lines there?
And you're not listening to me.
No, okay, I'm sorry. But tell me who put it there.
Let me just clear this out.
No, don't clear nothing up. Just give me my answer first. That's all.
What's your question?
I thought you answered it. Huh?
I'm trying to have a civil discussion.
No, brother man. If you're trying to have a civil discussion, answer the question. That's how you have a civil. You don't dodge somebody's question and say what you want to say. We all having a civil conversation. I'm gonna let you speak. I'm gonna talk. So I'm not gonna cut you off. I'm gonna give you the floor. That's civilized. But if a person asks you a question, you don't try to go around it to prove your point. So I'm asking you, who surrounded Ethiopia and landlocked it in? Ethiopia used to have ports back then. So who put that line there on Ethiopia and landlocked it in? Who did that?
Okay, what country did we lose when we became a landlocked?
You still not answering the question, bro.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh my goodness, we lost Eritrea, right?
Brother man, who put the line and landlocked Ethiopia in? Who did that?
You don't want to listen to my answer. How can I explain it to you?
I ain't asking you to explain it. I'm just telling me who. That's all, bro.
Eritrea. We were one country with Eritrea, and recently, with the drug regime, we fought a war. Eritreans, the Shabia, I don't know if you know about this as well, but there's something known as the Shabia, and we fought against the Shabia. And the Shabia, after 20-some years, they got their independence, and we became landlocked. And also, Djibouti was also in our country. But mainly had to do with France, and then France just took it. Then they also become an independent country.
Okay, brother man. The Berlin Conference that happened with the European nations that no African was a part of. These are the people that put the lines that's on Ethiopia right now, which are the same people who colonized the whole continent of Africa. This is why Ethiopia is landlocked. So Eritrea now is being run by the British Empire. So is Ethiopia. Ever since
By whom?
the British, right now the British, brother man.
When?
Hold on.
You answered my question when I said when, but yeah, let me just.
Hold on, brother man. Now listen, the British started coming to Ethiopia in 1868. That's when it began. They did colonize in 1868, but that's when it began. To answer your question, but that's not the point. That's not the point I was trying to make. Brother man, you can't talk or not talk, bro. That's not civilized. You said let's have a civil conversation. You never answer my question. I still let you talk. You explain to me what happened. I didn't want you to explain to me what happened. I just want you to tell me who put the lines there. That's all I want. But you want to explain. Brother man,
I answered your question, right?
Listen, we can't talk at the same time, bro. Brother, we can't talk. Brother man, when I say who put the lines there, you supposed to start out with saying such and such. So who put the lines there?
Will you let me answer?
I'm quiet. Just tell me the answer.
Interrupt me in any way. Okay? Let me just answer this one. No European country had an involvement with us being landlocked recently, because we were not. We were also.
Brother man, I think I'm just gonna move on. I'm gonna move on, brother man. I appreciate you coming up, man. Every time somebody asks you a question and you want to explain yourself, I can't, because like I say, man, a lot of these people don't want to deal with the facts. Everybody know about the Berlin Conference. The only emperor that knew about it, I think when Menelik wrote a letter. He wrote a letter, but he didn't participate. No African leader participated in the Berlin Conference. Look it up. Look up the Berlin Conference. No African, the only emperor of Africa that I know that knew about it was Menelik, which was at that time the king of Ethiopia. He sent a letter. So if colonizers, this listen to what Ethiopians are talking. And see, this is why Ethiopians are just so brainwashed. They hold their nose up in Africa like they ain't colonized, but then they're in cahoots with the same people who colonized all their brothers and sisters. Do that make sense? The same people who colonized and destroyed your brothers and sisters, you are allies with now. They are your friends. When the queen passed, what was the Ethiopians doing when the queen passed? The Ethiopians were celebrating when the queen passed. Now, Ethiopia used to have a queen, which was the emperor and empress. That was the king and queen. Ethiopia don't have that no more, but guess who got a king and queen? Great Britain do. The people who stole all their things, and guess what Ethiopian people go learn from? Great Britain. So we don't understand what colonization is not just a war. Colonization is taking your leaders, putting in their leaders, and they give you information to what? Make you hate your people. And this is why I want to ask people, how many people for India came to Ethiopia in the 1900s? They don't want to talk about that. And like I said, this is just stuff to talk about, man, to bring a reality out. Like I say, y'all, if you're going to get emotional and if you're not going to tell the truth, that's why you have a light skin and a black skin fight. You know why we got a light skin and a black skin fight in America? Because the colonizers gave us false information in our minds. A black woman couldn't be on the dance team if she was darker than a paper bag. These are tricks that they put in our minds to colonize us, to make us what? Fight with one another. This is the same thing that going on in Ethiopia. Because they got the same information. They believe in the same white Jesus. So right now in Ethiopia, lighter skin is superior. Dark skin is not. Where does that come from? Where do that kind of nonsense come from? Colonizers. And if you have these things going on, which are the same things that we have going on in America, it proves to show you we have the same information. And where does it come from? The colonizers. And that's all we're saying at the end of the day, y'all. This is facts. This is not nothing that I'm pulling from my hat. These are facts. All right, peace.
Yeah, I have a quick question for you, if you don't mind.
Man, go ahead.
What are you?
I'm a righteous man of God.
No, I mean, what are you? Aren't you African American?
I'm a righteous man of God.
Nah, I'm asking you a question. What are you? Are you white or black?
I'm a righteous man of God.
Bullshit. Bro, why is you going left? Just answer me directly. You're African American, right?
Yes, I'm African American.
Okay, I'm asking. Are you Ethiopian?
Yeah, that's where my ancestors come from.
No, they don't. They come from West Africa. Don't try to claim us. You don't know nothing about Ethiopia. Don't drive me.
Hey, sis, understand this. Do you know anything about the slave trade that took place in Ethiopia?
Back in the days, yeah, but
Okay. Now slow down. Hold up.
how many ethnic
Hold up.
groups are there in Ethiopia?
Hold up.
Because you know,
Hold
well
up.
by Ethiopia. No,
Sis. Can you slow down? Can you slow down right quick?
All right, what's up?
So when the slave trade in Ethiopia happened, how long people been leaving Ethiopia and coming to America?
From Oromo, girl, boy. He's not Oromo.
No, I say how long people been leaving Ethiopia and coming to America?
I mean, everybody. You here, all West African.
That's not what I asked you, sis. If you're not gonna answer the question, if you're not gonna answer the question, I'm just gonna move on. I'm asking you simple, logical questions that you should know if you know I'm not an Ethiopian. And you know where I come from.
You know so
Hold up, sis.
Ethiopia, when you're not even Ethiopian, talking about Menelik, I know that, and
I'm not gonna have an emotional conversation. If you're gonna come off your mic and be emotional, I'm just gonna remove you. People ask don't be removed, but then people get emotional. I just talked about that before people come up here. If you're gonna have an emotional conversation, just stay in the queue. So I asked her how long people been leaving Ethiopia and coming to America. That's all you need to come off your mic and answer. If you can't answer in a decent way, I'm gonna move on. So come off your mic and answer the question.
answer what? No, I'm asking because you.
How long? No. I'm finna remove you if you're gonna answer the question or not.
Go find your ethnicity because you're an Ethiopian.
I told you. You see, she cut. She can't answer. Because if she gonna answer, then she can't prove I'm not an Ethiopian. What's going on? Peace.
Yes.
You gotta get rid of that background noise.
What's your name?
You gotta get rid of your background noise. Yeah, you gotta get rid of your background noise, brother, man. I got 2 platforms going, y'all, so I'm gonna let this brother up. So when I ask people this, and then the thing about it, she say slave trade was back then. So
can you ask the questions? Brother, how are you?
What's going on?
First of all, how are you?
I'm good, brother. Peace.
Thanks to the Lord who gave us this day for us to discuss and share our knowledge, right?
Correct.
Good. So I think I'm well educated on Ethiopian history, that the one that you're trying to, see it from a different perspective. I don't want to put it to any kind of box so that I don't want to be judgmental. But I think that you believe that Ethiopia is colonized. Well, you can wish for anything to be done in this world, but all your wishes may not be true. You might wish for example, for Somalia not to be colonized by Italy and British. You can wish that, but it can't happen, just because you wish. It needs an effort of your ancestors, maybe. And I believe, as a son of a patriot, Ethiopian patriot, I believe that my ancestors, my great-grandfather, my father, have fought for this country, holding truth. And not only that, our ancestors have tirelessly worked for the independence of other African countries.
Hey, brother, man.
Okay.
These people
Okay.
behind you,
Yes,
right?
I'm hearing you. What?
Did they fight? They fight. Tedros fought, but he lost, right?
Theoros fought because he lost because there are different reasons. Yes. Yes.
Brother,
And he take a suicide. You're right.
But that's what I'm listening. Listen, I want Ethiopians to understand this. Before we start this conversation, I want to show you something. So I want you to understand it so you won't. And like I say, I really like your approach. I like the respect. So I think we're going to have a decent conversation. So you see this right here? I started this in 2021. Okay. That's almost 4 years ago, right? So I'm not up here. I'm not up here talking out the side of my neck, right? I just want you to know that I'm actually doing something. I have a movement. I have also been to the Ethiopian embassy in DC. I have been to the church in New York. I also went to the church in DC where's the head, I think it was the head prime minister. I think that's what they call him or something. When we talked to him on the phone. So I'm not just somebody that's just talking from the side of my neck. I've been doing this for many years now. So Tedros fought and he lost. So colonized don't mean you didn't fight. A lot of Ethiopians fought. Most of all the chiefs and the governors of the land of East Africa was warriors. They all fought. And a lot of them what? Got unalive, bro. Okay, so when great leaders pass away, you know what happened to the people? They are without a leader. Because the leader that passed away, he didn't put nobody in position before he passed away. So then you get what? Bad people on the throne. For instance, most of the Ethiopians, they don't learn inside their country. They get sent off to another country to learn. How many people Haile Selassie sent over here to learn from America? And then they came back from America College and America Teachings, which is the colonized teachings, and they bring it back to Ethiopia. How many of these people came to America to learn from the colleges? Now one of them. Because you know why? They wasn't colonized. But since the 1930s, since the 1930s...
You have a family? Can I interrupt you here? Can I interrupt you here and ask you one question? Do you have a family, Ethiopian family, who have went to the United States or UK for this kind of scholarship?
Well,
you don't,
yeah,
right?
All the Ethiopian officials.
Because I do, and I can explain to you.
Well, brother man, you got to understand this. You know why Ethiopia?
To hear me?
I'm gonna hear you, but you had cut me off.
I can't hear you.
You can't. I can hear you. You can't hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. Let me put my the other internet on. Okay, continue. I can hear you now. Please proceed.
Oh, okay. So when you have to leave your own country, which has never been colonized, and you got to go learn from somewhere else, this proves you are colonized. Why do you have to go outside of a country that never been colonized to go learn from another country?
No. Okay. Now, is it a question? Can I answer that?
Yeah.
Okay. No, please do not interrupt me until I finish, because it's a point that you need to understand. Why we called it Asquala. This system that you're saying is Asquala. Education should grow from time to time in order to reach somewhere. When Ethiopia was invaded by Italians, one of the things that Haile Selassie believed is that we cannot protect ourselves until we can manufacture those equipments which they have invaded us with. Meaning that at the time of Haile Selassie, when Haile Selassie was in power, he saw that how many people, how many weapons, bombs, and others were manufactured by them in order to be used on Ethiopia. If you read the book called The Massacre, the Addis Ababa Massacre, I think I have the book here. If you read that book, for example, you would understand how much that they were all organized, coordinated, the Europeans, to invade the Addis Ababa Massacre. The book is called The Addis Ababa Massacre. So you can really understand that how the invasion went and what happened. So when Haile Selassie returned to Addis Ababa with victory, that he starts saying one thing, because one thing you have to recall from the League of Nations is the decision that the states at the time, the nations at the time, which are part of the League of Nations, put sanction on Italia and Ethiopia. Ethiopia was buying weapons while Italia manufactured them. You see? So the nerve gases, the whole thing they have been using on us made us think that we have to be such developed in order to reach to that stage so that we can defend ourselves. See, we can manufacture our own equipment. That was the aim of the education, so that people can go and educate themselves and bring their education here.
Okay, brother
In
man.
order to defend ourselves, that was the aim of the foreign education. But
Okay, but you
meanwhile,
got,
the interest was different. Now you can continue.
what's what I'm saying, and because of the interest of the technology, that enabled y'all to be colonized with the information that you got from American education. America and Italians and Great Britain, they work hand in hand. You gotta think about it. America was never for the benefit of African people. So when African people come learn from America,
let me give you one example. My uncle, his name is Musfin. His name is Dr. Musfin. He was educated in the United States. When he was filling forms, even he doesn't believe to be black. You know, at the time when he went because this is the first time that Ethiopians travel across the Atlantic to see the U.S. So when he filled forms, there are on the list there is Negro, there is Caucasian, this kind of thing at the time. So you know what he feels? There is others. So he filled the form saying that others. The white person called him and asked him, "Hey, Mess, aren't you a regular nigger? Why don't you put why don't you tick that box?" You know, he would, Ethiopians, we didn't see ourselves as the same. Even when Haile Selassie sent you for education, you know what he have done? The Ethiopian embassy there facilitate two things at the time. They rent a house for Ethiopian who are there for exchange. First, the second thing they have done, you know what they have done? They will employ white maids so that they don't bring this kind of mentality that the whites are being oppressed, the black people are oppressed, and this mentality that are down from the white people. This kind of mentality, they don't want to bring it here to Ethiopia. That was the aim of Haile Selassie at the time, based on his level of understanding.
And see, this is what people don't understand. African Americans are original Ethiopians that left Ethiopia.
No, they are not.
Hold up, brother man. Before the ninth, people been leaving Ethiopia, bro. Matter of fact, Tedros' son was taken to Great Britain in 1868. Now, the only reason you know it was Tedros' son that was taken because Tedros was a great king. But Tedros' son
was not the only one being taken, by the way.
Hold up. Tedros' son wasn't the only one taken to Britain in 1868. They took other people, bro. This in 1868. People was leaving Ethiopia who was originally from Ethiopia. And you think since that time, other people didn't leave? They burnt the whole fortress down, bro. Hold up. This is what you got to understand.
But going doesn't mean you cannot connect it. There's no bridge.
I just want to ask you this. Who is the inventors of coffee? Where does so-called coffee come from?
You mean? Well, I don't understand. It's Khalid. He's a shepherd.
Well, Ethiopia is known for
Khalid.
Ethiopia is known for its coffee, right?
The birthplace of coffee.
Okay, all right. Now, one of America's biggest exports is coffee. So many people don't even know the relationship and how far it goes back between Great Britain and America and Ethiopia. Ethiopia was one of the first countries to introduce agriculture, education to America. Why? Because people been leaving Ethiopia way before the 1900s coming to America. This is facts. But again, Ethiopians don't know their true history. They only know the history the colonizers want you to know. Because you gotta look at it like this, brother.
Ethiopians know.
No, hold on. I just want to say this.
It's the behavior of Eritreans, please. Do not.
No, brother man.
So, Eritrean behavior. It says that you don't know. Don't start by if you want to have conversation. I didn't say you don't know. For example, you're not Ethiopian, so you don't know Ethiopian history. I can't.
That's what I'm trying to
my experience,
brother man. You can't tell me I'm not Ethiopian because I wasn't there in the 1900s. That's what I'm trying. Okay, for instance, if a lion come from Africa,
you don't have even a family who was in at the time.
Brother.
You don't know anyone who was at the time.
Hold up, slow down, brother man. If I take a lion from Ethiopia, if I take a lion from Africa and bring it to America, and a lion is actually born in Africa, is the lion in America no longer the lion? Because he had cubs in America, the lion is no longer African lion? That's a question, brother.
The lion breed might be different because it is always like that. The lion breed, for example, from the one which are in the zoo, the lion breed and the lion, for example, there is a black lion, the one called black lion, which you can only find in the eastern part of Ethiopia called Ogade. This lion is not at the same with size, with the feathers color, with the the hair color of the lion, and everything is not the same as the others. So this black lion has a different breed, but it doesn't mean that it is not a lion. You're right.
Okay, no, brother
It's
man.
a lion, but its breed is different.
This is what I want you to do.
By the way,
Hey, hold up. Hey, this is what I want you to do. Who does this man look like? Do he look like an Ethiopian or African American?
he looked like Ethiopian.
He look like an Ethiopian. So Ethiopians look like this?
Yes, there is.
Okay.
If you're
Well, hey,
talking about
can you?
Ethiopian,
Hey, well, look. Okay, well, look.
The 20th
Show us your
century,
face.
yes.
Hey, hold up, brother man. Show us your face.
My face is there.
No, I know. I see some
Let me
coffee.
show you my
No,
face.
no, show us your face because I want to see if you look like one of these people up here.
Oh, you want me to see? You want?
No,
to see
I want to see your
looking
face.
like one of those people. I look like this, for example. Okay.
No. Hey, brother man.
Me.
No, show me
No,
your face.
me looking like them, I can show you a lot.
Well, brother man, he don't look like African American. So you telling me he don't look like African American right now?
He doesn't look like. No, there is. Let me tell you something. You can't say that he just someone looks like someone because there are light-skinned Ethiopians who look like Brazilians. We are not mixed with Brazilians. You cannot mix us with Brazilians or something. You know, this is not a correct way to mix people. Just because the Italians or the cartoonists made paint Midilik like this, Midilik doesn't look like him. This guy. This is not the true story. You need to understand those things.
Brother man, can you read this right here? Can you read what's on the screen?
Slavery and the slave trade in Ethiopia and beyond. Yeah, I read it. Okay. What is this related to?
So, do you know anything about the slave trade in Ethiopia?
Yes, I do know.
Okay, so the slave trade consists of what? People leaving before the 1900s, right?
Yes, to the eastern
Okay,
direction,
then,
not to the west.
So they got original Ethiopians that's in America. Then, if you believe in the slave trade, then they got original Ethiopians in the islands. Hold up, in the islands, they got original Ethiopians in British, and they got original Ethiopians in America that didn't come over here on a plane. If you say you're gonna believe in this, and then they teach this well in the Institute of Ethiopian Studies at Addis Ababa University.
I was educated in Addis Ababa University. So can I explain to you what this slave trade is mostly related to? Would you like to hear?
Please tell us.
Yes, it is related to the eastern part of the world, meaning that the slave trade is related to northern part, yes, not to the west. There is no relationship that you can mention, a trade which passed from the eastern part of Africa to the west. Rather, there was a slave trade in relations to Saudi, these Arab countries, and to Asia, up to India. This chain goes up to India because there are kings in the Indian historical manuscripts. There are in not manuscripts, books. There are people who mentioned Ethiopians as a soldiers, as not as slave owners or something, but still the chain goes. In the 19th century, there was a slave trade chain which goes up to India, to the Asia, but not to the West. So whenever you want to relate to the slave trade, what they call this part of the story and the others, it's not related.
Hey, bro, okay. Bro. Listen, bro.
I want to correct you. At first, I was
That's
here
what I'm
to
saying.
correct you
Listen,
about
listen.
something.
I just want to
and
ask you
we're
this.
going.
I just want to ask you this.
Mm.
How many times? Oh, some telling me to remove you. They say remove content themes may find uncomfortable. If they remain in your live will be unable to some audience. I'm gonna have to drop you down and come back up. I don't know what's going on.
Why?
I just got a flash on my screen that told me to remove him. But I was gonna ask him this, y'all. How the hell he know where the slaves went? Like he was on the boat. Hey, we going here. We going. How? And so I was gonna ask him how many times Ethiopian officials came here in the 1900s. Since he know where the slaves went, how many times the Ethiopian officials came over here? And that's why I say, y'all, just because you was taught something, that don't mean it's damn true. And what you gotta ask yourself, why did I really get taught these things? They was really teaching me the truth. Anybody who think you was getting taught the truth, this really ain't the pounder for you. You know, this a new song. This ain't the pounder for you. So I'm finna let you up. So I want to ask you this, brother man.
Okay.
Hold on, before you talk, cause I heard you. I heard you.
I heard your question. I heard your question. I want to respond it.
Okay.
You say, how do he knows that, right?
No. That ain't what
right?
I asked. No. I asked how many
You
times.
say, how do he know?
No.
Okay.
My question was how many times did Ethiopian officials come to America in the 1900s?
In the 1900, I don't think it's a 1900, but the first person who visit the United States was a guy called Malaku. He's the founder of Ethiopian World Federation. You can Google about that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, okay, I'm saying, but how many times the officials came over here, and what did they come over here for?
Officials. The first one who visited is Malaku, part of the royal family.
That's what. Oh, correct. I'm not saying. Why did he come over here?
He was there to organize the black community there in order to support the black community, and not only that, is for is to back and support the community, the black community.
Okay. So
part of the world.
Okay, so I want to ask you this: out of all the countries, Ethiopia was the first people to come over here for black people. Why? Well, like why? But what I'm saying, do you know why he came over here to see about black people? He just felt it in his heart. He need to come over here and check on black people. That's why.
Yes. Okay. No.
So I'm just saying. So can you tell us in the
biography of Malaku? Can I?
Well, no. That's why I said I was going to ask you. Can you explain in your shortest way of why he came over here to see about black people?
Yes.
If you know.
Yes, because he traveled to England. While he was in England, he was surprised that a lot of black people who went from U.S. to the United Kingdom at the time, who was expressing that how much they know Ethiopia, they know about the flag. Not only that, the labor parties were also making Ethiopia and talking about Ethiopia. They were talking about Ethiopia in a sense that there's a king and there's a country called Ethiopia, and that country there is a respect to black people. This kind of thing was spread in Europe. Even newspapers at the time was having a journal about those things, and you can find these journals in Addis Ababa University Ethiopian Studies, both in Addis Ababa University Ethiopian Studies and in the one that the National Archive of Ethiopian Studies. So Mr. Malaku was the one who came to the United States and who was the founder of this organization, who made a lot of people know about Ethiopia.
Well, actually, it was Marcus Garvey in America that was sparking Ethiopia, because Marcus Garvey had 2 million people to return back to Ethiopia. Marcus Garvey wrote letters to Zatu, and Zatu wrote a letter back saying the call. Yeah.
You mean Taitu?
Yeah.
Okay, Zoditu.
Yeah. Okay. She was in contact with Marcus Garvey. who was a leader over here in America for black people. He was a leader of the black revolution in America. Now
I know about Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, now he was the one that put it in the newspaper for the man you was talking about to even know about what was happening to black people in America. He was the one that gave that awareness. So that's why Zatu, she was the queen at the time. So 2 million people 2 million African American people was finna come back to Ethiopia. That's what Marcus Garvey was organizing before the CIA took him down. So I just want you to know.
Let me add something to you.
Let me say something. So 2 million African people was finna come back to Ethiopia in the 1920s. Now, this is before we was even thought of, right? Before we was even thought of, we was gonna head. Now, it wasn't even called Ethiopia in 1920, really. It was called Abyssinia. It wasn't even called.
No. You're wrong.
Because
you're
no. Ethiopia is a modern day name. Ethiopia is not the ancient name.
It is not.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Ethiopia is a colonized name. It's a colonized name.
You are completely wrong.
Brother man, hold on.
For a nation to be called,
I want to say this. Hold on. I want to say this.
Okay.
Who, like I asked the brother earlier, who put that line on Ethiopia and named it Ethiopia? Who did that? That's a question. Who put that line around Ethiopia and put Ethiopia in the whole region of Ethiopia? Who did that?
Who put? I don't understand what you're saying. Clarify it, please. I'm going to have my agenda to hear you very well.
The border.
The map of Ethiopia?
Like who drew that? Like, because Somalia, Eritrea, that has some other parts that they say Sudan, all these parts, Uganda. They say all that was Ethiopia once. Or like just one big region that was ran by different kings, right? So who put the borders around Ethiopia and locked it in and named it Ethiopia? Who did that?
No, we were named Ethiopia. First of all, you have to understand, we were named Ethiopia because the kings, all the stamps of the king. No. So whatever you read, I'm Ethiopian. I'm the one who can.
Hey, brother man, based on
reference.
Bro, just listen what I asked you.
Based on reference. Can I open and show you?
Slow down, brother. Just slow down. Just give me an answer of who did it. That's all. Like, who put the borders around Ethiopia?
It's not one person. It's not one person.
Well, brother man, okay. Name me the empire. Hold up. Name me the government that put the borders around Ethiopia. Name me the government.
It's the Berlin Conference. The colonizers are the
ones who put
on maps. And wait. No. You see, you're waiting for your answer to be told by another Ethiopian. If you're not waiting for that, I'm not going to respond to you based on what you want. I will tell you what I know.
Hold up. You could have said,
okay.
You could have said the Ethiopian government. You could have said whatever government you want.
No.
I'm not making you. Hold on. Slow down, bro. Slow down.
Listen.
I'm not making you. Hold up. Just slow down, bro.
You're interrupting me.
Stop. No, I'm not interrupting you. I asked you an answer and you gave me the answer. You trying to give me something I'm not asking for.
No, you're taking only the part of the thing that you want to hear. But whenever I try to explain, you will just stop me and you interrupt me. Listen to me.
No, stop. When I want you to explain something, brother, I will ask you to explain. You're not going to explain everything to me because I'm not going to sit here and listen to everything you explain to me. That's not what I'm up here for. I'm up here to have a conversation with you. I'm not up here for you to explain everything to me just because you're Ethiopian. Because if I ask you this, what are you doing for Ethiopia right now?
I'm doing a lot of things for Ethiopia.
Well, tell me one of them.
One of them is trying to recover from civil war that we have passed.
How? That's a broad.
Interrupt me again.
How?
How I work for those people who have been affected by the war. For example, in northern Ethiopia, I'm working with those people. How about you? What you're doing? Since it's a conversation.
Oh. Well, let's see what I'm doing. Let me show you what I'm doing.
Okay, can I finish? Can I finish the
Well,
explanation that I
you
need?
said first you asked me what I'm doing. I'll go to show you what I'm doing. Now you talking about can you talk? We got to go back to my question.
Okay, continue. Okay,
We got to go back to my question. Like I say, I am returning Ethiopia back to its what? Its royal state, because Ethiopia don't have a royal state right now. Right now, their history has been taken away. They worship the queen, and they worship the British.
Don't worship.
The government is working for the British. So, but like I say, that's just that we can get into that later. But you asked me what I'm doing again. I've been doing stuff for years, brother. I started this in 2021. I started a petition to return the treasures.
Are you a member? Are you a member of the committee, the committee which are founded there?
No,
I know lots of people. You're not?
No, I'm not of the committee.
So how can I be sure? For example, have you the last time the great grandson of Haile Selassie, Lul Hermias, have returned the shield of Theodros last time?
Brother man,
have you participated on that? Have you contributed anything?
This my works, my sacrifice, and what I'm doing is my contribution. That's how I contribute. Because right now the government of Ethiopia is working for the British. So that's for sure. That look good. That ain't good. All of it need to be turned back.
Okay.
But
okay, that's a very good thing.
Hold up, because look, I wanna go back to my question. Because
by the way, can I explain something for you before I was part of this organization. I was part of this doctor called Dr. Dan Levin from Southampton University Semantic Studies. He was the guy being represented from what is the museum there? Queen Victoria Museum, by the way. So they started displaying Ethiopian stolen items. They invited the ambassador, but the woman who was the Ministry of Culture at the time, her name is Hiru, which I know in person. I have attended that meeting, by the way. Personally, I myself attended the meeting in Addis Ababa, and they have asked her to borrow those items being stolen, and her response was a very good response that made the white people a bit what do you call it? Some kind of burned by the response they get from Dr. Hirut, which is a very solid thing. That she told them that if you steal an object or anything, you have to return it to the owner, stating that you stole it. You cannot borrow it. You cannot lend it to anyone. This was her statement, which makes the leader of the team from Queen Victoria Museum. He stated that your minister is a hard cup of tea. He just said those words, as I can remember.
Okay, brother man, and that's like I say,
yes, brother man.
That's good, bro, and that's good. That's the point of me coming up here to bring awareness to let Ethiopians know African Americans are Ethiopians, but Ethiopians are colonized to not see these things because the colonizers have made us war against each other. And see, when I tell people about Italian. Most Ethiopians don't know that because of the American soldier that flew the plane, there was the reason why the Ethiopians won the war. Because of the African American that volunteered to fly the plane. So
that is you're talking about John, right? Colonel John.
That's his name.
Talking about Colonel John? Yeah, John Robinson. His name is John Robinson, which he have a library here in Addis Ababa.
Okay.
By the way, they made the United. Yeah.
Okay, so you saying so that's why Zatu was trying to get the African Americans back home in the 1920s.
No, not Taitu. By the way, Taitu doesn't have that much.
Hold on, brother man.
Haile Selassie, Tafari Makonnen at the time.
Brother, before Haile Selassie got on the throne, these African Americans was trying to return back to Ethiopia.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, but the American government always shield the African Americans from leaving because
yes, that's true.
You gotta understand this.
Let me show you one picture.
Hold up, brother man, slow down. America wasn't even built up in the 1920s. This we have to understand this. Just like Ethiopia wasn't really built up in the 1920s, America wasn't either. But America got built up faster than Ethiopia because what? The African Americans was here. So all I'm up here to do is just to reconnect. But it's hard to reconnect with our brothers and sisters because they have been colonized like we have been colonized. Most African Americans know nothing about Ethiopia. But why? Because they went to school in America. None of the Ethiopians know about what? The Africans in America, because why? They have American teachings. This is the colonization that we both are a part of. And if we don't understand these things, our problems won't get fixed. That's why I go back to my original question, and I wasn't making you tell me the answer. I just wanted you to tell the truth because the truth hurts. So you said who divided the lines and the borders in Africa. The same country that's never been colonized have got land taken from them and somebody landlocked them in. If you are landlocked
Do you
in,
finish? Can I? Okay.
like if I ask you who put the lines there and you say the Berlin Conference, those were the people.
Yes.
No African, the only African leader that knew about the Berlin
No. Can I give you an example? For example,
No,
your
brother
statement
man.
statement comes from not
bro.
understanding or not being educated. I don't understand.
Bro,
from which perspective.
bro, listen. For one
Or
thing,
do
bro.
you have an other agenda that you want to spread? Because I didn't say that.
Bro, stop. Stop. Hey, bro. Listen, for one thing, bro, I'm not up here for you to educate me. Let's just get that straight. We up here to have a conversation. You are not up here just because you're Ethiopian. I'm gonna listen to some of the stuff you say. You are from there. I'm gonna have a conversation with you. I want to have a conversation with you. Bro, you are not fin to educate me. So when I ask you certain things, everything, what I ask you, you don't have to give me an explanation for. If in my mind, if I say, damn, bro, tell me more, I know how to say that. I'm not trying to be your teacher, and you ain't trying to be my teacher. I'm not trying to teach you nothing. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. So get out of teacher mode and get into conversation mode. You talking to a brother on the same level as you. Think that. Don't think you talk to somebody, oh, he not from Ethiopia.
I don't undermine you. My friend,
okay, then, so let's have a conversation and stop.
Don't act like a colonized people who just undermine the thinking that Ethiopian will undermine us. Don't think like that. We don't undermine anyone. You're just as anyone as educated as anyone, and you can explain and have a conversation. But what you're trying to make is that the Berlin Conference and the one thing that you were talking about is not connected, and it's not the way it happens. Ethiopians, when we know that when we are being invaded and attacked, we try to protect ourselves, trying to save our lands from each part. This doesn't mean that the former countries, now the current countries that you see today, were not under the Ethiopian government. They were part of Ethiopian government. Some of them been taken by the British and others. In order to understand that, in order for you to understand that, you need to see the call that Minilik made before the Adwa war. The call that he made for the public
colonized,
to join him.
This is what I go back to telling you, bro.
Is mainly focusing about mainly focusing that's making the statement. If you're having an agenda, another agenda you want to preach, okay. But you have to let me speak and let me explain myself so that we can share what you see and what I see. But if you want to preach me and say that you're not going to educate me, well, if I want to know about something, how come you?
Well, no, brother, man. I'm saying if I want education,
you're just full and you don't want to be. You don't.
No. You are trying to educate me on everything I ask, brother, man. Listen, we're not gonna have a conversation if you're gonna educate me on everything that I ask, bro. Let's be serious. I got other people want to come up. I'm not finna be up here all day talking a lot of small talk. So I'm just having a conversation with you.
For example, yesterday you wasted a lot of hours.
Hey, brother, man. Thank you for coming up, bro. I appreciate you coming up, man. But I'm gonna move on.
You're having just a propaganda, white propaganda.
He said I got a white propaganda, but I got a petition to judge the Roman Catholic Church on behalf of the things they have taken from Ethiopia. But he assisting the people that's fighting. You see what? But again, This is why we can't communicate because of emotions. I talk to many people, bro, so I know when somebody has a tactic behind what they're doing. You feel you Ethiopian, you're gonna educate me on everything I ask. It's not finna happen that way, bro. If you got to get a panel and teach that. You need to be, if you want to educate somebody that much, you should do like I do. Make a panel and educate people. Most of these people don't make a panel and talk about none of the information they got. I'm up here every day talking about my information, spreading it to brothers and sisters. But then I'm going to sit up here and let somebody who's not even educating nobody educate. Come on now, let's be serious. What's going on, brother? Peace,
Hi,
peace.
how are you?
Oh, sister, what's going on? Peace, peace.
Good. So I want to ask you one question. You believe in the Bible?
Correct.
I'm Ethiopian. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Old Testament and New Testament?
Say it again?
The Old Testament and New Testament you believe in, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Correct.
So now you're saying, I heard you yesterday, like Israel now, the map, we have now, right now, so it's not Israelist. Who's Israel in the Bible?
Israel is a black people that's scattered all over the world. It's not a land.
So, in the Old Testament, Ezekiel 36 and Isaiah, they talk about the land, the God is going to gather from all over the world and they're going to be nation. The prophecy come true, 1948, Israel, it's country. So why, like African, they never surrounded by other enemy, by other country. Now Israel, we're seeing our eyes surrounded by many enemies. Luke 21 tell us. So I don't get it.
They got a saying by the president of Egypt. He say the Jews left black and came back white. The Jews have never been white. The children of Israel has never been white. The biblical people have never been white. So when you have this concept, this is why I'm sharing with my brothers and sisters, this proves we are colonized. That's why when Ethiopians come to America, they set up a white Jesus.
So God is wrong? God is wrong?
Let me finish. The white Jesus is how we was colonized. We was colonized by them taking the biblical people and making them white. That's the colonization. So now Ethiopians don't even know the biblical history is from East Africa. The biblical history is not from Middle East and it's not from Israel. The Bible history, what the kings, first kings and second kings, all this is Ethiopian history. That's why in Ethiopia, you don't have the Solomonic dynasty in Israel. Where do you have the Solomonic dynasty in Ethiopia? Where do you have the throne of David that the Ethiopians know nothing about? Ethiopians know nothing about the throne of David. That's what Christ sat on. Tedros sat on the throne of David. Menelik sat on the throne of David. Johannes sat on the throne of David. Haile Selassie sat on the throne of David. But this is why when I say Ethiopians don't know their history, because they don't even know what the throne of David is. But the Bible teaches you about the throne of David.
Which verse?
Which verse?
Yeah.
Let's go to Amos 9 and 11. Let's go to the book of Amos.
Now what's your point? The prophecies come through our eyes this time, 2024. What's your point? Why you gonna go back like 126?
That's why I was reading the scripture.
Yeah, but we can't. Yeah, we cannot save us the history.
You gonna let me answer?
Jesus save us. You know that.
Yes. You gonna let me answer? That's what the colonizers want us to believe. We believe in the same Jesus. The African Americans. If y'all not colonized, but we colonized, why we believe in the same Jesus? You ever had? We in America, we African Americans who colonized, because we colonized. See, we're not ashamed to say we colonized, because that's the truth. We know we colonized. But Ethiopians don't know they colonized, but they are. So it's a reason why we believe in the same Jesus, sis.
Okay,
because
I'm Ethiopian. I'm Ethiopian, but now it's not important for me this time. I'm colonized, not colonized, It's not important. World is crumbling now, this time, falling apart. So what's the point this time?
The point is, you don't even know that I even supposed to come back to Ethiopia. You don't even know that African American is supposed to come back to Ethiopia. When Ethiopians find this out, everything gonna change. So, but this is Bible. The Bible prophecy is for the children of Israel to return back home. That's why they created a false vision for you to believe in, which is what the colonizers set up. Israel was created in 1948. Before 1948, Israel never existed, sis.
No, it's existed.
No, it
Jesus
didn't.
time. Jesus time.
No, sis, that's what I'm.
No, Abraham. You know, no. You know what?
No. Sis. This is. I want you to go look this up, and then I'm gonna read the verse. I want you to look this up and go look up when Israel and Egypt was put on the map in 1953. Israel was put on the map in 1948. Go look it up, sis. Israel. Christ say, "I came for the lost sheep of Israel." He didn't come from our
evidence is not like colonizer. Our evidence is the Bible. The Bible is not lying. You know, God never lied.
All right.
God is true.
So I want to ask you this. I'm in Amos 9 and 11. It says, "In that day, I will raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen." So, did Haile Selassie sit on the throne of David?
You believe in Haile Selassie?
And what I asked you,
He's descendant of God.
sus.
He's our king. Who was our king? But I don't believe him.
I'm finna move on. If you cannot, I haven't finished the scripture. I'm asking you a question to see what you know. I didn't say I believe in Haile Selassie. I just asked you, did he sit on the throne?
You know, can I ask you a question?
No, you gotta
answer. Jesus, black or white or Chinese? Who cares? Already he did his job. He finished his job in the cross.
All right, sis. Thank you for coming up. Peace. And see, this is why she didn't really want the verse. But let's read the verse, and I want to make my point. Everybody, well, if you were educated in Ethiopia and you were not educated by the colonizers, you know Haile Selassie sat on the throne. Menelik sat on the throne. The throne that they sit on is the David's throne. Ethiopians know nothing about David's throne. But the Bible is all about David's throne. So in Amos 9 and 11, it says, "In that day I will raise up the tabernacle of David that is falling, that has fallen." So this tabernacle, this throne has fallen. Nobody in Ethiopia is sitting on David's throne. But Ethiopian history, they had somebody to sit on the throne. That's why when Tedros passed, Johannes came. When Johannes passed, Menelik got on the throne. When Menelik passed, his daughter got on the throne. When she passed, Haile Selassie got on the throne. When Haile Selassie went to Britain, no more throne. When Haile Selassie went to Britain, no more throne. Who is Great Britain? The colonizers. Great Britain is the chief colonizer. So now Ethiopia don't have its original history. And see, because it's so much tribal war, a lot of people are being taught, well, we don't need the throne. If it wasn't no throne in Ethiopia, Ethiopia wouldn't be great. He wouldn't have been no king. He wouldn't have been no king. Haile Selassie wouldn't have been a king. She wouldn't have this crown on if it wasn't no throne. So people got to understand, especially Ethiopians, if it's no throne of David, then it's no Ethiopian glory. If it's no throne, the throne of David is what make Ethiopian history royal. The throne of David is what make Ethiopian history royal. That's why they are not taught about the throne. They don't even know the Bible talks about the throne. So in Amos 9 and 11, because this is the restoration of promise. This is the promise to Abraham's descendants. To what? In that day. Now, you notice how the scriptures say in that day. Now, why does it say in that day? What day? 2,000 years ago? Because I don't see a date where I say, I see in that day. I don't see a date. I don't see a date. So in that day that God what? Choose, that no man know. So it say, in that day I will raise up the tabernacle of David that is fallen, and close up the breaches thereof. And I will raise up his ruins, and I will build it as the days of old. So what is the Bible talking about? Restoring the throne of David as in the days of old, but not what? In their order, in the order of God, which is the Melchizedek order. And then it say that they may possess the remnant of Edom, of all the heathen which are called by my name, said the Lord. So who are the heathen? The heathen are our own people. See, this is a brotherhood fight. This is not a fight between a white man and this is a brotherhood fight. That's why I say the heathen that are called by my name. So the people that's holding us back is our own people. Because when you go try to talk to your own people, what do? They criticize you. They try to tear you down. Crabs in a barrel. They try to pull you down. Rather, man, let's see how we can work together. What you doing? What I'm doing. But they come up here try to teach you what the colonizers taught them. So it says, behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that the plowman shall overtake the reaper, and the treader of grapes him that soweth the seed, and the mountain shall drop sweet wine, and all the hills shall melt. Oh, that's that truth. The truth gonna make the hills do what? Oh, I just can't take this no more. I can't take this no more. So, verse 14. And I will bring again the captivity of my people Israel, and they shall build the waste cities and inhabit them. And they shall plant vineyards and drink wine thereof. And they shall also make gardens and eat the fruit of them. And I will plant them upon their land, and they shall no more be pulled up out of their land, which I have given them, saith the Lord. So, if you're in Ethiopia right now and you think the Bible prophecy has been fulfilled, colonize. If you're in Ethiopia right now and you know nothing about the throne of David, colonize. If you think the real Jews are in Israel, colonize. The proof is in the pudding, y'all. The proof is in the pudding. So I'm gonna let this person up, and then I'm gonna come back to Arch Evolution panel, and we're gonna let somebody up. But this is my last guest on this panel. Then I'm gonna switch over to the other panel. And see, this is why Ethiopians don't even know about why African Americans got to return back home, because they think the real Jews already came back home. So they looking at the real Jews in America like y'all stink. You looking at the real black people all around America like y'all stink. These are the scattered people. The white people that came back wasn't scattered. Like that's what I'm saying, y'all. Like the white people that came back, they didn't come from all four corners of the earth. They came from one place. The Jews that went back to Israel, I can't even say went back. The Jews that went to Israel came from one place, y'all. They didn't come from the four corners of the earth. So let's be real. We gotta come from the four corners. What's going on? Peace.
Peace. I have a question for you.
Go ahead.
I remember you from the Beagle days, right? And my question to you is, you were very specific about not liking Africans. And I remember I asked you, since you don't even like Africans, what makes you think that Africans will welcome you into Ethiopia for you to build your colony?
I ain't gonna even entertain this. If you, for one thing, I've been doing this for years. I ain't never saying like Africans. So when somebody say something, how can I
Why would I want to come back to Africa? And
For one thing, I've been having my petition since I've been on Bigo, right? So I ain't want to ask you because I already know people on Bigo already know how they people on Bigo, y'all they wild. So I'm not gonna even entertain that. Nah, I'm not. That was a.
How are you doing?
What's going on?
Yeah, good. Yeah, actually, I've got a question for you, brother. Yeah. First of all, Ethiopia hasn't been colonized. Secondly, when you see a colonization people, example, let me give you like Zimbabwe, Zambia, South Africa, all them countries, they speak English. They school, they use English. They go English cathedrals. They have English system. They have all kinds of English system. Even the
Unknown caller.
Africa, they don't speak English. They have their own culture. They have their own languages. They have their own ways of life. So what makes you think that they've been colonized?
Do you still speak Geese?
What?
Do you speak Geese?
Geese is the same language that people speak. But
Brother, do you speak it? Do you speak Geese?
No, I don't.
Okay, is that Ethiopian original language?
Ethiopians speak Amharic language.
But is Geese the original language?
I don't know about that. I cannot argue about that one.
You don't know about it. Well,
No, I don't know.
well, okay, hold up. Is Geese the Ethiopian? Is Geese the original Ethiopian language?
Bro, I'm not an Ethiopian, but I'm an East African. To be honest with you, all I know is that Ethiopia speaks.
Okay, well, brother, man. Well, guess what? Since you don't know, then you can't tell me nothing because you don't know. Now, I want to ask you this: where does the word Ethiopia come from?
Ethiopia.
No, it don't. It comes.
Ethiopians
Hold up. Was Ethiopia ever called Abyssinia?
Yeah, it was called Abyssinia.
Okay, who changed the Ethiopia?
Yeah, Ethiopia, Eritrea, Somalia, Djibouti, all them were called Abyssinia, yes. They were under the rule of Abyssinian, yes.
Now, where did the name Abyssinia come from?
Probably from Amharic people.
You think so?
It should be that way.
It should be? Well,
American cannot tell me. Listen, one thing, brother, an American cannot tell my history. I have to tell them my history, not them telling me my history.
whoa, and why do you think so?
Why? Because we're East African, we're Abyssinians, we're Kushtiks, we have a different, completely we're different people, bro.
So you've been colonized, my brother. But I want you to read this. You see this right here? Hold up. So, hey, brother, man. Hey, brother, slow down. Just read this right quick.
Yeah, but the white man's book,
Brother.
I don't believe in that.
Brother.
No, I don't have to believe in British written book. You know what I mean?
You know what you finna do then?
White man cannot tell my history.
You know what we finna do?
Tell me my history.
You know what we finna do? Just get him off here. But I want you to read something to y'all. Oh, this ain't it, huh? Yeah, this is it. Now, this is a letter from Tedros, right? Look what Tedros said about Abyssinia. I am what the English would call an Abyssinia. Do y'all see it? I know you see it. I am what the English would call an Abyssinia, although really a native Amora. I'm not no damn Abyssinia. I am a chief in my own country and have been for many years a principal counselor of our brave niggas. Theodore II. Strange as it may seem, I have the power of thinking sometimes and also expressing my thoughts and interverse when the calm spirit of reflection stealeth upon me. You see how Tedros talking? The spirit is upon me, right? That's some Jesus shit, huh? The spirit upon him? That's some Jesus talk, right? That's just a little bit, y'all. But when I asked the brother the question, I say, where does the word Abyssinia come from? You heard what he said, huh? You heard him, huh? It comes from Ethiopia. He started naming tribes. But Tedros clearly say what? The English called me that. So that was the colonizers called those people. That wasn't what the people called themselves. But the people who was over in Ethiopia, they didn't write books. Tedros wasn't writing a book back then about what was going on. He was there. So why would he think to write a book? But you know who was writing? The British. The British was writing when they came and invaded Tedros. Tedros wasn't writing when they came. Well, the British is coming today, and it's 1868, and they are coming to try to siege me, but I'm finna go to war with them. No, Tedros wasn't writing. He was living. So the people that mostly wrote and took pictures was the British. The British did these things. We didn't do we wrote the vision, but we didn't write the stories. We wrote the visions. We didn't write the stories, y'all. That's why he didn't want to deal with that. But if I'm showing you something and you don't want to deal with it, you don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Yo, brother, can we have a mature conversation here?
That's what I'm up here for, bro. I have a mature conversation with people all the time, so it ain't me.
All right, brother. Listen, yeah. How do you expect my history, my life, my culture, a white man should tell me or write down a book of it? How do you expect me to believe in that?
Brother, listen. You wasn't born in the 1920s. You wasn't born in the 1800s. When you was born?
80s.
Okay, so I'm not talking about your life. You wasn't born then. So I'm talking about history.
Yeah, but how do you expect me to believe things which doesn't even work in my world?
Brother, man, listen, bro, the truth. Hey, hold up. I want to ask you this.
The book you are reading now
This
was
the same
written
thing?
by a British man, and I don't believe that book.
Brother, man.
How do you expect me to believe that book when my history is completely different from what he's wrote?
Brother, who wrote the books in Ethiopia? Who wrote the English books that's in Ethiopia?
We don't use English books. We don't use English language. We don't use English text. We use other different texts, brother.
So, brother, man, where did Haile Selassie send the people to learn from when he was in office?
Haile Selassie was the king of Ethiopia.
That ain't what I asked you.
We know all those things.
See, you talking about King Albert, you emotional, bro.
No, I'm not.
You are emotional. Brother man, I asked you a question. I say, I asked you how many people where did Haile Selassie send the people when he was in office? Where did he send the people to learn at?
In Ethiopia has been decades a kingdom, brother. They don't need to go to England or learn their language or learn a book or something. We don't even believe in Western ideologies, brother, or books.
Hey, brother man. Hey, brother man, listen. Hey, brother, everybody in your country that run your country right now, they got their education from the Western society. Everybody in your country now.
It's what you think, but we don't believe that, brother. So
it ain't about what you, brother man, listen. The truth is not about what you believe. You ever heard the saying, the truth hurts? And it sounds like you hurt right now. It sounds like you really, really hurt at the truth.
The reality is one thing I'm not going to allow you is that East Africans, we don't believe in white people's history, brother. And ideologies and minds, we don't believe in that shit. To be honest with you, brother. Maybe you do that.
Where is it? It's 4 now. You know, I don't know where your stuff is.
We don't believe in the mentality of, bro, sorry, man. I see you, man. Just West of.
What that is right there?
He left.
Now, he say Ethiopians don't believe in what? I told y'all the truth hurts. What do it say? Ethiopians don't believe in what? Western, but you got a whole college in the Vatican, bro. The same place where all your artifacts at, you got a college, bro. See, the white folks with their information got you so damn proud. It's almost like I'm trying to find a good parable for it. You know how somebody's so proud, but they got a whole shit stain on the back of their pants. They clean as hell with a big shit stain with their nose up. And they can't see the shit stain because it's behind them. That's why, like I say, I take my hat off to the Ethiopians, y'all, who really understand this from a whole different level, man. I just hope we be able to well, I know we gonna reunite. But again, y'all, the truth hurts. You know, the truth hurts. So these colonizers got these Ethiopians, like I say, they got all white on. Everything not a drip on in the front. No spot, but got a big ass shit stain in behind them and they can't see it. That's why do you think, like I say, y'all, why do you think when you see Ethiopians, when anybody give an image of an Ethiopian, right? Like I say, without these people, let's go back to my thing behind me. Because without these people behind us, right? Ethiopia has no glory. Without the throne of David, Ethiopia has without these people, y'all, there's no glory in Ethiopia, right? Now, if you look at these, because people say African Americans don't look Ethiopian. Why do we say this? Why do we say African Americans don't look Ethiopian? Why do we say this, y'all? Can anybody tell me why we say this? Brother, you just came up there and say, we are not like y'all. Your grandfather came over here and say, Ethiopians are not like black people. You just said, you came up here and said that. Ethiopians are not like black people. What? Ethiopians and black people are the same people, homie. But see, the funny thing about it is, and see, since the sisters came up, she made me really say this in this way. Because when she said the prophecy of the Bible already been fulfilled, then that's why Ethiopians don't understand Africans got to come back. That's why Ethiopians don't understand about the slave trade. That's why Ethiopians don't understand that the chosen people came from Ethiopia. They don't understand these things because they believe what the colonizers have taught the world, that the real Jews already came back. That's why we waking up to, we are the biblical people. But Ethiopians don't even claim to be the biblical people, but then say the Bible come from them. If this not colonization, the Bible come from us. But we are not the biblical people. The biblical people are in Israel. Like like I say, y'all, if that's not colonization, man, I just don't know what is. How can you profess the Bible come from where I live, but we not the biblical people? Why are you not the biblical people? And some stuff I'm gonna have to bite my tongue and I'm gonna hold back right now because, like I say, I'm doing this for unity. I'm not doing this to create hate. I'm not doing this to create strife. So some stuff I know I just gonna have to hold back on, because man, people. That's why, the old folks say, if you ain't got nothing good to say, man, don't say it at all. So some stuff I'm just ain't gonna say. But you cannot say the Bible come from where we come from and we are not the biblical people. These people, y'all, it's the biblical history. Now, of course, it go back a little further than these people because everybody everybody up here, y'all, is from the 1860s until the 1930s. Every black person you see up here is from the 1860s and 1930s. Every black person up here. No historian talk about these people. Most Ethiopians don't know who they is. Because unless you're talking to a real, just like over here in America, we have to educate ourselves. In Ethiopia, it's the same way. You have to educate yourself. Yeah, please bring Dr. Umar up here. He don't know nothing about this. And he a Pan-African. So the thing about self-education, what the colonizers have done, if you don't self-educate yourself, you won't know. So to my self-educated Ethiopians, they know this. They up on it. You see what I'm saying? Matter of fact, a lot of Ethiopians come up here and agree with me like, yeah, man, my people brainwashed. They don't know nothing about this. Because the colonizers stripped it. And like I tell people, Tedros wasn't making textbooks to teach the people history. Tedros was not making textbooks to teach the people history. The Romans was making textbooks to teach us history. Tedros was not making textbooks and classrooms to teach you about what took place in history. This wasn't our idea. It was the colonizers' idea to teach us history. These are things you must understand. So teaching history don't even come from African people. Because African people didn't teach history, they told it. They told it in the form of nursery rhymes. And everybody didn't know it, only the chief. So if you got a whole bunch of African people and you get rid of the chief, the one that told the history, that goes your history. Now your history is gone. With that chief that's in the ground, you don't have no history. So even when Ethiopians come up here and say, well, you can't talk about my history, brother, you don't even know your history, bro. You don't know your history like that. Because if you wasn't of the Ethiopian royals, the people of the land, they didn't know nothing. They was worried about farming, building their houses, their cattle, their kids. Just like today, most people don't know nothing. You know about your life. You don't know nothing about what's going on in the government because you're not a government official. So if you're not a government official, you don't really know what's going on in the government. Just imagine if they turned off all the news. What you gonna know? If they turn off all the televisions, all the news, what would you know? The only people that will know is government officials. Not the whole America. They put it on TV right now. No, none of America know what the hell going on. So you think back in history time where they didn't have none of this, everybody in the region know what was going on. Man, come on, y'all. Let's be serious, man. Y'all, like I say, man, we just really, like I said, I ain't got no good conversation today. I had some good ones yesterday. Maybe you need to come back up here. Give me some good conversations, man. You know, I ain't getting none today. Y'all too emotional, man.
When they see you.
I need to bring a woman.
Oh my God. All right. How you doing anyway?
What's up, brother? I'm good. How about yourself?
Chilling, man. Look, man, with all due respect, let me ask you one question, one simple question. Why this is topic happen right now, which is like Ethiopia being colony or not colony? What I'm just trying to say, 99.9% of the world population is colony by 1.5% corporate. Whether you are white, black, Asian, you under corporate. So education is the language to communicate yourself with the world people. I'm from Ethiopia. I'm born and raised there. I've been living in Philly for 27 years. So mental colonialism you're talking about, or body colonialism, was physical colonialism. Ethiopia, they defeat Italy to not to be slave, physical colonialism. When you are living in Africa, we under this great corporate neo-colony hyper-capitalism, they spread their interest. Some of Africans, they lose their native language, and then they teach them the language, French, English, that way they can understand them to be pure slave for them. So, but now we're living 21st century. Only 1% corporate leading planet of Earth. 99 till 1990, British, they used to colony 85% of planet of Earth. So what we bring this topic now, we all slave for money, no matter one another. I just don't understand why this topic is now, why you bring it out. You know what I mean?
You understand, brother, man, like, to understand the colonization is to understand the information of why.
No, the information, I understand. Information lead the nation.
Hear me out. To understand this is to also understand why many African Americans finna return to Ethiopia to fulfill Bible prophecy. But
look,
the Ethiopians don't understand this because of the colonization of information. So this kind of information have to come out.
Bro, let me tell you something. Do you call yourself the human, or you call yourself African American? Choose it. Choice is yours. Who gave you that name? Who gave you that African American? Who gave you that name?
Stop, bro.
Did the God give it to you?
Brother,
Did the God
no,
give it to you?
no. That's why I don't go by it. Okay, so that's why I don't go by it. So now what?
But you are a human being. You created by the God, not by the white power, not by black power, but no, nobody.
You don't have to
It
tell,
just
brother. I know this. I know this.
if you really know this, so who created the problem in the planet of Earth?
Who created the problem?
Yeah, who owned the planet of Earth now? Let's talk about right now.
Well,
Who owned
we
the planet
created.
of Earth? Who
owned it?
owned the
Well,
planet
God.
of Earth?
God is the owner, but right now who's
No,
in
no,
authority?
no. Planet of Earth. God
Well,
never
right now,
owned planet of Earth.
the British Empire owns majority.
Corporate own
British-
the planet Earth.
Okay, the British Empire owns most of the land.
Yeah, I'm just, look, man, I'm not trying to avoid what you're talking about. I'm just trying to say we're living 21st century. So, you know how many uneducated Americans and then, even like poverty raised here in the US, like 25 million extreme poverty and then 35 million college graduates are deaf and then school loan and then poverty. It's too many things to talk about. Honestly, so many things.
Brother man, this is what we don't want to talk about. We don't want to talk about fixing the problem.
No, we got the issue. We waiting for the government solve our issue. So we don't talk about that. We killing each other here in the Philly,
I'm not
all over the
waiting
place.
for the government. That's what I'm saying. I'm putting the government together.
Look,
I'm not waiting
bro.
for the government.
Look, bro. While we go all the way down like 200 years, which is we got the worst issue right now. When we talking about me and you, when we talking about here, there is the issue. While we go all the way down there, to do what? That's past history.
Brother, that's what I'm saying. You gotta meet your You see, this is what I'm saying. No Ethiopian understands Bible prophecy. The people where the Bible come from, they do not understand Bible prophecy. So you have to talk about the colonization. This is how they colonized the whole world, through using the Bible. So now Ethiopians don't understand that people have to return back to, you got background noise, bro. You got to remove from your place to have wherever you at, you got to remove from to have a conversation. This is what I'm trying to reveal, but nobody wanted to listen. They want to tell me what I already know. That's not what I'm asking. And when I talk about Bible prophecy, they never ask, well, what you mean Bible prophecy? They just skip over there and just get to talking about information. We know the information. What are we going to do about it? We, myself, and the people, we're not waiting on the government. We're gathering our people. But nobody's gathering nobody because nobody have a plan. Nobody is talking about doing nothing because nobody have a plan. Everybody got information. Nobody got a plan. That's like when you get info or something, you're supposed to make the drop. You don't get information to keep talking about it, man. I got this information. I got this information. No, you get information to make a plan. This also proves we still colonized because we have a plan by now. But we don't have a plan because the plan of the colonizer is to keep us from starting a plan and first divide us. With what? Information. So 95% of the Ethiopians do not know Bible prophecy. If I ask you now, what is Bible prophecy, brother? Everybody want to tell me something. Tell me Bible prophecy. Since the Bible come from Ethiopia, tell me Bible prophecy. You come off your mic.
Look, when you talk about Bible, first of all, do you believe Bible?
No, brother man.
If you don't believe, you don't understand. If you don't believe the Bible, why you want me to tell you about the Bible in Ethiopia? I believe Bible, but you don't believe it.
Hello, I just told you we are fulfilling Bible prophecy, and you gonna turn around and say I don't believe in it? I believe in the Bible, brother. Just tell me what is Bible prophecy.
Look, for me, that's information. Bible is information. That's the way of the life. That's
Brother
that
man,
for me. Yeah.
What is Bible prophecy? Do you know or you don't?
I know Bible. I read Bible, but Ethiopian Bible.
What is Bible prophecy?
No, you don't know. I read Amharic Bible. You may read English
What
Bible.
is Bible prophecy?
Each Bible, let me, before you say whatever you want to say, each Bible, they got their own creature, was writer.
All right, brother, man. I thank you for coming up, bro. I'm just going to move on, bro. You can't answer my question, so I'm going to move on. Peace to you, bro. That's going to be my question. Ethiopians, if you coming up, be prepared to tell me what Bible prophecy is. That's all I want to know. And if you say you don't know, I accept that answer too. If you say you don't know, I accept that answer too, but I just want to know what Bible prophecy is. Because we seem to argue about everything else. But what is Bible prophecy? Maybe we can come together on that.
Thank you for giving me this chance. For me, so the prophecy is to believe in God, the only and the Almighty God, which is that believing ourselves, living together, helping each other, and grow up in different cultures. But the first question that I want to ask you is...
Well, hold on. I want to shy away. So you believe Bible prophecy is only believing in God?
Yeah, correcting something that...
No, I'm just clarifying. I just want you, that's your final answer. That's your answer. That Bible prophecy is just to believe in God, right?
Not the only thing, but it's to tell you the truth, I'm not the Bible guy. I don't like. I can tell you that this, that, but I believe in God. For me, it's the prophecy is to serve Him, which is like helping each other. To grow up together or something like that.
No, the prophecy was to gather the children of Israel and bring them back to their land. That's why the fake Jews went to Israel, because the whole Bible prophecy is for the people to return back to their land. So the biblical people are scattered, right? According to the Bible. And Bible prophecy was to redeem. That's why when Jesus Christ came, he said what? I have come for what? The lost sheep of Israel.
If I may say something right here, the Jewish people that took away from the Bible the Daniel stuff, like because they believe Jews, Jesus Christ is gonna be like it's not appeared in the world. Forgive me for my broken English, because I'm a little bit rusty. Okay. I live in Italy. That's right. And they took it out because like the Daniel, like he described when he came Jesus, everything is written, but they don't believe that, and they took it away. But the main question that I have for you is, Ethiopia is the icon of freedom for me, for Africa. It's the first country that is never colonized. I understand you. You are saying like we are colonized mentally. That brainwashing with a lot of stuff, with education, so a lot of things. But if you understand something, if you see, if you go back a little bit, you see like Ethiopians, like they have engineered, for example, like Lalibela, Aksum. It is very amazing. Like at the time, it was like incredible. Still now, we have a lot of technology. We can create a lot of stuff.
Brother man, you know, like I said, that's why we are coming back to Ethiopia to help rebuild.
If I want to finish with my questions,
we gotta ask me one question at a time.
Okay. Okay, I give you a chance.
Because like I said, I don't even remember the first question.
My question is, if Ethiopia, the first black country that defeated Italy, why do we encourage it? Why do we with this kind of proudness? Every black people, every country. For example, if you see a lot of African flags, they are similar with the Ethiopian flags. A lot of green, yellow, and red. Upside down, they make some kind of in the middle, something like that. Stars or other things. But if we say we are colonized every day, if we talk about we are under the white technology, by the way, I love them. The problem is ours. We have to learn and we have to.
Brother, well, you say you was asking me a question, and
okay.
Every time you ask me a question, you go on for 2 minutes. You gotta ask me the question and let me answer. Because, like I say, brother, I started a petition in 2021 to return Ethiopian treasures. So I'm not somebody that just coming up on social media because I want to talk about Ethiopia. I have a movement for Ethiopia. I done went to the embassy and sat down with the people in DC. So I have an Ethiopian movement. I'm not just a person that just up here just talking like I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm actually doing something for Ethiopia, brother. So I'm not excluded from information. I talk to many Ethiopians. You see what I'm saying? So the people I'm talking to up here is not the only Ethiopians I'm in touch with. So I know the stories. I hear them from Ethiopians. I also hear from Ethiopians that they are colonized. So just hear this. If an Ethiopian clarifies that you are colonized, and you just said it also, but Ethiopians think colonization
mentally.
Hold up, listen, brother. If you are mentally colonized, then you are physically colonized, bro. It's called, if I control your mind, then what do I also control? If I control a woman's mind, what do I control? Her body.
We have no choice. That's the economy.
Hold up, brother, man. Hold up. Y'all have to get out y'all feelings. Just because the Ethiopians left, just because the Italians left, that don't mean you not colonized. Because colonization in anybody starts here first. And once they got this, they have got you, bro. And damn near every Ethiopian, most of y'all admit that you accept the mental colonization, but you won't accept the physical colonization, all because the Italians left. Do you know why the Italians left? Because of the British and the African Americans that came and helped. That's why the Italians left. They didn't leave because Ethiopia just raised up and just fought the Italians and ran them and unalived them. No. Now, nobody is taken away from the Ethiopian warriors that fought. We're not taking that away from them. We know they fought, but they did not get back their resources. That's why when Great Britain took the resources from Tedros, with all those animals and they took off tons of gold, Ethiopia never got it back, bro.
A lot of books. And look, Ethiopia had no copies of them. Thank you.
Now that's what I want you. So this why y'all colonized, because y'all original information has been taken and haven't been given back. So you can believe in what? A white Jesus, a 2,000-year-old Jesus, and you won't believe where all this stuff originated from, which is Ethiopia. So now Ethiopia don't even consider themselves the biblical people. When the biblical people are Ethiopians. That's the biblical priests. That's the biblical kings, the Ethiopian kings. Ethiopians don't know this. Because they stole the book, translated it, and taught it back to you in their form. And see, so I'm not saying you didn't win the wars. I'm not saying you didn't fight. I'm not taking that away. But when they have control of your information, this is what make you colonize. If anybody control your original information, they will be able to colonize you. Why you think lions go to the zoo and go on the ball. That's a colonized lion. You can't go get a lion and put it in a circus from the wild that ain't colonized, because he ain't gonna act like that. The lion is still a lion, but the lion is now colonized because of the information that's in the lion mind. That's what make you colonize, bro. That's the best form of colonization, is to come right here with it.
All I'm trying to say is, I get what you are saying, and most of all, like, I appreciate that you initiated this kind of conversation. And to tell you the truth, like 80%, I will agree with you. The main problem with Africans and with Ethiopians, most of all, like, we didn't accept our technology and our knowledge. That's why we left it to they take them like the simply, or they give them some kind of guns or something to prove a little bit technology, and they give away the most of the knowledge of in Ethiopia, which is created by the genius of Ethiopian peoples, African peoples, I will say that, we lost it. We are still trying to get it back, our technology. I will agree with you that.
And yeah, and see, so that's what I'm bringing this conversation to bring the Ethiopians to a realization that the Bible prophecies still have to be fulfilled. So the real Jews still have to return back to their land. They still have to restore what was taken from them, which is the throne of David. The throne of David, the throne of David represented black people and African people. That's what the throne represented. That's why Ethiopians came over here on behalf of who? Black people. Because this is where the throne is at. But when you talk about the throne of David, it don't exist in Ethiopia no more. Ethiopians don't even consider the throne of David. But why? That goes back to the colonized information. So when it comes to Ethiopians and Africans and the rest of Africa, we not on one accord with what has to take place to bring us the healing. That's why the Bible talk about what? The healing of the nations. The European nations are setting fat. They filthy rich. The African nations are filthy poor, but with rich resources. The African nations shouldn't be poor, but because of the colonizers, they are poor. So they got to go get loans from other nations. They got to go do all these things because why? We are not unified. Say it again.
That's why they killed Muhammad Gaddafi.
Okay.
I know that history. I don't want to like mix it about it, but he started to African banks, something like that. I heard, and I read a little bit something with different sites, and they are still colonizing Africa in the form of like economy. They are giving us our world. They take everything from us, and they're giving us like a little bit things, and we are simply like happy. But if we wait, if we have something to provide our family, we are like federal peoples. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We are playing game, but. Most of the things you are answered me in the middle of our conversation that before you are said Theodros is never written any history of Ethiopia. They write that they took it and they rewrite it, and they are teaching us the different history of our lives. That's all I'm trying to say. Thank you for giving me this chance.
All right, brother. I appreciate you coming up, man. I appreciate the humble conversation. Peace, bro. And like I say, y'all, I think that's what we have to see what I'm saying. I'm not saying the Ethiopians lost the war. They didn't win their wars. They didn't fight. Nobody is saying that. That's why I say we got to remove the emotions. I'm saying because of the information that the colonizers have taken and retaught, this is what make you colonize. Because the things that God is doing on earth right now, we can't get in tune with. We are blind to. We are deaf to what God is doing. We are deaf to what God is seeing, and we are blind to what God is doing. So what's Christ's job? To give sight back to the blind. That's Christ's job. But the colonized got you think Christ's gonna really heal the blind. So y'all, these things, like I say, and that's why the Bible say, "Oh Israel." What is that? "Oh Israel, you're not like the Ethiopians." 9, 8, and 9 in Amos. Let's go back to the book of Amos. Let's go back to the book of Amos, y'all. Is it in the same verse? Is it Amos? Is Amos? It might be 8 and 11 then. Is it 8 and 11? No, it's the 9 and 7. Let's go to Amos 9 and 7, y'all. It says, Are you not as children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel? Are you not as the children of the Ethiopians unto me, O children of Israel, said the Lord? Have I not brought up Israel out of the land of Egypt, and the Palestinians and Qatar, and the Syrians from Ker? So it say, O children of Ethiopians, are you not like the children of Israel unto me? But the Ethiopians don't even call themselves Israelites, because they colonized with information. You see what I'm saying? As the brothers, I said, like the Ethiopians are agreeing with this. So if any Ethiopian come up here saying, we won the war, okay. You won the war, okay. But if I got your mind, you just won the war. I got your mind. So I'm winning. I'm winning, you losing, because I have your mind. You believe what I told you. So y'all, this is not, we like I said, y'all, we're not really trying to make this rocket science information. And all this is being said because we are finna return back to Ethiopia. The throne is finna be established. This is a beautiful, great time. But everybody loved the lie. So we can't unite. You love the lie more than you love the truth. See, right now, everybody want to come up and tell me something, right? What you gonna tell me? How we gonna come together? How are you gonna help us to get back over there? How you gonna get the petition some signatures? Nobody coming up here and say, man, you know what? You got a petition, bro? Man, we gonna sign that, bro. We need our treasures back. Ain't nobody coming up saying that because they don't give a damn. They coming up with their emotions, trying to fight the lie. They fighting for Satan. They fighting for the devil. But what do the Bible say about prophecy? What they was gonna do? They was gonna make war with the Lamb. They're going to make war with the truth. This is what people are doing, making war with the truth. I don't see half of y'all in the comments that's saying let me up. But I'm going to go back on Arch Evolution. And I'm kind of letting the people up with the most followers, which I shouldn't, because I realize when you got a lot of followers, you're an entertainer on TikTok. It's very few people with a lot of followers that's not entertainers. Who should I pick? Who should I pick? Who should I pick? Who won't come up and have a decent conversation? Because y'all win. I'll be to cut the live off if I get too many. If I get too many in the conversation, I just let me get off this shit, man. So I'm trying to, you know, have a decent conversation with somebody who really gonna have some intelligence and really get to the bottom of this so we can move forward. Nobody is up here, oh, I don't like them African Americans. This kitchen ain't for you. We ain't cooking no food for nobody with that kind of mind frame. What we cooking food for is somebody who's gonna really come up and have a decent conversation, y'all. Okay, so I'm gonna let this brother up right here. Hop shot. All right, brother, what's going on? Peace, peace.
Hey, how are you doing, brother?
I'm good, I'm good.
Yeah, I'm originally from Ethiopia, and I've been listening to some of the conversations you had with the people.
Okay.
I think the approach is, you know, the way you approach the conversation is probably the reason why a lot of the Ethiopians are angry. Because we're a prideful people, as you know. We have culture, tradition we follow. And I understand you're saying you won the war. That means you're not colonized physically, but mentally you're colonized. But think about it, you know. Does that not give us...
Think about it? Hold up. You want me to think about it or you want y'all to think about it? Which one?
Whichever way, it's fine. But I'm trying to see how you can approach this, because, you know, I agree with some of the things you are saying. But when you said Ethiopia is colonized, for someone who's gonna just come in and see your show, it's a disrespect to our forefathers who fought and won the war.
No, it ain't. Brother man. African Americans came help the Ethiopians win the war. British also came help Ethiopians win the war. So we are being pacified with lies, bro. That's what Ethiopians are. They're sucking on a pacified lie. The truth of the matter is, either you colonize or you are not. You are colonized. It's no other way around it. Now, the truth have no friends, and the truth can give a damn about anybody's feelings. And I'm pretty sure you should agree. The truth has no friends.
But you're looking for petitions, right? You're looking for petitions especially from us, because you're saying you're gonna come to Ethiopia.
I want you to understand this. I'm sharing my petition, and only the real gonna sign. So I'm not gonna put on a fake facade to get signatures. That's what the colonizers do. They come over there shaking your hand and being your friend, but they got a hidden agenda. But when somebody stand up with the hard truth, that's gonna heal the nations.
I understand. But
so in the way I get it, that's why I'm having conversations with decent people who gonna have the understanding, because many are called, few are chosen. I'm not looking for everybody to be chosen to hear what I'm saying. If that's what you got up here for, so people can give me hand claps now. I got up here to speak the truth, which I know I'm gonna get refuted for. I know I'm gonna get crucified. I know all these things. It come with telling the truth. That's why I don't nobody want to tell it, because they don't want to go through none of this.
But you could have said, you know, for instance, because which other country, for instance, in Africa has fought the Western and won? No other country has done that in the history of the world. Ethiopia has done that, of course, and that's why, you know, where the anger is coming from. So you could say, for instance, yeah, you won the war. No slaves from Ethiopia, you know, physically doing the labor and all that stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
But
Tedros,
if you're doing this metaphorically, which I think that's what you're saying. You're colonized mentally, right? That's what you're saying, right?
No, I'm not saying metaphorically, because Tedros' son was taken from Ethiopia in 1868. So if you think nobody was taken from Ethiopia on chains, that's a lie.
No, 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 no. You know, when I say nobody, I'm not saying entirely like the whole. I'm sure, you know, even now in Lebanon, there are Ethiopian slaves there, you know, who trying to cross the sea and, you know, have a better life. So there's still slaves in Ethiopia, like Ethiopian slaves in other countries, especially Arab countries right now. But going back to the history in general, Ethiopia is seen as one of the countries, you know, that all other African countries look for, you know.
Okay,
And
but
that's
you
why
gotta
you're
understand.
focused on this subject,
Well,
in my
no,
opinion.
because the throne of David is in Ethiopia. So the throne that represent the Negus is in Ethiopia. That's Bible prophecy. This is why Ethiopia is looked at. Ethiopia should not be looked at just because they're not colonized. They is colonized. But why Ethiopia should be looked at is not. Ethiopians don't even know why Ethiopia is looked at, and that's why they tell y'all that to give you a false hope to hold on to. Oh, I'm a proud Ethiopian. We're not colonized, but you don't even have a throne now. The Bible prophecy is talking about coming to Ethiopia and restore the throne that has fallen, the throne that has been taken down. That's what the Bible prophecy is. But Ethiopia is so stuck on Ethiopia never been colonized, they don't even know that if you understood the Bible, you'll be restoring the throne right now. They don't know this because the colonizers told them, "Oh, we ain't colonizing. Yeah, we ain't colonizing."
So are you saying Christianity coming to Ethiopia is a colonization?
No, no. The changing the Christianity was changed by the colonizers because Christianity is to follow the one who sits on David's throne, which is a man from among the people. That's ancient Ethiopian history. Ancient Ethiopian history is not believing in a man coming out your sky. That's not Ethiopian history. The Bible tell you David will never lack a man to sit on his throne. So people saying, "Oh, ain't no nobody can sit on David's throne. He in the sky. Wait till he come back." That's colonized information, bro.
So the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church is still the same. So where is the change? Like it's the
No,
same
no, no,
church
brother man.
been
You
since
don't
the
know.
4th century AD.
No, this brother man. They put that on paper, and y'all believe that. The church was not following a person in the sky in the 1800s. In the 1800s, the churches in Ethiopia was not believing that a man was in the sky, bro. That's not the original Christianity in Ethiopia. That's why Tedros got the title what? King of Kings. That's Christ's title.
So the
Now,
first Ethiopian eunuch
listen
gets
to me out.
baptized.
Listen me out. Why did he have the title King of Kings and Lord of Lords? Because he represented the one that sat on King David's throne. That's what Christ is. A son of man who sits on King David's throne. That's all Christ is. He's the high priest, which is the emperor. The emperor represents the high priest. That's what Christ is. So that's the original. Listen me out. That's the original Christianity that was in Ethiopia. Not a high priest in the sky. That's colonized Christianity.
So you believe in Jesus Christ?
No. That's a title, bro, for a living vessel. That's not Jesus Christ is not a deity that came 2,000 years ago. That's colonized information.
So you only believe in the Old Testament?
No, I believe the New Testament is the prophecy.
So what does the New Testament talk about? It's all about Jesus Christ. If you
Because
believe
in the
in
last days, but brother man, that's why we are an organization that reveals Christ on earth. Christ don't come from the sky, bro. The colonizers wanted us to believe that. Christ is a living vessel who God chooses.
So I'm sure you're referring to white people when you say the colonizers.
Of course.
So white people are not included in your movement? Are you just doing this for black people?
Brother man, we have white people that agree with us. We have white people part of our movement. But the movement, you gotta understand, white people don't have to be restored. White people gotta be told the truth. Black people gotta be restored. See, this is what we have to understand. Who at the bottom of the boat right now? Is white people and black people at the bottom of the boat, or is black people at the bottom of the boat?
I believe that's got to do with work. You know, if people unite on work anyone can be on
Brother
top. Of
man,
course, the white people
listen,
are
brother man.
leading
Listen,
the world right now for sure.
hey, brother man. Right now, you got the president election in America that's looking to set up things to help black people. They not looking to set up things to help white people. They not looking to help Chinese people because everybody in the world know black people has been treated wrong. Now, of course, we got a lot of accountability we got to take upon ourselves, but we know, everybody know who being treated wrong. The police don't shoot every race. The prison is packed with black people. Laws, man, we tried to build towns. They burnt them down. They flooded. It's like, we're not going to even talk about what they have done to us, because like I say, it make a lot of people emotional. But everybody know what took place when it come to black people, brother. So just like Bob Marley say, it's a black man redemption. And once the black man is redeemed, all nations will receive healing. So I'm not saying redeem the black man and forget all nations. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying we know the emergency is on black people. If you have to go to the hospital right now, the hospital gonna take the one who has the emergency first. It's not saying it's not gonna see the other patients. It's not saying that. But whoever have the emergency, that's who go get treatment first. So treatment gonna start with us first because we have an emergency. Then other nations will receive the healing.
So you're saying you're putting blacks first because we need the help right now the most.
Hell yeah. Yes. Matter of fact, the white folks need that. That's why they gonna help us. Russia gonna help us.
Where does Ethiopia fall into this? Why is Ethiopia in the conversation?
Because they have the throne of David. That's where the throne of David is going to be reestablished, as the Bible says. And they also have the African Union in Ethiopia. So when Ethiopia is restored back to its glory, this also going to restore Africa to its glory. And once these things are restored, we have a government that has resources to help people all around the world. Africa has the most natural resources of any continent on this planet, according to what they use from. You know, Africa has majority of the natural resources that really make the Western countries rich. But how are the Western countries getting rich from African resources when the African is getting pennies while the Western is getting billions? All that wealth should stay in Africa. So the Western should be getting pennies and Africa should be getting billions. If the natural resources coming from Africa. So Bill Gates ain't got to come into Ethiopia and give Ethiopians fake food because that's what he's doing right now. What are the Ethiopians doing about Bill Gates coming in there giving them fake food? They not doing nothing about it. Because they nose in the ass saying they not colonized. But if most of the Ethiopians knew they was colonized, they'll be fighting. See,
okay,
I just want to say this. When you know you are colonized, you fight. When you don't know you're colonized, you don't fight. You just hold your head up. I ain't colonized, so you never fight. So once you realize you are colonized, you will begin to fight. Not each other, the people that colonize you.
All right, I get you. So, like I said, you know, the part you said, you know, the last thing you said about not fighting when people like Bill Gates come in trying to tell, you know, give us fake food. I agree, but again, the question is, are you fighting for the people of Ethiopia or for the land? Because if you were doing that, like, you have to convince people, right? How are you going to do this by yourself?
Well, brother, man, like I say, I do have people.
If you just
well, you gotta understand, brother, I do have people convinced. But what I'm doing on a government standpoint. So, like I told you, Christ on earth. So this really, the people can't stop what's finna take place. This being done by God. You see what I'm saying? Like
that's the thing.
So when you rolling with God, it's not about convincing people. It's about gathering the few. It say many are called, but how many are chosen? Few. That's what the Bible say. Many are called, few chosen. So this not what I'm doing is not gonna take many people. It's gonna take a few people that's gonna do something for the many people. That's what people have to understand. It's gonna take a few people that's gonna come together, and when we come together, we gonna do something for many people. But many people is not gonna accept the calling. So
Yeah,
I'm not trying to convince people of believing the truth. I'm not sugarcoating the truth. Now, again, I'm gonna speak it humbly. I'm gonna be patient. I'm gonna have conversations, but I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. The truth can't be sugarcoated. That's why it's only for the few. And for those who don't want the sugar in it, they're the ones that's gonna accept it. And those gonna be the few who do what it takes to bring healing to many nations. So
yeah,
that's
but
what we're
you
taking place.
can't accomplish that by destroying the history, saying Ethiopia is not colonized. You can say Ethiopia was never colonized, but now things are changing. We can see that all over Africa, even now, just I disagree with a lot of things that are happening in my country. So you could say now we're fighting that fight, but not by destroying the history. That's the problem I have. Like the history is that we've never been colonized physically, but now, like you said, moving forward, how can we, stop the Westerns or whoever is trying to colonize us, change the mentality? Because, yeah, the Western life affects the culture, but Ethiopia is still a poor country if you look at it. Why? Because we're still in our tradition. We're keeping our culture. We are not allowing anyone. That's one country
No,
that doesn't allow
Bill
people
Gates, brother man, Bill
inside.
Gates just walked in there, bro. The Chinese walk in there and give y'all loans. Other nations always come in Ethiopia. In the 1900s, thousands of Indian people came to Ethiopia
But why are we not like South Africa, for instance? That's
because
actually colonized.
because
You see them
you understand like
growing
this.
and stuff.
Ethiopia is where the throne of David was, which is the Bible prophecy. So they always tried to hide Ethiopia from the rest of the world. That's why most people in Africa, over here in America, they don't know nothing about Ethiopia. They don't. Most people in Africa don't even know. Most people in America, they know nothing about the Solomonic dynasty. They never heard of it because they. So with Ethiopia, you couldn't set up things there. You had to go other places because if you set up things in the original place where the throne is at, then people might what? They might hold up. Let me go over there. Oh, the throne of David. But people start connecting the dots. So what they did is washed out Ethiopia from us. Like in America, if you was called an Ethiopian, people would cuss you out. If you was a black person and they call you an Ethiopian in America, you'll be like, I ain't no damn Ethiopian. Because in our eyes, an Ethiopian was a poor person. An Ethiopian in America was called the African booty scratcher. So you got to understand, they always wanted to disconnect us from our original place. But they told us we came from West Africa. Because this is by design, bro. So they always, when they taught us things, it was always to take us from the original and put us somewhere else that's not original. So at the same time, Ethiopians are proud to be Ethiopians, but African Americans didn't want to be Ethiopians. But in real life, they was Ethiopians. You see what I'm saying? And like you say, like on TV in the 90s, we were seeing babies in Ethiopia starving with white people asking us for pennies. The white people was in Ethiopia. This is what we were seeing on television in America. So, but all this was by design so we can be what? Disconnected. And now we can communicate with one another, but now it's so much disconnection. Ethiopians don't even look at us as their brothers and sisters. We different from them. They Ethiopians, we African Americans. Y'all not like us. Colonization. And the Ethiopians say that it's colonized. And that's what's going on.
Yeah, I don't agree with Ethiopians saying, you're not like us and stuff. We're all humans, like the other guy said. I'm black. I'm no different from any African man here in the U.S. So I don't agree with that. I understand that part. That's why I'm saying we are a very prideful people. So if you want to make us understand this, you gotta go slow, because when you say Ethiopia is colonized, for someone who comes and see that, they're looking at the fight they had with the Italians, the ancestors. So it's a disrespect to our forefathers. So we don't hear anything you have to say after that,
Well, as I'm saying, that's not true, because Ethiopians come up here and agree with they are colonized. Only the Ethiopians who disagree with this, that just proves they colonized. That's all. That's see, I understand. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, and we have took that approach. You see what I'm saying? We get the same kind of energy, unless they are not a colonized Ethiopian. Just like right now, if I go in some of the neighborhoods and try to talk to my brothers, they ain't gonna like me either. I'm like, man, get up from over here with the round and shit. So we just dealing with black people, African people who don't like the truth. That's really what it is. It has nothing to do with the title, bro. Trust me. It has everything to do with people who have been pacified by the colonized information, and they don't want to know the truth. Because the truth of the matter, Ethiopians didn't just win the war. Without the African Americans and without Great Britain, they wouldn't have won. So you didn't win the war. You got help, and the people that help you are the same people that colonize you. That's the truth.
That's true. It's just that, still, out of all the countries in Africa, we're the only country that resisted. That's the only
you can't, brother, man. The
pride
Zulu,
we take from there.
Brother,
But
the Zulus, they fought, bro. Like, Ethiopia is not the Zulu people fought.
Yes, they did.
The Zulu people won a war. They did win also. But you know what ended up happening? Sooner or later, they got caught now, because you know why? Leaders was taken away. Once your leader is taken away, the people don't have the power to fight no more. It's like back then, once your king is captured, your land is conquered. We have to understand this. Haile Selassie only came back, which was the king at that time, when the British invaded. And you know what the British told the Italians? You know what? Y'all go ahead, man. We got this. Y'all go ahead. We got this. Now we got the Ethiopians, because now they need us. And since they need us, we going to use them. This is what happened. We can't deny it.
Yeah.
And
Like
see,
I said,
and that's what I mean by colonization. And anybody that come up, and I know it might be an emotional topic, but at the same time, man, a decent person, a person of understanding, an intelligent person, they won't get angry. They'll come up like you yourself and have a conversation, whether they believe me or not. Because
but the other problem is, the language.
Black people in America got pride also, bro. Just because a lot of people don't understand, Ethiopians are not the only people. The Black Americans are the Ethiopians. So the same pride you got, we got. Like just because, like that's what I'm saying. The lie got you with fake pride. That's a fake pride to say I'm not colonized. That's a fake pride. Because you just say right now, man, my country messed up, but I'm not colonized. My country messed up, but I'm not colonized. And then I want to ask you this, and I'm gonna give you the floor back. Do you agree the Bible come from Ethiopia?
Yes.
So why the Ethiopians not the biblical people then?
They are the biblical people. We that's what we think. So
Ethiopian just told me that the Jews already went back to Israel.
Nah. Ethiopia is all over the Bible, so there's no. I mean.
I'm just telling you. I just talked to an Ethiopian. She didn't know that. Or she was in Ethiopia. She said the biblical people was the Jews that went to Israel. That what she just came up and said, and she was Ethiopian.
Israel is a modern state. It was established in 1948, so they can always go back and read the Bible. But you see, the other problem we have is English. English is not our language. Not many people know English in Ethiopia. We don't understand. Even myself, I speak broken English. So that is also another problem, because communication is the way to go with this thing, right? I understand where you're coming from, because I understand most of the things you say. We are colonized in a way. I just disagreed with you know, like the word here, Ethiopia is colonized, right in front of my face, when I know that, you know, there was a war and we didn't win that. Well, we have to take a win of that. Do you think the Italians love that? You know, love that history? If they could, they would hide that history, right? But they lost the first time they came. They lost, and they lost
Hey,
bad. Like
brother,
they
bro.
didn't lose with like guns and stuff, you know.
Look. They lost to Menelik. Now
Yeah.
Menelik won. Zatu won. Haile Selassie time, they came and occupied Ethiopia for 5 years. They wasn't, brother. You know how many leaders got unalive in those 5 years? Because all the leaders didn't run to England. Majority of the leaders got unalive during them 5 years, bro. So you know what that caused? You know what that caused Ethiopia to be? Very, very vulnerable. This is why Britain had to intervene. The African Americans had to intervene. Because if they wouldn't have intervened, it would have been over with. So they got rid of all the leaders that they wanted to get rid of, that was gonna challenge them and go against them. And they left submissive people. These submissive people, they didn't no longer fight. They agreed to everything that the British government wanted them to do. That's why you have an Ethiopian college in the Vatican. So now that I have destroyed your leaders, now I'm gonna create leaders and send them back to Ethiopia. But I'm not gonna come to Ethiopia because I don't want people to know about Ethiopia. So I'm gonna secretly colonize Ethiopia without them even knowing it. And I'm gonna go set up in South Africa. You know, I'm gonna go set up in South Africa. And now I own the whole world. Because I even got Haile Selassie to give me the solid-minded gift. Now I want to ask you. Now, do you know? Haile Selassie gave the solid-minded gift to Great Britain, the Queen and King of Great Britain.
Yes.
Well, so the power that really make Ethiopia is now being given to who? Great Britain. So the Bible prophecy is the saints gonna judge the world, which is Great Britain, because they run the world and they gonna take the kingdom back, which is the solid-minded gift, bring it back to Ethiopia and restore Ethiopia to its ancient royalty. That's the Bible prophecy. Nobody knows this because they set up Israel, they set up Jerusalem, and they colonized the book that come from Ethiopia.
Yeah, the biblical prophecy, the throne of David. You know, I have definitely questions about that because the interpretations vary in the Bible because the restoration of the throne, you know, Amos chapter 9 verse 11, the one you read, it does not explicitly link this prophecy to Ethiopia, as you know, or any modern, you know, geopolitical events. But Christianity traditionally see these prophecies as fulfilled spiritually in Jesus Christ. In John chapter 18 verse 36, if you look at that verse, that's where the problem comes. I think that's my differentiation with you. I believe Jesus came and he died for us, but I don't think you believe in that.
Well, yeah, because that's the colonizers want us to know Jesus came. The Bible let us know Christ comes in the last days. That's what the Bible says. So what the colonizers did was change time. I had to tell you in Daniel 7:25. They changed time. So Christ don't come in the beginning of time or whatever. Christ comes in the last days to gather the people and restore the people. Christ comes to restore the people. Christ don't come and fly away. And again, that's the colonized information. That's why we believe in the same Jesus. The African Americans and the Ethiopians believe in the same Jesus. Oh, damn, I don't know what happened. Yeah, so it's not that I don't believe in Jesus Christ. I don't believe in the colonized Jesus Christ because Jesus Christ will be on earth. This will be God, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ will be on earth, which is God, Jesus Christ. You know, Jesus Christ will not be in the sky. That's the colonizer, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know. I'm mad he got kicked off. Yeah, I don't know what happened, bro.
Hello.
What's going on? Peace, peace.
Okay. Okay. I just look. I have seen you last year or something, just with the same kind of concept. We know, we understand which country is doing what. We understand that. Just don't come here to tell us just we are colonized. All of a sudden we are colonized. That's not important. What is very important is, do you have a plan to help the people around there? Do you have just something you offer?
Yes,
Just practically, just forget about the history. The history we know, we know the history of Ethiopia is forbidden in the world stage. We know
brother
that.
Man, hold up, brother man, hold up.
Just look, no. Listen. Just you can speak all the day,
Bro, this is my yes,
Just
I can. This is
listen.
my brother man. If I got this is my panel. I come up here to spread my information and have conversations with people. So I control the panel. And I'm gonna let you speak as you see me. I let everybody speak come up, but I control the panel. Just like if I walk in your house,
definitely sure.
If I walk in your house, I can't. You control your house. So if you tell me hey, you can't talk loud in my house, I gotta either get out or I gotta. I'm okay, brother. So that's how we humble ourselves to talk to one another.
Sure.
So, but this is what I'm saying.
Give me time just to finish. Then you can speak your own.
I did give you. You can't go for 5 minutes.
You didn't give me 5 minutes.
I'm not gonna give you 5 minutes. I'm gonna give you about. I'm gonna give you about 2 minutes.
3 minutes. Give me.
No, because we having a conversation. So I'm gonna give you about 2 or 3 minutes at max. Then I'm gonna reiterate because I'm not gonna remember what you said. If we having a conversation, if you go longer than 60 seconds, really, half of the stuff is gonna be hard for me to remember. To rebuttal on everything, because then it's gonna make my rebuttal so long. But if you make short points, I can rebuttal short and we can continue the conversation.
Okay. Okay. I have a question just to ask you. I have a question. Couple of questions. One, what is your plan? By talking about look. Okay. By declaring about Ethiopia is colonized, you are declaring. You are not doing something very relevant for Ethiopia.
If you're gonna ask me a question, you have to let me answer, and then you could rebuttal to my answer.
I have another question. Okay.
No, but you gotta do one at a time. We could do one. You in a rush?
One.
Yeah, do one at a time.
Okay. How long you will take to answer? Just I don't have time. You don't have time.
No, I'm just like I want you to be short. I'm gonna be very short.
1 minute, okay. I can give you 1 minute for this question, okay?
No, I'm gonna be 5 seconds. I'm restoring the throne of David.
Fine, okay. What is your plan?
I'm restoring the throne of David that Ethiopians know nothing about.
Okay. How you do that?
By bringing in Christ on earth. Christ is on earth with the majesty of God. Because Christ is the seed of David, right?
Actually, that's not a plan. Actually, okay. How you accomplish that?
I ask you a question. Is Christ the seed of David?
Okay. Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
Brother man, is Christ the seed of David?
Do you believe in Jesus? Do you believe in Jesus Christ?
You can't ask me a question with a question, bro.
No. If you believe in Christ, because look, you have said you don't believe in Christ.
Hey, bro. I told you Christ is on earth. I don't believe in the Christ in your mind, but I believe in the Christ that God has on earth. Because in the Bible, where was God Christ?
No, forget about that. Just answer my question,
bro.
Just look. Your problem is here. I spot your problem. I spot your problem. You have no plan. Just your plan is just distract Ethiopians and the black nation. That is not good.
Now you're too emotional. You don't even know my plan. You didn't even give me a chance to even.
I'm not emotional. You are emotional,
bro. All right, man. Appreciate you for coming up, bro. No, man, he didn't want to talk. He wanted to make my plan evil. I can show you my plan. And I can show you in the Bible the plan. Because the plan is God's plan. It's God's plan to restore the tabernacle of David. But if you ask, if the Bible comes from Ethiopia, right? What is David's tabernacle? Ethiopians know about the Solomonic dynasty. They know about that. But without David, it wouldn't be no Solomon. Now, some people say Solomon represents Jesus. In a way, it do. But why? Because Jesus is the seed of David. What is Solomon? The seed of David. What does Christ have? God wisdom. What does Solomon have? God wisdom. So people don't even understand that the Sheba and Solomon story is happening now because where was the house of David carried to? Captivity. The Bible lets you know the house of David was carried to captivity. So Sheba and Solomon is coming back with the Ark of the Covenant to Ethiopia. It's a parable. It's a metaphor. The Solomon and Sheba story is the Western story of Mary and Jesus. See, if you don't know the meaning of the stories, you just see this is what they did. Once the Western world found out about the meaning of the stories, you can always rewrite the story. You can always tell the story, but you'll leave the meaning out. They know this. So they was able to take the stories and put dates on it. Oh shit, they don't know what the Solomon Sheba story means. So let's put a date on it. 30 BC. They don't know what Mary and Jesus represent, the Virgin Mary and Jesus. So let's put a date on it. 2,000 years ago. And now you just believe the story and believe the date that the Westerns put on it. Nowhere, no Ethiopian Bible tell you when Jesus came. But in all books, it say he's going to come in the last days. All prophets say Christ comes in the last days. No prophet ever told us or gave us a date at when Christ comes. Who gave us these dates? The colonizers. You follow them. But what? So you colonize.
Greetings.
Peace, brother.
They are going to listen to the reasoning, deep reasoning. Just a forward from Ethiopia 2 weeks now.
Say it again. You say what?
Just coming from Ethiopia like 2 weeks now.
Okay. You say you just left Ethiopia.
Yeah. Enough things you say, them don't know enough information. That is facts.
Okay, that's what's up. You from Jamaica?
Yeah, man.
Okay. What you went out there to Shashamani?
Yeah, Shashamani, yes, I passed through Shashamani, Arba Minch, Addis Ababa.
Okay, that's what's up, man. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure I follow you then because you know that's what we looking to do. We damn sure looking to travel.
Yeah, man. If you do that, the way your reason, me think so you was there already.
Say it again.
The way how you're reasoning, I thought you was there already.
Oh nah, man. You know, like I say, bro, when I go, I'm not going to visit. We're actually returning back to stay in our homeland. Like we're not going to visit, and we also going to restore it. Like that's gonna be our home.
That's true. That is mission the first time because Africa so big. So when you go there the first time, you have to maybe go again and take time, Bill.
Oh yeah, that's why when I go, man, like I planned on staying, but I know if I go too early, I'm gonna have to come back to America. But you know, I do plan on. Well, I don't plan. I know. You know that's will be my home. That's will be where I reside at. That actually will be where the White House for the African nations. The White House gonna be in Ethiopia. That's where the African Union is at.
True.
Everything is already there. They just are without God's majesty. If God's majesty wasn't Ethiopia, it'll be a whole different Ethiopia.
Yeah, man.
But God's majesty has been taken away from Ethiopia. That's what the Bible lets you know. Like the people have been destroyed because we went against God. A lot of our kings did evil. But now we are the generation that's gonna restore what our forefathers, lost.
True.
You know,
As
so
you just said, enough of the information you said was deep information. Me just a listen and a full joy. But me I wonder why the people, enough people are bash you like that.
but that come with the truth. I guess they realizing why Christ was crucified, huh? For telling the
Yeah,
truth.
yeah, that's true, fam. True.
That's what it is, bro.
Yeah, man, give thanks.
Likewise, brother. I definitely gave you a follow, man. And like I say, if you want to reach out to us, man, we got a real movement going on for Ethiopia, bro. We got some brothers in Jamaica. So
All right.
you can link in with us on the website, send us your information. Like I say, if you ever travel back, we might be able to travel together one day.
All right, fam. No love. And Afik, yeah.
All right, peace, bro.
Take care.
Let me go back on Archibald and let me bring my brother back up, Habashai. And that's the brother I was speaking. When you did I let you up on my pen? Oh, I think it's the brother.
My phone died, sorry, man.
Okay, yeah. All right.
Yeah. So I think I gotta be a mouth. What's the word? Forgot. I need to speak on behalf of you to my Ethiopian brothers and sisters who misunderstand you. Because I think you misunderstood from what I'm hearing. Okay.
Oh yeah.
You're not going back and saying or disrespecting what happened in the past, the history, but you're saying right now Ethiopians are colonized, right?
Correct.
They need to restore their faith. They need to withstand all this Western. What's the word? Help me out.
Western ideology with Western teachings.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. So because that's not what they're thinking. I think when they come and see that they're looking at this, like I said, the word Ethiopia is colonized. They just quick disrespect for them. Like that boils their blood. So.
Yeah.
Because I mean, like you said, the Chinese, Bill Gates coming in. Now, even the new leader right now in Ethiopia, the way things are happening there, like it's all about money, you know. Like our people are suffering. There's a civil war right there, right now. So nobody can deny that, you know. No matter how prideful we are, we can't deny what's happening there in Africa. Ethiopia used to be like a pillar. One of the countries that other African countries used to look up to. Haile Selassie was like a man feared even by, a lot of Europeans. But look at us now, a lot of jokes when an Ethiopian man is mentioned. So, if you're coming from that side, I understand that. But you shouldn't forget also there's 100+ million people there in Ethiopia, which you have to work with. You can't just go with few people and change the whole country.
What, brother man? I think
take you years.
Well, no. I think that's why I said many are called, few are chosen. So it's gonna be the few people like you that be the helping hand for this information to get to the people, because. Like, I know I'm not going to do everything. I'm just going to do my part. So if I play my role, you have to play your role. Other people also have to play their role. So when they hear you saying this information or however you deliver it, you will know how to give it to them. That's how we come together. But like I say, I'm not speaking this kind of information so everybody can gravitate to it. I'm speaking this kind of information so the few can recognize who have to come to this. Everybody don't have to come to this. Everybody not gonna say Ethiopia is colonized. A few people gonna be like, hey, bro, you know what? I know what you're saying, and you know what? I'm gonna get this message out. We gonna come together and we gonna heal our people. Those are the people I'm looking for, and I know that's a small group of people. That's not the 100 million Ethiopians. I already know this. The same thing with my brothers over here. All my brothers not gonna help me do what I do. It's gonna be a small people that will help me do what I do. So that's the standpoint I'm coming from. So I know I'm not gonna do this by myself. I know it's gonna take other people. trust me, that's why I have a few people that's with me, bro. Like I said, we have a lot of Ethiopians that want to meet us. Like I said, we have sat down with the Ethiopian embassy. We have been through the Ethiopian church in New York. You know, and like I said, we even tried to talk to the prime minister of DC, the head dude of DC that's over all the churches. We had a phone conversation with him, but he didn't want to meet with us. You know, people be on their high horse. So we are in talk with people. And like I say, when I go talk to Ethiopia, I just don't run to them and say, you colonize. That ain't my conversation. But this is a social media platform that reach a broad audience. And most Ethiopians wouldn't even be in here if I didn't have the title up here. You know, so it's like a hook to catch the right people. It's not a hook to make everybody agree with me. That's not why it is up here. It's only a hook to catch a few people. You know.
Yeah, like I said, I agree with most of the things you say. I can't fully support you because of, like I said, the prophecy. I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe he already came and fulfilled that prophecy you're talking about. You don't think it's coming. You think it's still happening. So that's where we disagree.
Oh yeah, well yeah, I know, and like I said, that part gonna happen, and when it happens, that's when we gonna agree. You know, like everybody can say whatever they want about what Jesus did, but nobody has the proof of Jesus to verify their facts. So the happening is gonna really bring it, and that's why the Bible talk about two resurrections. You got the first resurrection, which are those who gonna rise with Christ. You got the second resurrection when everybody gonna rise from the madness. You know.
Yeah, but what do you think about the biblical accounts? Because I believe you are reading from the Bible, like you read from Amos, so you believe in the Bible, but you don't believe in Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, who all testified about Jesus Christ?
Well, you got to understand, an Ethiopian never been named Matthew. An Ethiopian never been named John. So the New Testament is a foreshadow of the last days. The New Testament is not a history story that happened 2,000 years ago. It's a foreshadow. So by us not knowing that, when we read the New Testament, we think it's history. But the New Testament is about the house of David coming out of captivity. It's about the house of David coming from Babylon, so they can go restore their throne. You know. So like I said.
So what makes you believe, like, you believe half of the Bible, like the Old Testament? Why would you believe in the Old Testament then?
Because the prophecies
named Amos in Ethiopia too.
Well, you gotta understand, because the prophecies are for the last days. So Isaiah prophesies about Christ, right?
But
okay, that's what I'm saying. So,
Bible, right?
Huh?
Isaiah is in the Bible, right? In the Old Testament.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
you believe his words. Why not believe in Mark and Matthew?
Because
it's in the Bible.
Because Mark, John, Matthew is not the last days. So
what do you mean?
So the writings of the New Testament is backed off the prophecies of the Old. But you got to understand, the prophets of the Old seen the things that was going to take place in the New. So the New Testament is not a story that happened. It's a testament that foreshadows what happens in the last days. So in the last days, what was going to take place? Christ was going to be in a foreign land that's not his. And he was going to be talking to people whose names have been changed because they have also been taken from their from their native land. So Christ is an individual who comes from the captivity of the people and bring them back home. But what the colonizers have done, they have taken these stories and changed time. The prophets tell us this. In the book of Psalms, it said it's going to be a crafty counsel against us. So what is the crafty counsel? They took the book and they put dates on it. So now these stories, they tell you when they happen. Like the Romans told us when Jesus came. Ethiopians didn't tell us when Jesus came, the Romans did. And everybody believed what the Romans have told us, that Jesus came 2,000 years ago. Everybody believed that. That's the colonized information. Because if Christ's a black man, then who Christ gonna be talking to? Black people. So what I gotta do to the black people? Make them think he already came. So whenever he show up, they'll never witness him. That's why our ministry is Christ on earth. Just like you read Peter, Peter heard Christ. So they got a Peter right now on earth. He's hearing Christ. Now, he might be in denial, but he hearing Christ. So the New Testament characters are mind frames that people going to be in when they see Christ. That's what the New Testament is written for. This is a mystery, but this comes from Christ. That's why the Bible say, wait on Christ. But right now, we listen to man when the book say, let every man be a liar. But we don't do that. We listen to what man tell us, and man is telling us lies.
So, you know, we in Ethiopia, we have a Bible. You already told us that the Bible comes from Ethiopia, right? And there are 81 books in that Bible. So you're saying in those 81 books, there is no Jesus Christ? It doesn't talk about any of them? 81 books?
It talks about the seed of David that's God gonna raise up, and he gonna restore his father's throne. The original Ethiopian Bible don't have a New Testament.
The 81 books?
No, the original Ethiopian Bible does not have a New Testament. That's why when you talk about the writings, the prophecy never been fulfilled. The prophecy, that's what I'm saying. The Christ is walking the earth right now as me and you talking. But why nobody is looking for him? Because the colonizers told you he already came. But the prophets told you he was going to come in the last days.
The Ethiopian Bible has the four Gospels. The four Gospels, they included the four canonical Gospels. Matthew, Mark, Luke, John.
Well,
These
look,
are the accounts of Jesus Christ and his teachings.
No, you got the New Testament was written by the Greeks, not the original Bible writers. That's why the New Testament don't come from Ethiopia. It was in the original writings, in the original scrolls, is no New Testament. That's why multiple people came together and wrote the New Testament based off the writings of the Old. Because you gotta understand like this: when you deal with the prophetic visions, according to Jeremiah, what was Christ gonna do? Christ was gonna gather people from the four corners of the earth. Did the Christ 2,000 years gather people from the four corners of the earth and set up a throne? No. You know why? Because he never came. So even when you go into the prophetic visions of what Christ gonna do, the 2,000-year-old Christ did not do it. Because that is a made-up Christ by the colonizers.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still gonna go back to the Bible, because the 81 out of the 81 books, 27 books of the Bible are the New Testament, the four Gospels. So I don't know how you say the New Testament is not part of the Ethiopian Bible.
Well, look.
What is that?
The Holy Ethiopic Version.
Ethiopic version?
Yeah.
Who wrote that?
Who wrote it? It's an Ethiopic version. It's a translation. It's, of course, you gotta understand, brother. The original scrolls was taken from Ethiopia. So when you say Ethiopia got the original, no, the Vatican got the original. Let's get the facts straight. The Vatican got the original writings because you gotta understand, when Tedros rose to power, Tedros had defeated many other tribal wars. So Tedros had gathered a lot of the stuff that the Crown Council had and the rest of the people had, and he put it in one church. So when they came and sacked Magdala, they sieged everything that Tedros had gathered. That's why they was called Tedros Robin Hood. So the original scrolls, the original is in the Vatican. The Ethiopians does not have the original no more. This is facts.
So the original Bible is actually called Giz Bible. You believe that, right? Giz Bible?
No, it was written in Giz. It was written in Giz, which Ethiopians no longer speak.
Yeah, I mean, that's how our priests speak.
Yeah, all right there. Yeah, so That's what I'm saying. But so
Yes, but our priests do speak against the people at the church, you know.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So the people can't read the original book then.
But that book actually contains the gospel. That's what I'm saying.
No, not the book I got.
I can look into it. What's actually the? Can you give me the whole name so I can look into it?
Let me look it up. Let me give you the. Where did this come from? It says containing the entire canon of the Ethiopian Bible. This is by. I can't. Matter of fact, let me turn the camera on.
Can you show it to me? Yeah, if you show it to me, I'll know.
No, it's on this page. I hate to show y'all what one of the kids did, but let me turn the camera around. So this was by
Saturn. What is it? Saturn?
Productions.
Saturn Grand?
Yeah.
That's
Saturn Grand
2007.
Productions.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know this group were like legit?
Well, brother man, brother man, like if the Ethiopian prophecy doesn't change, bro. Oh shit, get that off.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Ethiopian prophecy. Yeah, it don't change. So the translation is just the people who translate it in English. You know, like that's why I say when you read in the book.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We're talking about the colonizers. We have to be careful who we read the books from. But this group is actually established in 2006. I'm just looking at it in Google now, and it says they do spiritual literature, comic books, reviving long forgotten public domain works. But this is not actually coming directly from Ethiopia. It's like Ethiopia because.
But you got to understand, all Ethiopian books, I mean, all of the Bible books were published by the Europeans because they're the ones who stole the scrolls from Ethiopia. So all the books that we get are always gonna come from the printing press from the Europeans. They're the ones who created books.
But you are telling me not to believe in that. Like I have to investigate, right?
No, brother man. I'm not saying don't believe in the book. I believe in the Bible. I believe in the prophecies.
No. I believe in the Bible. I know you believe in the Bible. I just don't know if this group put out a Bible that has the full 81 books that our Bible have. Because I've never seen this before.
Well, brother man, the only reason why you have 81 books, including the New Testament, is because of what the British put in there. But when you deal with the writings, it's no New Testament. Because the New Testament is a spoken word.
So if I talk to my people in Ethiopia and bring you a Giz Bible in our Giz language that has 81 books, will you believe that book?
What, brother man? I believe in the Bible today. They got 66 books. It's not that I don't believe in the Bible. It's the understanding. The understanding of the book is coming from man. Man don't understand the Bible because Moses wrote about Christ. Isaiah wrote about Christ. That's why if you read in the book, Christ gave the disciples understanding. The disciples didn't understand the book. Christ had to give them understanding. So right now, that's a foreshadow of what's going to happen because back then, bro, Ethiopia didn't have a book. They had scrolls. So I just want to hear this. So the generation that the Bible is talking about, who Christ's going to be talking to, is going to be a generation of people when they have the book in their hand. Everybody didn't have the book in their hand back then.
But I also want you to include all the books here. You just mentioned.
Well, no.
Don't forget Matthew. Don't forget Mark. Why would you exclude those books?
No, brother man, I don't.
That's where it talks about Jesus Christ. That's where the difference comes.
Well, no, brother, I'm not excluding the books. I believe in the New Testament, but my understanding of the New Testament is different from yours. Because the understanding of the New Testament is from the colonizer's point of view.
Yeah.
But David, I want to say, if you read Matthew chapter 1, David was carried to Babylon.
Yeah.
Where is Babylon?
I believe it's considered, Babylon is considered as a bad place, like where sins happen and stuff, right? But I don't know where it's located.
All right then. So everybody that read the Bible, they don't know what Babylon is. But Babylon, when we talk about Babylon, that's more of a council. So the priesthood of God is stuck in Babylon. Now, a lot of people is in a foreign land. Like that's why Moses said we're going to go back to Egypt on ships. And we're going to worship gods that our fathers knew. Or say something about our fathers that we know all our fathers knew. So the house of David is in captivity. According to Matthew. Now Christ comes from that captivity. According to Matthew. But the Romans teach us Christ came 2,000 years ago and was born in Egypt. If you understand shit, this is Egypt. And Joseph and Mary ran. I mean, when he was born, Joseph and Mary fled to Egypt. You see what I'm saying? But this story is from the colonizer's point of view. It's not from the understanding of what these things mean. So when I say, I'm not saying I don't believe in the New Testament. I have a totally different understanding than what most people have, because everybody have the colonizer information. The same Jesus story you believe, the people in America believe. But why? Because if y'all was never colonized, you would have a different Jesus story than us in America. You wouldn't have the same story.
My understanding came from not just from the Old Testament, but when I read the New Testament, of course you look for witnesses, because it's all about witnesses. We didn't have videos and all that stuff to show us that these things existed in the past. Like Jesus Christ actually walked the whole world on earth and did what he did. But these things were written down, and he is the most famous. He's still the most famous person in the world. How is that possible? If you think about it, and then we have these 4 gospels that talk about Jesus Christ, all of them saying the same thing. Now, you say you believe in the New Testament, you're reading something, but you don't believe, like you see it from a different side. I actually want to know, what do you believe about the New Testament? When it says Jesus Christ walked and he healed his people and stuff, so you don't believe in those things. Like, what do you see?
I believe they're happening right now before your eyes, and you are blind to it. Because of what the colonizers have taught us. So right now, Christ come remove the blindness from Israel. Israel are blind because of what? The information of the colonizers. So Christ gonna tell the truth to remove that blindness, which will heal the people. That's the whole thing about the people who lived in darkness have seen the great light. Wouldn't you say these people are in darkness right now? The world is in darkness. Wouldn't you say that?
I can say the world, but for me, I can speak for myself. I can't, really speak about. Yes, I see a lot of darkness, but for me, I am really awake, because I try to follow what God wants me to follow, do the things that I'm supposed to. And I like I said, I believe in Christ because it makes sense to me. You know why? I have a lot of sins. I do, commit sins on a daily basis, and I have to look onto something or someone, and that someone is Jesus Christ. I don't care if he's white, black. That's not even a conversation to me. Because that doesn't really matter to me.
Oh, no, that matters. No, that matters. It matters.
This is where we differ. Why does that matter to you? Color, when we die, you don't take your black skin, your white skin, your yellow skin. You just die,
Brother man.
It's not even speaking of in the next world.
Well, brother man.
Why would it matter? Mm-hmm.
Why, if it didn't matter, why they changed it? Well, we didn't change it, brother man. They changed it. So we got to ask ourselves, do we know why they changed it? Do we actually know why they made him white?
This life is all about it.
No, I'm just saying, like,
I see it as another challenge. Like I said, I'm a black person. when someone comes and talks about how, you know, like if someone comes and maybe calls me black or, you know, that word, I'm not even offended now. I used to get offended in the past, but I'm not even offended now. Why? You know why? Because it's up to me. It's up to me to control. Like nobody's coming and hitting me with a stick to get angry.
Well, brother man,
it's all up to me.
Well, look, I want to bring this to light though.
That's how you see things, yeah.
Well, yeah, you right now. Like I say, if anybody call me a name, I don't get mad either. You know, and I agree. You gotta come to high. But I want to look at it like this, brother man. Christ saves the living, not the dead. So we're not gonna be unalive to see Christ. The people in the Bible, they have to be unalive to see Christ. So Christ comes for the living. God is a God of the living. So the colonizers have made us think while they take over the world, we don't worry about nothing. We give it all to Jesus, which ain't even real, while they take over the world.
No, that's where I agree with you. When you said you're gonna go and change lives and stuff, you can do that. That's good. Anything good that you can do on this life, I agree with you. I support you. Do that. But what's got that to do with a skin color?
Because brother man, like it has skin color. We didn't make the problem about skin color, but the truth. Everybody is not a lion. Everybody is not a cheetah. And a cheetah can't sit there and say, well, I'm not going to call myself a cheetah no more. I'm going to be a lion. A cheetah can't be a lion. A cheetah has to be a cheetah. That's the truth. Now,
so why can't we sorry to cut
that's
you?
what I'm saying.
Why can't we just say then there's bad people, there's good people. Let's be the good people and have good followers. You know, like go that route.
Well, brother man, what you gotta understand.
White people, black people.
No, brother, I'm not. Listen, brother. Listen, brother man. I talk to white people all the time, brother. I don't hate white people, but I know it's black people and I know it's white people. I know that's what I'm saying. But bro, like you can't see. Hold up. That's what I'm saying. We are being taught in these time of days to let the truth offend us, rather than the truth heal us. We cannot sugarcoat the truth because of feelings. We can't do that. We have to tell the. That's why the lion and the cheetah. A cheetah can't say I'm not gonna worry about being a cheetah because we all cats. No, a cheetah gotta be a cheetah, and a lion can't do what a cheetah do, and a cheetah can't do what a lion do. Just like a sparrow can't sit there and say, "Well, I'm gonna be an eagle today." No, you a sparrow. That's an eagle. That's a sparrow. That's the truth. It's not hate. Like the sparrow don't raise their kids to hate the eagle. So when the truth is saying we can't, especially black people, they forced us. When we talk about the truth, it becomes race talk. No, we're not talking race. We're talking the truth. If Christ a black man, let him be a black man. He ain't no damn white man. We got to tell people that. The Bible didn't come from Europeans. It came from black people. We have to tell the world this. We can't just water down the truth to make other people feel good, because when they told the lie, you think they cared about us? When they lied to us about all this stuff that they taught us, you think they care about us? No. But we gonna care about them and tell them the truth. So at the same time, I understand, like, telling the truth is not stooping down to people level. We're not gonna tell the truth and hate white people. That's not what I'm saying. We gonna tell the truth. That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And we're not gonna put no Kool-Aid, and we're not gonna put no sugar in it. We must tell the truth. That's why right now in Ethiopia, a light-skinned person get looked at more better than a black man. Why? Because of what the colonizers did. If Jesus is white, I want to be white too. People don't even want to be black no more. And look, I want to say this. The most famous Jesus is a white Jesus. I'm going to say it again. The most famous Jesus is a white Jesus, and the book don't even come from white people. You can't sit there and say this is an Ethiopian book and it don't matter if he black. How many white people was originally come from Ethiopia? Okay, then. So we got to tell the truth.
You asking me?
Well, yeah.
How many?
Yeah, how many white people originally come from Ethiopia?
None.
Okay, then. So Jesus can't be white. So we have to tell the truth. We can't, that's what I'm saying. We can't keep dimming our light to fit into society. Ethiopians want to stand out until it's time to tell the truth. No, we going to stand out by telling the truth. That's what's going to make us set apart. The Bible tells you to be set apart. And I want to say, I'm going to give you the floor back. Why do the Bible say the world hated Christ?
Because he came with the truth.
That's all I appreciate. You got the flow, my brother. You got the flow.
Telling the truth, like you said, as it is, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying, if you see the big picture, I'm sure you're a very smart man. You look into the bigger picture. Because it's not about this life for sure. If it is about this life, then I think, we would be, so concerned about what tomorrow holds, because we don't even know what tomorrow holds. It's all about preparing a place for you in heaven with God, right? I think that's what you want, right? At the end of the day, you want to be with God as one family. You said you have nothing against white people or any other people. You're bringing unity, not hate. So who is one person or one spirit that's against all this? The devil.
Well, brother man.
The devil exists. Let me finish. I'll come to the devil creates confusion. So we're here, to go through this challenge. These are challenges that we have to face and overcome. Like when I said color doesn't matter, I know it affects a lot of people. It's causing a lot of issues, but all these big problems that we see are coming not from God, from the devil. If it's coming from the devil, that's why I'm saying we should see the big picture. We're all humans. Of course, you have to stand for those who are less benefited, like us, you said, the Ethiopians, the black people. But there are also other people in the world, even white people, that are in the same place like us, less fortunate, hated, all that stuff. So I want you to stand as if you're a man of God. I want you to stand for everyone at the end of the day. You said, okay, well, you'll give us as a priority. That's your priority. And then everyone will heal from there. But,
Okay,
if this is Christ talking, he will be talking to everyone.
Well,
not just
when Moses came to Egypt, did Moses get everybody or did he get the children of Israel?
The Egyptians were taking them as slaves. They were bad people, so I'm talking about good people.
Okay, well, what brother man? Well, like you had other people with the Israelites when they came out of Moses. You had other strangers attach themselves to us because we have a movement for God. So this is what we have to understand. You have to look at it like this, brother man. When it comes to our legacy, it has been stolen and taken. So when you are fighting to take your legacy back, you have to do it for your people. You're not doing it to hate other people, but you are fighting for your people because the throne of David wasn't taken from every nation. It wasn't taken from everybody. The throne of David was taken from a particular people. So if you are fighting for the throne, you are fighting for the particular people. Now, by fighting for this throne and creating this throne, you're going to heal all people. All nations going to receive healing. All people, white, black, no matter what color it is, they're going to receive healing. But at the same time, the fight is still for a particular people. And anybody who's wicked, like Christ say, I have came for the lost sheep of Israel. That's what Christ said. It's in the Bible. Is everybody the lost sheep of Israel?
No.
Okay then. So either Jesus wasn't a man of God, or what? He knew what he was doing. He know what he was doing. And so that's what we gotta understand. Like, I can't get up and talk to the Russian people. I don't know their struggle. I know my people struggle. So, but at the same time, we gonna unite with many nations. We gonna trade with many nations. We gonna be in friendship with many nations. But shit, we gotta get our nation first, because we don't have it. You know, and that's why white folks is coming over and being in control of us, because we're not taking control of our own. You know, so that's what it's about. It's about us getting our own. They got their own. Shit, we want our own. That's all I'm doing here, bro. So, like I say, sometimes we look at things maybe the wrong way until we have a conversation and really see the insight. But my man, this is a black man redemption. Bob said it best. This is a black man redemption. We can't hide that from the world. All the nations know the black man need to be redeemed. Everybody know this. They gonna help us. White folks gonna help us. Chinese folks gonna help us. Russia gonna help us. Every nation is gonna help us. Because every nation know. Matter of fact, you had a Middle Eastern woman telling black people to come back home. We need y'all. Because they know when we make the move, we gonna affect all nations. So again, I'm not just saying up here, let's just do this for black people, only black people, and forget everybody else. We can't do that. You know, but at the same time, we have to establish our own. That's for us and it's by us. Key word, it's for us and it's also by us. That's what I'm doing. I'm not preaching hate to hate no other nation. No, that's not what I'm doing. But at the same time, I am speaking for black people. It's no secret. Shit, you got white folks talking for black people.
Wrong about that. And like I said, you know, I understand you, so I'm not gonna disagree with what you said. Because if you come out and say, these are my people, and this is what I'm fighting for, that's perfect. But in the past, I spoke with you, I think 1 or 2 times, and you said you're actually the Messiah. You're actually Jesus Christ. So if you're Jesus Christ, that you say you are, which I don't think that changed. Yes.
No, it ain't changed. No, that's still the same. That's still the same.
That's what I'm saying. Like, now you're saying, I'm for the black people. You're coming out and saying, this is my people.
Correct.
That's where, you see where the confusion is?
Well, yeah, that's where the confusion is. Yeah. But that's why they wait crazy white man. Because the CIA in America been trying to stop the rise of a black messiah. So the CIA ain't indoctrinated. You agree, right? The CIA is not indoctrinated with the white man lies, right? Mm-hmm. They know the truth. So why would a $1 billion industry waste their time looking for a black messiah if there's not a black messiah? But at the same time, the black people are confused. Well, I don't care if he's white or black. He came 2,000 years ago. But the government who told you to lie is looking for the Messiah on earth. But the black people not looking for the Messiah on earth. Why? Because they colonized with information. The CIA not colonized. They the organization that did the colonization. So these same people who helped colonize the world is looking for a black Christ on earth. Why? Why has the CIA since the 1920s looking for a black Christ on earth? Why? Have anybody ever asked themselves these things?
First time hearing about it. I've never heard about that before.
Well, you need to look it up.
I'm going to look into it.
Yeah, looking up. It's called COINTELPRO. That's why every leader in America after Marcus Garvey, the CIA created them. The CIA created Elijah Muhammad. The CIA created Malcolm X. The CIA created Martin Luther King. All these leaders was created because the CIA created the organizations that they learned from. But look it up. It's called COINTELPRO. Well, they've been trying to stop. Their whole mission was to stop the Black Messiah from rising. So that's telling you the government know who they had. We don't know who we are. And the Ethiopians don't know who we are.
How are you still alive, my brother, then?
Because I'm the real one. You gotta understand, the real Christ is gonna fulfill the prophecy. The real Christ ain't gonna be unalive and fly away. Because the 2,000-year-old Christ didn't fulfill God's prophecy. He didn't set up the throne of David. He didn't establish a kingdom. And he didn't judge the nations. This is what Christ comes to do. But the 2,000-year-old Christ, he didn't bring no judgment. So what I'm doing, I'm judging the nations. I'm gathering the people. And what? I'm setting up the throne of David. These things going to take place because God has his hand on me. I'm not somebody that just entering in organizations. All this is all what I have come from God. No college, no professor, no priest, no emperor taught me what I know. So I'm not unalive because of simply if I get unalive, then I ain't Christ. If something happened to me, I ain't Christ. You know, so
I don't wish anything happened to you, brother. But yeah, like I said, you know, all the good things you're doing, all the good things you're saying about, you know, helping people in general. I agree with you. Keep the good work because, you know, there's less people fighting for people nowadays. People are all about other things. It's just that you're misunderstood when you say a few things here and there, like you said, you know, the caption here and stuff. As Ethiopians, we're very, you know, I just want you to know that just like any other nation, I don't think we're any different. Like you said, we're very prideful, traditional, cultural people who love other people. You know, yes, there are some people, bad people. In every nation, you will find bad people everywhere. But just in general, most Habesha or Ethiopian people are good people, respectful people. They come here angry at you because, you know, they want to protect the history, the forefathers, not disrespect what they have done. We did fight, but like you said, right now we're not fighting. I understand that right now the whole nation is not in a good place because of the stuff we're getting from the Western, the money. You know, people are of course affected by money. The leaders are doing not great. You know, selling everything we have, everything we own. So that's going to definitely change in the future. Restoring that, I believe in restoring that. If that's your goal, you know, I support you. In every culture, tradition has to be restored. Like I said, the only thing I disagree with you is I still believe that, you know, Jesus has already been here and, you know, he was sacrificed and died for us. I believe in that. I don't know if that will change anytime soon. But I will still keep watching you. You know, I'll come here and there. I think we have a good conversation. So.
Oh yeah, and you know, anytime you want to reach out, we can definitely speak outside of social media. You know, just reach out to us, and we could definitely chop it up outside of social media. You know, and maybe put some things together.
Yeah, I'm here in Dallas. I don't know where you guys.
Oh, you in Dallas? Well, actually, man, I got a brother in Dallas that's a part of his mission. So, you know, you can actually meet up with him and maybe y'all can sit down and have a conversation. Cause like I say, we have a movement going. So yeah, send me your information and I can forward it to him. He actually in Dallas right now. That's where he's at.
Nothing wrong with conversation. Like I said, you know, I agree with restoring the faith and all that stuff because, yes, that's something that needs to change for sure.
Yeah.
And
okay.
I hope people come here and understand and have a good conversation with you. Just a quick message to my Ethiopian friends. Try to understand what he's trying to say. He's not diminishing your history, our history. He's just saying that we're colonized right now. So it doesn't have to be physically. We're just not having our own economy, our own life, our own faith. Things are changing, and you know that we have a civil war going on there. We're fighting. Most people are not following their faith. They don't go to church and all that stuff. Everything you see on TikTok is bad. So we can't run away from that. So in that, I think you have to support our brother here.
Respect, brother. And like I say, definitely send us the information so I can get it to my brother, man. Like I say, we'll love to sit down and speak with you, bro.
All right. You have a good one, man.
All right. Peace. See that? You waiting on me? I really want to start a panel to let we can start a panel and kind of, because like I say, y'all, if Bible prophecy is for us to return back to Ethiopia, where the throne of David is at, this is a very important conversation. This is not a conversation just for hate, and that's why I respect the brother. That's why I even let him back up, because if you're not up here to have a conversation to see where your brother is coming from, because I talk to Ethiopians, I know where they coming from. They have never been colonized because they won all the wars. And when they come up here, they want to tell me about how they won the war. I know about the wars. I did my research also. Now, you might have a little more than me because what? You live there. You're supposed to have more than me. So I'm not up here to say, I got more than you. I know more than you. That's not, you can't have a conversation with those intentions. But you have a conversation about how we going to come together and how we going to move forward and why you think that way. Because the only people I have a good conversation with is be like, man, why you think that way? Let me see. Because I know why you think the way, because shit, that's why I got it up here. I must know why Ethiopians say they're not colonized. You see what I'm saying? I must know that. Now, why do Ethiopians say they're not colonized? Because they fought the Italians off. That's the only reason they have. They fought the Italians off, so now they are not colonized. Well, y'all, it's way bigger than that. Colonization is just not winning a war. You know, it has you got way more stuff behind, you know, winning a war to dictate if you colonize or not. You know, and that's why people got to understand, when you get rid of certain leaders, when certain leaders are unalive, then your power, your resources, your history, your information is gone with that king. They didn't have copybooks, y'all. They didn't have, what they call them? Printing press, copywriters. They didn't have these things, y'all. So we must understand that your information was always with an individual, as God information is always with an individual. God information you cannot put in a book. That's why the only thing that's in that book is the vision that the prophet seen. God information is spoken. God don't pick up pens. God pick up people. So when people write for God, they speak for God. When people write for God, they speak for God. Let me see what I'm letting up, y'all. I really don't know. I talk to him. Call me to God. I think I'm gonna let him know. Call me. Didn't I talk to him before?
Which one?
Call me. No, right here.
I don't think I've seen that picture before.
So like I say, y'all, that's what we gotta understand, man. You know, it's not rocket science, y'all. It's not, we're not making this hard, man. And that's why, like I say, I appreciate the Ethiopians who come up and have that decent conversation so we can unite with our brothers and sisters and restore what's rightfully ours. But I'm I'm getting. You say I want to talk to you. Have I talked to you before? Have I talked to you before? I call me to God. Have I talked to you before? No, you're not. I'm letting somebody up on your phone. But y'all got, like, people always say, well, Christ, what you doing? Christ gonna suffer many things. Shit, I'm suffering talking with my brothers and sisters. Shit, my own family. You know, a prophet not welcome in his own household. You know, so these things, like, y'all have to understand, that's why we can't get nothing done. Shit, I can barely talk to the people. As soon as you tell them the truth, they shoot you down. Soon as they hear the truth come out your mouth, they pull the trigger. So these things, y'all, we have to understand, like, conversation rules the nation. So until we able to have a conversation, we'll never rule the nation. Never. Never. So I think these people I'm gonna let some of the saints up, y'all, and I'm gonna let some of the saints up and let them talk, man, because I'm tired of talking, really. But I know, huh? You gonna put yours down? Okay. So we gonna do this on one platform, y'all. And we're gonna open up a panel, so we might let 2 Ethiopians up at a time, maybe 3 Ethiopians up at a time. We'll do 3 and 3. Let me get the panel right, y'all. Let me get the panel right.
Peace, peace, King.
So y'all can talk with other people who also are part of this movement, y'all. We're gonna do 3 and 3, y'all.
So everybody who's on the Arch Evolution, go to Yaju Judah 3 TikTok if you guys want to talk more about this topic.
Yeah, if you want to talk more about the topic, go to Yaju Judah 3.
Peace, peace, everybody.
Hey, peace. What's going on, family?
Peace, peace, family.
Peace and blessings.
So let me let some Ethiopians up here. Peace, brother. Hey, peace. Y'all gotta come on mute. Go on mute when you come in. But actually, brother, you could be the first one with the flow. I can't say your name. Miko?
Hi, family.
What's going on? Peace, brother.
What's up?
What's up, brother, man?
Currently, I can see that you guys are debating Ethiopia is colonized or is colonized.
Well, it's more of a gathering than a debate. It just turns into a debate, when certain facts get overlooked.
First of all, what do you know about Ethiopia?
Well, the main thing that we know is that the Ethiopians that are in America, that practice Christianity, they believe in a 2,000-year Christ. And we know that the colonization was able to be effective with the Bible.
I can't get off on you at all, can I?
So if the colonizer used the Bible to basically teach Christianity, then they use that same Christian ideology to go back into Ethiopia and not to physically colonize the Ethiopians, but to give them a way of thinking that separates them from the African American. But other than that, the whole point of us unifying is to get to know more about the Ethiopian, for the Ethiopian to get to know more about the African American.
And the key is that communication started a while ago, as my brother man has been trying to point out. Queen Zatu, before Selassie sat on the throne, the queen that was on the throne of David was contacting the Pan-African, the most relevant Pan-African of that time, Marcus Garvey. So this is just a reestablishing of something that had already begun to take place. You understand? I think he might have checked out for a quick minute, but
Mutiku, when you're outside of the TikTok app, we can't hear you. You gotta stay in the TikTok app.
Yao, you can unmute also if you wanted to.
Hello?
Oh, okay, you back. Did you hear what I
I'm
said?
back. Look.
Hold
In
on.
1935.
I'm asking, did you hear what I said?
Repeat the question because it was the error of network.
Oh, well, you asked what we knew about Ethiopia, and I answered, and I was asking, did you hear my response?
Yes.
Okay. You could continue.
Yes. Look, in 1935, on the 3rd October, for the first time, Italy invaded Ethiopia to colonize. Okay? They were beaten by Ethiopians. Those you see those the covers of your the wall cover there by TikTok. By those leadership, they were beaten so hardly and harshly. They go back. Again, they collect their power. They came invade for the second time. For the last time that we won is before 120 years, the third invasion of Italy over Ethiopia. Actually, that war was ended before the lunch. Is not the invasion of Italy in Ethiopia is not that professional army versus professional army. It is the war, people versus Italian army. You understand?
Yeah, we never debated the fact that the Ethiopians were great fighters and warriors.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
But you asked if I understand, so don't get offended when I answer you.
Yeah, I got you. I understand you. I'm so polite. I'm just telling you it true. That is the colonization that I know.
Right.
By the time Britain colonized Egypt and Nigeria was colonized by British, many African countries, they were divided. Those superpowers were they take part in Africa and then they colonize as well. France also.
So can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
Is colonized, the word colonized, is that an Ethiopian word?
We hear that word from other Africans that they were saying that they were colonized. We never call it colonization. We don't know what is colonization, but we know invasion.
Bro, that's not what I asked you, man. Is that an Ethiopian word?
English word.
Okay, so the black people in America, English is probably not our first language either, because we butcher the language. They say we speak Ubonic. They say we speak Ubonic, right? So we learning how to work with the English language just like Ethiopians. And one thing that I know about the English language is their words don't just have one definition. You could look up an English word and it might have 10 different definitions. So when you say colonize and then you bring up the battles, the physical battles, you're talking about one aspect of colonization. You're talking about the physical occupying of the people. What you're not understanding is two things you're not understanding. For one, Yaju Judah is bringing this topic up to unify the Ethiopians and the African Americans. And the rest of the Africans and the other people too. But specifically because we invite Ethiopians up, you need to understand that this is to unify. It's not to separate us. We already separated. The second thing you need to understand is when we speak about colonization, we're not just talking about the physical occupation of Ethiopia. We're talking about the Bible was used to colonize the whole entire world. But the first Bible came out of Ethiopia. So if the first Bible came out of Ethiopia and the Bible talks about the regathering of Israel, then it's talking about Ethiopians. So what we're referring to when we say colonize, we're talking about a spiritual colonization where we have
Thank you.
Ethiopians.
Now I got you.
Let me finish.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I got you now.
Brother, you can have the mic next. Just let me land my plane. We're talking about a strong warrior class of people that worship a white version of their own history. That's a mental occupation. And that occupation is being passed down by moms to daughters, fathers to sons. You got warrior fathers that believe in a Christo, a white Christos version of Jesus. And they teaching this to their warrior sons. So they both proud because they know they strong warriors that beat the Italians. We would never conquer, we would never colonize. But you looking at this English word colonize, not realizing that the English are so clever that you're missing the definition of colonize that applies to Ethiopians, which is a spiritual and mental colonization.
Are you done?
That's all that I wanted to say. So you got the floor, brother.
Let me respond to your conversation as whole. Look, I believe in what I know is that colonization is invading and forcing something in your community or in your country or in your society. Colonization means is enforcing what you don't want. And ever since what I know is that if I'm not forced to have this religion, this religion is imposed on me by force. Yes, I can call it colonization. We were not forced to be a Christians or a Muslims in Ethiopia. That is a history. The second thing is that if I'm not colonized, meaning I were not forced to have a religion.
Are you a Christian?
Even though, look, let me finish.
I'm just trying to see
Ethiopian Bible. Ethiopian Bible.
Are you talking to me as a Christian or no?
I am.
You are a Christian. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I am. I were not forced to be a Christian.
Okay. You learned it from your parents, right?
Yes. We never had a religion war in Ethiopia ever since.
So let me ask you something.
Ever since I know Ethiopian history. Let me finish here. Let me finish.
Hold on. Is Jesus Ethiopian?
Let me finish.
You already finished. If you can't, if it's hard for you to
not yet.
Hard for you to answer
Ethiopian
this
Bible.
question,
Ethiopian Bible.
Remember, this is about unity. So relax. Is Christ Ethiopian?
The last point that I can take less than a minute. You understand?
ለምንድን ነው ወደኛ የሚያመጡት? የራሳቸውን ባርነት የተገዙትን ለራሳቸው የራሳቸውን ችግር ወደ
we feel like as Ethiopian. Sister. Koi. Wait a minute. Look, Ethiopian Bible is older than any Bible. So, which means Christianity began in Ethiopia. It made manifest in Israel by the born of Jesus. You understand what I'm saying?
That's the colonized interpretation of it.
No. Look,
this is
brother,
what I'm trying to tell you. This is
look,
the truth. This
your
is the
DNA
truth.
belongs
Look,
in Africa.
This is the hard truth.
Your DNA,
brother.
You belong to Africa no matter in which planet are you living. Look, I'm Pan-African, I'm patriot.
Okay.
You have to listen.
Okay.
I'm Ethiopian.
Listen. That's true, right? Christianity doesn't matter where you are, it's still the same Christianity, right?
Yes.
But you claim to be Ethiopian, correct?
Yes.
Because
I am Ethiopian. I can't claim
hold
it.
on, because that's important too. So you can't negate the fact that you're Ethiopian just because you're Christian. I don't hear you saying, so I'm Christian, so I don't need to be Ethiopian anymore.
What do you mean?
So it's important where Christ, where the throne of David, where the Solomonic dynasty, and where the Bible come from is important. Even if it's to save the whole world, the origin of it is still important.
Ask your forefathers if they are alive. They know they were volunteering to fight in a war of Ethiopia. The blacks especially, not whites. You understand?
I think that you're not allowing what I'm saying to actually register with you.
I hear you.
Because you think
look, you were talking about spiritually colonization.
I understand how you feel, and this is the part that you're missing. I'm saying this from an empathetic standpoint. I understand how you feel because the pride and the history. The rich history of Ethiopia, the pride in your ancestors, the love for your mothers and fathers, those are the things that you hold true to. I get it. But as much as you are Christian, you still claim East Africa and Ethiopia because
even today, if a fighting chance has given to us, we wanna prove it.
But listen to this though. Are there wars between tribes within Ethiopia right now?
Yes, that's our own problem. It's a family matter.
So hold on, man. You can't don't retreat now. So whether it's your own business or not, are the people that's fighting, is one tribe less Ethiopian than the next tribe?
No, it's not about less pride.
Okay, so if they all equal, if they all are equal, if they are all equal Ethiopian, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. Just because you are Ethiopian doesn't mean that you won't have conflict with your brothers and your sisters. It still exists. So the solution to the conflicts is what we are bringing to the table, not more conflict.
We don't bring to the table anything about Ethiopia. Just
but okay, listen.
Problem. You come from Africa.
Hold on. Do you believe that Ethiopia is colonized or not? What's your belief?
Absolutely.
In your imagination.
The whole world is colonized.
My brother, hello. Are you talking about neo-colonization as well?
No. Not Ethiopians.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. For one thing, neo-colonization. Neo-colonization.
I know United States was colonized by Britain, but not Ethiopia. We can go on war maybe even 100 years. We don't care, but we don't give up in our identity. That's who we are.
አትግለጽላቸው። ምን አገባቸው? ለምንድን ነው የሚጠይቁኝ? ለምንድን ነው የምትገልጽላቸው? ምን ስለሆኑ ነው የሚገለጽላቸው? እንደዚህ የራሳቸው ችግር እዛ ተገልጸው ስለመጡ እናንተም ከኛ ጋር ችግር ውስጥ ግቡ ነው እያሉን ያሉት። ምን አገባቸው?
I wanted to know if anybody knew anything about the Eastern African slave trade, when it started and what people were affected during that slave trade.
You guys, the blacks, those who are United States, you are from Ghana, Nigeria,
the slave
Congo.
trade along the Indian Ocean. The slave trade along the Indian Ocean, along the coastline.
But the Ethiopian men never been in the United States.
During the 16th century, during the 16th century, 500, probably more than 500 years. more than 500 years ago. Did not European nations go throughout the eastern coast of Africa enslaving people along the Somali coastline, along all throughout the eastern
Yes, yes,
Horn?
yes, yes,
Even
yes.
Indians from India came and enslaved. Okay, so even then, colonization was being implemented.
That is
People
different
were being
colonization, though.
taken.
That is a
People were
different type of
being taken
colonization.
against their will to other parts of the world, even into America, the Caribbean, and other countries.
At
They
that
have been
time, they were
enslaved.
prisoner of war. They were prisoner of war. It
Okay,
was a war
and
between
they were
tribes. Therefore,
affected. They
they were
were.
affected, of course.
They were, and they were also sold into America, into
Who
the
are they?
colonies.
Who are sold to America?
They,
Who they?
the people that lived along the eastern African coastline, all throughout the eastern African
What's
coastline.
their name? Mention what's
Okay,
their name?
there are what you would call the Somali tribe today. There's
I'm not
also
I'm not Somali woman. Wait, let me ask you something. Where are you people over Ethiopia today? Where are we utopics? Is it because you are colonized? 600,000 people from Africa you sent in 1808, and then you want us to be Ethiopians? We are not the one who are in America now. Why are you asking about Ethiopia today? What do you want from us? What do you want to know about us?
We have a petition and a declaration against the Roman Catholic Church for what they did in Ethiopia in 1868 when
Don't worry about us.
By the
Don't worry
way,
about us.
hold on,
About culture.
Meron,
Don't worry
Meron,
about
let them.
you gotta hear us out.
No. It doesn't work like
You
that.
gotta hear us out to
Meron,
know.
Let me tell you something.
What?
Let me
How are you
finish.
gonna finish if you
Don't
ask
worry
us
about our religion. Don't worry about Ethiopia. Don't worry about anything about us. Just concern about your own self.
First of all, you can't tell us not to worry about something that is a part of our history. That's ridiculous. Also, you can't tell us not to worry about Ethiopian history and then turn around and tell us African Americans are from West and North Africa only. How you gonna tell us about our history and then tell us not to worry about your history when y'all history and our history is the same history?
can I speak? Can I have the floor for a minute?
Sure.
or is it
I
that
would
you
like to
sold
ask
us
a
off
question.
to the
I would like to
colonizers?
ask a question that have me a little confused. What is when you say Ethiopia is colonized as of right now? Are we speaking about neo-colonization, or are we talking that such as economy? Because culture-wise, I believe Ethiopia is still culturally, to some extent, still native. It hasn't been influenced to that extent of other colonized countries. I think, therefore, you can see the pride in all Ethiopians because they don't really see it in a cultural way of every day, but in any other economy, like the question you asked, is there division in Ethiopia right now? I mean, there has been war going on in Ethiopia for a minute, not just right now. And I would like to ask specifically, what kind of colonization are you talking about, and when do you think it started?
So when the tribes got together to help the British to defeat Magdala, to seize Magdala,
Year Magdala and
1868 with
who was the king at
King Tudros II.
Tedros II? Okay.
Tudros II, because in the way that you can kind of validate that is that the tribes were at war with each other. They were at war with Tudros before the British came along, but there were British captives, and so the British and other like they gathered a lot of other countries to help, but the people, the tribes in Ethiopia had to help them to even get across the terrain to get to Magdala. But they didn't even get along with each other in a real sense, because once they defeated Tudros, they were still warring with each other to the point that they couldn't even keep the spoils of the war. So the British were able to then turn around with all the spoils and leave with these things that we have a petition against the Roman Catholic Church to return back to Ethiopia.
Which I actually like to appreciate that people at the bottom, Mayor and whoever was here, I think they can learn from that. I haven't seen a petition that actually specifically talks about that period, trying to
Right.
return it, and I actually applaud that. So people going and people need to join that.
And why do you think that's important? Why do you think that would be important to return to Ethiopia? What would that do for the country?
One is first of all, it doesn't belong where it is. It is you cannot take something and claim it as their own. It should be returned. It
Now,
was taken by force and should be returned.
now,
Second
and I'm
thing,
glad you said that because I don't want to cut you off at all. I just want to interject something right quick. If when those things were took, if the people were part of those spoils that were taken, shouldn't the people be returned also?
yes.
Okay.
If the people want to. If the people want to.
If the people want to. Okay. So that's all I wanted to ask. You could continue.
And the question was, I just wanted to applaud that you guys have a petition specifically for that time. I just want to check if we're talking about the same timeline. I believe Tedros was killed at that time, and they took his son as a prisoner of war to British.
Correct.
And they still have his son, the crown, and his son's head, I believe, in British, and many, I've heard that, but in many other artifacts that they took from Ethiopia at that period.
Right.
And do you think that is when the colonization started, or because right now the confusion is the people here are talking Ethiopian, a specific colonization by Italy later on after Tedros.
Well, you could
But
definitely
here we're speaking about
you could
way
definitely
before
say that that's when it started, because right now the Roman Catholic Church with the Pope and all of the priests is basically a cosplay of the Solomonic dynasty. They took the scrolls, created Bible scriptures, and with manifest destiny, and the declarations that they had, they emboldened the colonizers to go to other indigenous places with religion, with sending in missionaries, teaching this indoctrination, separating the tribes in West Africa, in East Africa, in all these other places, separating the tribes based on religious beliefs. Because just like with Tedros and with the Ethiopians, some wanted to hold to their original indigenous beliefs, and some wanted to go with the religious aspect of the Christ that came 2,000 years ago, the white Jesus that's been pressed upon the whole world.
So he's no longer.
So it was.
But there was still the Solomonic dynasty still continued after Tedros. After him, there was King Johann.
I know, but what
King
I'm trying to tell
Menelik
you
and
is
Haile Selassie.
what I'm trying to explain to you is that scrolls that was put into the biblical text is actually what was used to spiritually colonize the entire world. The whole world knows about the Bible now. Less than 1% know that came from Ethiopia.
Yes, but wouldn't you say colonization is Ethiopia is colonized is more tough word to use if it's that only? Because
Yes.
colonization is
It's
talking
tough
about
for a
unity.
reason, though. It's tough for a reason, and the reason that it's tough is because if it was
Matiko, you gotta mute.
it's tough. It is tough. It's very tough, and that's all we coming with is tough truth. We're not
Maybe not the right word to use. Maybe not the right word.
It's the perfect word, because it's what's going to initiate conversations with the people of that place so that we can get the dialogue going to figure it out. If we was coming with weak claims, if we were saying something that wasn't tough, you wouldn't be up here. Miku wouldn't be up here. People they wouldn't have to come out of their feelings to deal with the facts. So this title and this as you call it tough talk is what's going to spark and initiate the conversations that need to happen in these last days.
So after Tedros, you believe that after Tedros, after that invasion, Ethiopia has been under colonization. Not just Ethiopia, the religion itself has been influenced into the wrong direction.
So it's not so much that it was an immediate thing, because if you look at our background, you can see the lineage of the throne of David after Tedros. So it wasn't like it was an immediate thing that happened, but what it is that the artifacts that they took, the riches and the wealth that they took, the majesty that they took, no king after Tedros got it back. So even though they defeated the Italians, even though Halassi ran to Britain and then came back, he didn't bring the stuff that they took from Ethiopia back with him. As a matter of fact, after him, the throne of dynasty, the throne of David and the Solomonic dynasty haven't been the same since he left and came back. So the way that it has been positioned is to allow the younger Ethiopians that came, say, in the 80s, the 70s, 80s, and 90s, their belief is that, oh, well, we decided to get rid of the throne. We didn't need it anymore. But the throne is the whole majesty that the Ethiopians, with the pride of Ethiopia, is in the dynasty. The same way that the pride of what makes Great Britain great is the throne. So why would we get rid of the throne if that's what makes us great? It's because when those things was taken, it basically set the stage for the British to be a invisible hand. And that's basically why, when you say Ethiopia is colonized, Ethiopians will fight you tooth and nail, because it's like, no, we not. We decided not to have a throne. We decided to give away our majesty. Halassi gave that to the queen and we was cool with it. No, y'all wasn't. You didn't know, because all of the leadership was unalive during the 5 years that the Italians occupied occupied Ethiopia. And then Great Britain came along and said, well, the Italians need to leave, but they didn't bring the spoils back. They barely wanted to give the lock of hair back that didn't even really come from the Vatican. This came from private collections.
Yes.
And so what a lot of people, what we can't negate is the fact that once these, and it's not if, but when these artifacts are given back to Ethiopia and the majesty is brought back to Ethiopia, people don't understand. For one, the Roman Catholic Church has about 6 miles of ancient artifacts from indigenous people all throughout Africa, not just Egypt. So once those things are returned to Ethiopia, then the Pandora's box is open, and those things have to be returned to all indigenous lands. Because all of their power over the world, this cosplay that they doing as if they the Solomonic dynasty, all of the things that they're holding on to keep them in power, once that's returned to the people and we're governing ourselves, then a lot of these conflicts that we have can be resolved amicably. It doesn't have to be any more tribal wars in Ethiopia. It doesn't have to be these invisible lines that you African Americans are not Ethiopian, y'all from West Africa, y'all not the same as us. That's bullshit. We the same people. And the great deceiver is the one that has us arguing over these facts to think that. Why would we want anything from Ethiopia? For the most part, in America, African Americans were taught not to even look to Ethiopia. So this is not something like, oh, we want to come take from Ethiopia. No, we want, all the gold medals that we win in America for America as Black people, we want to bring that to Ethiopia. All of the innovation that we give to America that make people want to come to America, we want to bring that back to our homeland. We don't want to take from it. We want to give back to it. We want to stop doing this for the people that's colonized us and do it for the majesty of the Most High, for Christ, and for our people.
Yes, I agree with that. I have no problem against that. Just I myself, I'm Ethiopian, and I'm reading a lot of Ethiopian the typing here, saying that you don't seem to know history, but I'll tell him he seems to know more history than people out here, and more than me as well. So I applaud you for that. And the artifacts is being returned. Who here Ethiopian on the comments down there? Who you got? Who's one Ethiopia that has been trying to return the artifacts, and you're out here trying to shame and talk about you don't know Ethiopian, fix your own, do your own thing. That is
Yeah,
not all
tell them
about
put
unity.
a one in the
And that,
comments if you've been trying to get back the Ethiopian artifacts. If you Ethiopian
yeah,
and you've been trying to get the artifacts back, put a one in the
type
comments.
it down. Yep, and let's see. So honestly, I'd like to mention that I'd like to applaud you guys, whoever's been doing this. Return the artifacts back to where they belong. Shit.
And you know what?
Yeah.
If you haven't been trying to get the artifacts back, it's okay. Y'all could get together and go sign a petition, and we could show some.
I
We
already
could
did
show.
sign the petition.
That's what's
Sign the
up, brother.
petition. Sign the petition. Yeah, sign the petition. Now, the only problem they don't seem now. I would like to actually go based on what you were asking earlier. Is there division and war in Ethiopia right now? And I would like you guys to actually highlight that as well, because we don't really need to go as far as Tedros to see there is still being artifacts stolen. A year ago, there was, if you go on eBay, there were Ethiopian artifacts being sold at a cheap price that were stolen during the war. And who was behind it, doing is funding the money, all that is the British government and other outside American governments and other people that want the truth to be hidden. So, even right now, it's still going on. There's division in Ethiopia, there's war. So I don't know what the people talking about. The Ethiopian out here, the division, of course, neo-colonization, or whatever you want to call it. We are colonized if we're killing each other, fighting over a border line when we have a bigger land and a bigger, the whole Africa. We, as a Pan-Africanist, why they say that we are Pan-Africanists. As a Pan-Africanist, why would we be killing each other? Why would we be forget as Ethiopian, the Ethiopian tribes against tribes in Ethiopia in the same land? We should be welcoming our brothers and sisters from America, from every other world. That's the meaning of Pan-Africanism. That's the movement. So I don't understand what the problem is here.
Facts, brother.
So I applaud you guys. Keep it up, and I'll share the return the artifacts, everything, and return the people too.
One love.
Yeah,
That's
one
what's up.
love.
I mean, we definitely appreciate those words, brother. Salute to you, man.
I have to give you a
So
follow.
take it. But it takes patience, and I've seen Drew for I've seen you for a long time out here working, telling people the truth and telling them to return artifacts. So I applaud you for that, brother.
Salute, brother. Salute.
Just to state, like the more and more I listen or view, the brother is, I like to say he's right. At 5 years old during the Reagan administration, I remember taking food to schools to give to Ethiopians as part of maybe a brainwashing tool for the poor blacks, giving canned goods, and that's not real food to send to Ethiopia. Then on television, they were showing us pictures of Ethiopian people who were poor, skinny, flies all over them and
Yeah,
stuff
we
like
all got
that.
the same American image of Ethiopian with the flies, the babies with the pot bellies.
Yeah, and this is at a time when the black man is coming out of wars and stuff. When he may have $1, he may be able to go back home if he educates himself. So why would I want to go there? Why would I want to go there if that's what it's about? There's a saying that the sun never sets on an English colony because they're everywhere. and then I was educated to a older man told me to look up Negro land. I said, what Negro land? What does that mean? He said, just look it up. And I just did some research. And as I put that research into what I'm hearing from you guys, it's just the push of the Ethiopian into Western Africa. And then the Ethiopian sold into the slave trade. And then the Ethiopian ended up into either Jamaica, the Dominican Republic, or Haiti.
Right.
And then the Haitians, they fought because the French said they plundered that island, and then the Spanish said, "Hey, come back and get your niggas. Excuse my French. Get your slaves because your slaves are having a bad influence on my slaves." But the French didn't want that island anymore because they had plundered it. But they still wanted them to come back and get their island. But, you know, and I have a few Dominican friends, and just to see their mentality of how, you know, look at Sammy Sosa. They want to bleach their skin. They want to, you know, we've been brainwashed. We have been, like the young brother, everything he's saying is true. We have been brainwashed into not knowing who we are. And once we don't know who we are, we want to become something.
Well, it's in our nature to want to be something because we know we something. You know, it's just like you know, just like the story with Simba and the Lion King. You know, even though he was out there with the boar and the other animals, at the end of the day, he still was the king. So it's in us to know that something is greater for us than what we're experiencing, and that's why they work so hard to keep us divided and to keep us docile. Because just like you said, while they sending us images of Ethiopians being poor and something that we wouldn't want to be connected to, they was also putting drugs in our community. You know, as we coming back from these wars and whatnot, PTSD. You know, the prison industrial.
Let me cut you off right there, bro. In Ethiopian people, we never been starved. That's just what you see on the media.
Well, and that's the whole thing with what they show you all about us in America. They give you rap music to make you think all black people don't know anything. So I see my brother Yaju coming up showing images of royalty in Ethiopia and telling about Ethiopian history. And instead of being respected like somebody from Britain talking about Ethiopian history, brothers want to tell him, or Ethiopians want to tell him, don't tell me nothing about Ethiopia, as if a black man can't have knowledge of his history in Africa. So we can accept the British having all of the artifacts and having museums and talking about Ethiopian history, and Ethiopians will even go to these museums to show people about their own history, but will argue with a black man and say, don't talk about this because you're not from here. Even though he's telling you our roots is connected to there.
It's not like that. It's just.
I'm hearing the conversations, bro. You can't say it's not like that. It is.
Because you come in like to protect yourself. I never say anything. You cannot talk about it. But the way you're saying, like the profile.
I'm not just saying you. I'm talking about the brother that's been on for about 2-3 hours with Ethiopian after Ethiopian and they feelings.
Yeah, I mean, I live with four. I shared an apartment with 4 Ethiopians myself over 15 years ago. They were going to college, and that's their main thing was to tell me about that country and how it had never been conquered by the white man.
It never been conquered. I don't know where do you get those history.
And you know what though? But by you all believing you never been conquered,
our aunts and sister, they never sold us out.
But this is the thing though. This is why that's so dangerous. Why thinking that you haven't been colonized on any level is so dangerous? Because it makes you look at the African American and say, we not like y'all.
Nah,
y'all don't come from here because we never been colonized, but you all have been colonized.
You see, that's the
brother.
problem.
You can't hear me if you're talking while I'm talking.
You're not giving me a chance to talk.
Well, I wasn't finished. The whole point is is this, is the whole design is to keep us divided. Now, whether all African Americans is from that area, from East Africa or not, a large portion of us are. And the portion that are part of the fulfillment of the biblical prophecy. And whether we like it or not, the prophecy is going to be fulfilled because that's God's will. So at the end of the day, again, we bring in unity. We're not bringing division.
The land of Ethiopia was not colonized, but the mindsets of now and the artifacts and the history of Ethiopia has been colonized.
Okay,
Is that
okay,
more
okay. Well,
clarifying in some way?
it's still. Why not think of there's a people in a place that comes from here. Let's go save my brother.
That's in the history. That's a long time of.
what he
That's
did
a
on
different
Selassie.
kind of
He went
colonization,
to
though.
Jamaica, started
Well, no,
bringing black people back to Ethiopia. That's what he did
I
on
want to say
Selassie.
this.
That,
And
that's
see,
what.
like this is what I found out, and I'm glad we got these different titles up here. That really shows, like my brother man, like got African American ancestors, because these are African American ancestors that's originally come from Ethiopia, and you got the prophecy is about uncolonizing Ethiopia. But if Ethiopians don't know they are colonized, then what they are not no longer connected to? God's prophecy. Now, if you are colonized according to God's prophecy, so that means your mind frame or your thoughts can't be in cahoots with God's vision or God prophecy. So now God prophecy is being fulfilled, and most Ethiopians don't even consider themselves the biblical people. If you talk to most Ethiopians right now, they're going to say the biblical people are in Israel. The Ethiopians don't consider themselves the Jews of the Bible?
We know that we are.
No, so I want to ask you this. So you telling me, do you consider yourself the original Jew that's in the Bible?
Yes, we know what that we are.
So who are the Jews in Israel?
Let me tell you this.
No, not finished. Answer the question.
I don't know where they come from. You know what?
I asked you where they come from, but do you agree that they are real Jews?
I don't know about that, because right now Israel is taking thousands of Ethiopians back to Israel, saying they are from the lost tribes of Dan and Gad. You get me? From the 12 tribes of Israel. Really dark-skinned people, they are taking. You can Google it out, find it out. Israel is taking back, claiming that from the Jews.
Okay, well, yeah, brother. That's why I'm just trying to get your point of view of it. Do you think Israel is the chosen biblical land?
In the first place, if I told you this, you don't believe me. But
brother, all you gotta do is say, brother man, all you gotta do is say yes or no.
Let me tell you this: Israelites, they're not in this world.
Bro. Stop trying to tell me something and just give me an answer. I'm asking you a question for a reason. So, do you agree? I'm not controlling you, bro. I'm just trying to get an answer, bro.
What you wanna say or wanna hear? I'm not
hey, brother, man. What I'm gonna do? If you what I'm no. What I'm gonna do, brother? I'm gonna drop you. If you don't want to answer the question, we gonna let you speak.
Ethiopian people, you fucking hate us, bro. That's what it is. Y'all hate our history.
See, he don't need to be up here. He really don't need to be up here, y'all. Because you're not even trying to have a conversation with us. We have sacrifices that put in work to help Ethiopia.
Yo, 251. I don't know what your name is. Yes, can I answer him a question? They did go. Israel did accept the Jewish from Ethiopia to come into Israel, but if you check the news and you go actually check the details, they gave them shots that were supposed to sterilize them not to have babies. And a lot of Ethiopian Jews that were in Israel, go search that and come back and talk about it.
No, we you know what? I did some research on that, and the Ethiopians in Israel said that they treat them the same way that they treat us here, African Americans in America, like second-class citizens.
They were giving them shots that were not gonna let them have babies.
Why the hell? Hey,
sterilization shot or whatever it's called.
Brother man, but why the Jews or why the Ethiopian Jews are in Israel is Ethiopia is the biblical land?
That's
Why are we? Why are we in Israel now? Why do you want to mix Ethiopian history
Hold
to
up,
Israel now?
sus. Nobody is mixing, but we showing the colonization of the mind, the colonization of information, because the Bible comes from Ethiopia, but you got some Ethiopian
No,
people.
it doesn't come from us. It doesn't come from us. You're wrong.
There you go.
King
There you go.
Izana, wait. King Izana, the king of Aksum, he brought Christianity through the Roman Empire. He converted to Ge'ez in 4th century. King Izana was in 1st century. We are the oldest nations. The king, go read the Aksum kingdom. So don't mix things. Don't mix things that you don't know. He brought the Christianity.
Now, I didn't know you was up here earlier. You actually got dropped down. So, and what you are speaking is the Roman dates. All them dates, them are not Ethiopian dates. Those are Roman dates. The 1st century, the 3rd century, the 2nd century, the Romans wrote that history. That's not Ethiopian history. You know, so like I say, y'all, this is what people do.
Where is the Ark of the Covenant?
According to Maccabees, the Ark of the Covenant is hidden, and it's going to be found when God gathers the people. That's in Maccabees, I think, chapter 7, in the book of Maccabees.
It is in Aksum, though. Is it in Aksum, Ethiopia?
No. The Ark of the Covenant is information. The Ark of the Covenant is not a box. That's why the Levites, which are God messengers, they carry the Ark of the Covenant. So a lot of times, well, the colonizers' information have made us believe the Ark of the Covenant is in a box. It's information.
It's information?
Yes, it is.
It's not
That's why Noah
I don't
built
think
the ark.
anybody knows what it looks like. There is a description in the Bible what the ark looks like. It's a physical. There is a description in the Bible what the Ark of the Covenant looks like. It's made out of gold, and it has 3 layers or steps. There's a very vivid description of it.
Well, I know, brother. It's a very description of the boat that Noah built. But the ark that Noah built was the Ark of the Covenant. It was God's security. But Noah didn't really build a boat. But they got a very description of the measurements and everything. So Christ is a carpenter because Christ is the builder of the Ark of the Covenant. Christ builds the information that's going to secure you for God. So the Ark of the Covenant is God's security. That's why when you go to spiritual war, you got to go with the ark to win. So the war, you put the ark in front, which is the information that's going to solidify that you win the war. Because you have what? The Ark of the Covenant. Because in the Bible is not a war, a physical war. The Bible says we don't war with flesh and blood.
Where is that information then?
That information will be with Christ. That's why Christ will be returning the Ark of the Covenant back to Ethiopia. That's why they say it's in Ethiopia. But it returns back to Ethiopia when David's throne is established. This is what Christ's going to do.
So in theory, it's a prophecy.
There you go. Now we talking. Yeah, all these stories that they tell us and make a fairy tale or create a history story out of it, because that's really what they did. They took these stories and created history stories. His story. But when you tell our story is connected to the prophecy of God. Our story is not connected to history.
Here I get a little bit confused because me personally, I grew up knowing the Ark of the Covenant is in Ethiopia and Aksum, and I have actually been there as well to go visit the location, and I have seen the priests that look after the place, and maybe it's not an item, it's an information or something. But another thing I would like to mention here, maybe since you connected it with the Solomon dynasty and the throne of David, every king that was crowned in Ethiopia used to go to Aksum, where the Ark of Covenant is supposed to be crowned.
Well, correct, but that's what I'm saying.
So if it is even information, they used to go there to get crowned, whether it's to get the information or I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know
they get the
for,
information. So that's why I say
but
the
that
Ark of
used
the
to be the
Covenant.
location where it gets crowned. It was
Well,
in
yeah,
Aksum
because
where the Ark of the Covenant is,
that's
or
why in the
was,
Bible
or
the Levites carried the ark.
yeah.
Not one person, multiple people who carry the information that secures you from the devil or from false information. That's why the
But
Ark of the Covenant is about winning the war. So right
did
now,
it get lost, or is it?
yeah, no, it's hidden because, like I say, according to prophecy, it's just hidden until
It,
God brings this information forth.
it
That's
is
why we
hidden. It is
scattered everywhere.
hidden. Nobody is able to see it. It is hidden. It is
Look,
hidden. But
nobody can see it. Yeah, you're right.
the
It's hidden. You can't see it,
but
no matter where
one
you
guy,
go.
there's a keeper. There's a keeper. One guy, and they always usually you could see the impact of that information on the person, physical form itself
Okay,
in
that's what I'm
Aksum.
saying because Christ.
So saying it's not in Aksum might be, I don't know. I actually believe it is in Aksum. Not I don't believe it's in Aksum. I know it is in Aksum.
Well,
I know
okay.
it's in Ethiopia.
Have you
I
seen it?
not seen it,
Well, you don't know.
but
You think.
no, I don't
No.
think I know it is in Aksum. Where, like,
Well, if it's in Axum, it's not hidden. Then you know where it's at.
you
But if
said
it's
you said
hidden,
it yourself.
no, just
They
hear
can't.
this out. Hear this out. Either it's hidden and you don't know where it's at, or either you know where it's at and it's in Axum. You can't have both. You can't have both. So you gotta leave it one or the
Well,
other. You
okay,
know.
I will say I believe it is in Aksum. Then I
Okay,
believe it is in
that's
Aksum.
cool.
Okay,
We
I
cool with
believe it
that.
is in
That's what you
Aksum.
want. We cool with that.
And you know
But
what?
like you said yourself, clarifies more for me that it's connected to the throne of David. It's an information and all that. Aksum was the location where all the kings of Ethiopia used to be crowned
But yeah,
for that specific reason and more.
you know what's so important about what you just said, brother? And I really appreciate you making a correction, because that was a real grown man move to say, okay, I believe. Because one thing that we know about the colonizer is he's a master of make believe. And at the end of the day, whether somebody believe or they don't, to be able to have the fortitude to just say, I've known it from a belief standpoint up to this point, but now that this is a conversation, I could say I don't really know. I believe that's a crucial step that so many of us have to take to be able to have this conversation without emotion, so that we can get past it to the things that are really important. Because guess what?
Yes.
In order to come together, we're not gonna solve every single little problem. But some of these little problems are secondary. The primary problem is us coming together and being able to have a conversation in the first place. So I just wanted to point that out and say I appreciate you for allowing the primary matter to continue, which is men, leadership, being able to come together and have a real conversation and put beliefs, whether it's make belief, instill belief, traditional belief, whatever it is, to put belief to the side for a minute to deal with the primary matter, which is the conversation that's going to get us from under the rulership of colonization.
Yes. And that is the point at the end of the day, is unity. Unity is the point. We all need to unite, stand together, and without that, it's just gonna continue what's going on right now. And the details in between can be fixed as you go, and as you fix things as you get closer to your goal, things will get brighter, and things will start to more from believing to knowing, since you go through it. Like when someone uh is about to fulfill a prophecy, first they believe they're going to fulfill a prophecy. After they fulfill it, then they know they fulfilled the prophecy.
Right.
I think it's similar to that. So like right now, the unity of Africa, like you said, the Ethiopia being the throne of David, the unity of Ethiopia, all that is a prophecy. And to fulfill that, we all have to play our part and try to understand each other, so we can get closer and closer in each step, instead of further in division. So I think that's why, like, we have to put our ego aside and try to understand each other to an extent, knowing that we are trying to help each other and make a better world for ourselves. So I think
Yeah,
that
because then
is
we can
what all
hold
the
each other.
Ethiopians here need to understand as well.
when we do that, you start to develop trust, and then we can hold each other accountable to the facts.
Yes. But I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna have to leave. My time is out. Thank you so much for what you all doing. Keep it up. May God bless you all.
All right, brother. Peace.
Peace.
Likewise, brother. Peace.
Because what if you could make Africa one nation, one coin?
Be undefeated
Woo woo!
on every level.
Sound the horn. Sound the horn, man. Let me let That's
If
why I
all
say,
the
man,
African nations
that's
stood
why.
together in righteousness, the colonizer don't want to see that, man.
Just like you said, everything that's being done here came from there. Coffee, corn, you name it, came from there. So, and then not only that, what comes above the ground, what's underneath the ground. So if you're able to make one coin, I mean, it'll be just so powerful. So you have to think right there. Your main job is to defeat their minds and not allow them to think collectively.
And you could look at it like this too. The Pope can really go anywhere in the world and get respected. You know, he could go to any country, he gonna get respected. And it's not because he got an army, it's because he got God.
Mm-hmm.
So if this man is basically like more or less like the king of the world because he's saying that he's the mediator between man and God, that just show you how powerful God is, even when you're not the true beholder. He's just playing cosplay and get all the respect. So once he have to step off that seat and really tell the truth, it's gonna make all the difference.
Good luck. Good luck. Good luck with everything. I mean, like you said the other day, I even found out that He-Man, the cartoon He-Man and She-Ra, comes from the Bible. Just so many things, man, that just come to light. You know, just you guys are just bringing so much truth. I don't think people would take enough time to listen. And there's something we were talking about. You can learn from anybody. I mean, even a fool can teach you something. It could teach you what not to do. So I don't think people are taking time to learn. Not at all.
And then people don't take the fact that Ethiopia's country, where they are held the most down there is DC. Why the district? Why the first land that they was given was in the district? See, we don't even. That's why I say a lot of people don't know about the relationship. They don't know how the relationship with America go way deeper than they live 1900 history. So why the majority of the land where Ethiopians go is the District of Columbia? Why?
That's
Out of
what.
all the African nations, Ethiopia is given the District of Columbia.
That's where I met. That's where I met the four guys that I stayed with. I was living on the outskirts of DC, Northern
The
Virginia. Yeah.
same, and look, the same place they said we came in at, that's where the Ethiopians at. They say we came in through Virginia. They right there in Virginia and DC. Heavy. Why? There's some stuff to ask yourself since we can't tell y'all nothing to know, so we just gonna make you think.
Man, let me tell you something. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's going on? Peace, brother. King, what's going on?
What's up, bro? Good work. Keep doing the good deed. Putting the word out. Let me tell y'all something, man. I live in Los Angeles, California, man. But I was living in Louisville, Kentucky, for quite some years. since college, since 2000. And there's a Muslim market in Louisville, Kentucky, downtown Louisville. One particular time I go in there, I walk into a shop, and it's all this Muslim market. It has Ethiopians in there, you name it. All the different countries from Africa, the people that came over, they all have shops here. I walk in one particular shop, and the brother said, "Where you from?" "I'm born and raised in the United States, South Indiana." I said, "I'm born here." No. Where are you from?" I said, "I'm born here." He said, "No, you from Ethiopia. Your skin color." He said, "I know somebody that look just like you in Ethiopia right now." He said, "I thought you were him." Honest to God. So I say that to say back to the emphasis, we are the same people. You know what I mean? And I stop on that subject, but the whole colonization, which you guys have been trying to talk about, is more than just occupying space. It's occupying the mind, it's occupying the system, the government system, and this talk about the central banking system. Central banks is what rules the world, right? So you're not free if you don't have your own central bank. You ain't got your own banking system. You ain't free. I don't care who you are, what you saying, how many times you ain't beat whomever. If you ain't got your own banking system, your own central bank that is not tied to the UN and the IMF, right? You making paper money, you're colonized. Period. If you're over there in Ethiopia, if you're wearing Jordans, if you're wearing Nike, if you're wearing Adidas, if you listen to American hip hop, you know what I mean? If you're eating KFC over there, Pizza Hut, you're colonized. I yield.
Well, man, like you say, man, they coming with a lot of pride, so it's hard for them to accept it. But that's what conversation for. Like I said, we appreciate y'all brothers and sisters that can come up and have this conversation that brings understanding to the people. You know, and that's what we here for. Because once people understand, then we can understand why we need to unite. A lot of people understand why we need to even unite. You know, so once you really understand that, you know, like I said, that's when the unity begins. That's why a conversation rules the nation. You know, somebody just came in. Greetings to you, user. You ain't got no name. I don't know. To the person that just came in, user.
Oh yeah, how are you guys?
All right, we good. Peace.
I really listened to you for a long time. I was very interested topic you guys bring it here. And I really want to say something regarding to the Ethiopia colonized. And thank you for doing this question mark. You added a question mark with exclamation mark. I really want to say something because there is I think a misunderstanding. So I want to say that.
So what is neo-colonized? I've seen that a few times in the comments, and the other dude said it. What is that?
That's the same thing like your mind. That's like information. That's like from the inside. Like your land not taking over, but your people is you know, giving out the wrong information.
Okay.
But that's not, you know, that's like you colonize from the inside, like tribal war and all that. Like that's what neo-colonialism means.
Okay.
Which is shit. Colonization. That's how they do it. Like
the whole world.
That's a slick way to say the same thing, really.
There you go. That's a better way to say it. Yeah. Another way to say the same thing. Shit. You know, to really, again, pacify you with the lie. And that's why when I really sit back and be like, damn, they really attacking me. And they really from the standpoint of saying, just because they beat the Italians, they are not colonized. That's the only reason. The only reason Ethiopians say they're not colonized because they won a war.
Right.
Like,
The Italians not even head of the colonization. The British Empire, who y'all allies with, is the colonizers.
And King, guess what? The African Americans that helped the North win the Civil War, they won that war. They still colonized.
Still colonized.
So winning the war don't mean you're not colonized.
Facts. We got civil rights. We still colonized.
Still colonized.
You know what I'm saying?
They freed the slaves.
Still colonized.
Still colonized. You know,
when Obama was president, we still
gonna have a black president. Still colonized.
Don't change. Don't change. And that man, like I say, this is why we don't understand Bible prophecy, and really nobody understands it, because the people where Bible prophecy came from, they don't even understand it. So how the hell we gonna understand it? It's almost impossible. If the people that's living in the land don't understand it, how we gonna understand it?
Okay, Negus Kingdom. Can I explain? Can you give me a chance to explain? Give me some time, like
well,
maybe.
No, I know you had cut off for a little while. No, if you were talking the whole time, we didn't hear nothing. As soon as you start talking, your phone cut off.
Oh, what about?
Oh, there you go again. We can't hear you. As soon as you start talking, you go off.
One second. You know what? I want to screenshot. I want to read it because I want you guys straight Google it, and I want to read it. It's totally different. Saying colonized and occupied. Let me explain that. Okay, there is a 5 years by Italy. They already end, but the history was what happened. They trying to colonize. Yes, they came in Ethiopia. There was what happened. Negus Haile Selassie, right? During Haile Selassie, they tried to colonize, but what happened is they didn't appear, because what they did, Haile Selassie, they already they scared, and then they already go to England, right? They hide England, but still the soldier, they was fighting for 5 years. Nobody agreed to be colonized that time. I want you guys Google it straight from the Google. It give you a right answer. You don't have to go anywhere. You don't have to bring any evidence. At the Google, it will tell you exactly what happened. Okay.
We know the stories, but we want to ask you this. Google the African American that helped Ethiopians win the war. Have you Googled that?
No. That's the truth.
Okay, well, that's the truth. Okay, so you have to understand the colonization we are talking about is information. It's not about somebody just taking over your land. Colonization have nothing to do with the Italians, because
there is a requirement. There is a requirement to be called colonized. There is a requirement. You have to follow that requirement. You have to sign. You have to agree. Whoever came to your country to be governed by that specific colonized country.
You're speaking English when you say colonize.
Okay.
So if you don't listen. So if you don't understand etymology, right? That's the origin of words, because you're getting all you're emotional and all that because you're stuck on their word, right? English is a dirty language made up of all different other languages, right? So you're speaking from this of what colonization looks like, right, on the surface, but it has an origin of the word and is deeper than what you understand it to be, right? So you're speaking to people that understands that what the word colonization means is more than just the surface of being occupying some space or winning a war, right? You don't understand that. We're not talking about, you got your cousins and y'all beat up the guy that was messing with you. But did you know that guy that after y'all beat him up? Listen. We're not talking about, again, you got your family together and then that guy that was trying to take y'all in, y'all went over there and beat him up and then y'all sent him on. But did you know that guy then went and created another system with another country, and that other country that they came in and took over your whole banking system, right? And now everybody has to be subjugated to that banking system, that central banking system,
which is attached to the United Monetary Fund system, the United Nations, right, which is ran by the Pope and the Vatican. That's what we're talking about. So
Okay,
you have to understand that. You have to.
okay, hold on, sir. I'm here today. I'm not here just to be specific. The person who spoke. I'm not here to give him answer. I'm here just. I want you guys, like, I don't want you guys saying that Ethiopia is colonized. Wasn't colonized. Again, I just want to say that because I know you guys saying even England, you're talking about England. There's nothing to do with England. Italy came to Ethiopia to colonize.
You're missing it. You're missing the point that we're making. You really are. And at this point, the more you talk, you're talking in circles and you're bringing more confusion to the whole discussion, right? You know, we're talking etymology, we're talking concepts, we're talking stuff that goes on in the mind, infrastructure, government, right? Government, all governments have central banking. Yes or no?
Yeah, I'm sir,
Yes or no? Yes.
You are
Yes or no?
another topic. You are. I want to explain
so
one thing.
we have to stay there. You have to stay there because this is actually the root of what we mean colonization, right? It's the system that is running the whole country, the monetary system, the military, the political system, right? And also the relations that your country and your government officials that you don't know personally. You don't know if they're a Muslim or not. You don't know if they're a Masonic in a Masonic order or nothing. You don't know that your prime minister or what he's doing when he's having meetings in the UK. You know, you don't know what goes on, right? So we're speaking from that standpoint of infrastructure, of running a country, right? So you have to basically walk with us in that, and you can't get caught up on the word colonize. You want to attack that. No, you're missing the point. You're being too emotional.
Yeah, you're talking about the current situation. You're talking about overall the psychological what they are doing. I didn't disagree with you. You're right, King Noble. I'm here. Last time he had a Nugus Kingdom. He has some topic, and I couldn't get a chance to be in that day. So I really want you guys to read that, like apart from a 5 years occupation by Mussolini, Italy. It has never been colonized. It has unique cultural heritage, being the home of Ethiopian Orthodox Church, one of the oldest country in denomination and monarchy that ended only the occupied of 1974. It's already there. If you Google it, everything is already here. So why you guys why you guys saying colonized?
Look, can somebody read her what the etymology meaning of colonization means? Can somebody? No, you need to know that. Let's stop there. The etymology word of colonization.
Well, I was actually looking it up. You know, I looked in my Laws Dictionary. I was looking in the Webster's, and the one thing that's jumping out is that it talks about the influence on politics.
Yeah, but I want to clear for the Nugus Kingdom. I want to clear that Ethiopia tried by Italy. That's true. We don't disagree with that. Okay, because
you see this right here?
Yes.
Where do like my brother man say, you talking about the infrastructure of those who run the country. Where do the people who run the country go to school at?
Yeah, we're talking about the past. I'm not talking about now the current situation, the system. I'm not talking about that.
When Tedros was king, we know Ethiopia wasn't colonized yet. But the colonizer was moving in, and they have been moving in since the 1800s. So way before the Italian wars, Great Britain have been planning to how they are going to colonize Ethiopia before the Italian war was even thought of. This is what you're not understanding. This is why Great Britain came and took the artifacts, all the historical writings, all the gold, and they destroyed the king who was going to fight them and not let them come in because everybody else was going to let Great Britain come in. That's why when Great Britain came in,
with 600,000 men for 300 people? They got rid of him.
He failed not because of the England what they did, because of how he was doing. He failed because of Mengistu Haile Mariam, right? After that came Mengistu Haile Mariam came, right? Because of him, not because of England. I know he was already escaped to England, and he spoke with the Queen Elizabeth by the time, and he's trying to negotiate because we don't want Italy colonized by, and he's like trying to be democratic. He went there to escape. He was hiding, but still the soldier, they was hiding at the forest. They still fighting Italy. That's why the Adwa happened.
Stop. You still going back to Italian. Great Britain is in control of Ethiopia, not Italia.
When was that? The system he took it?
So down, because do you know anything about the solid-minded gift?
No. Anyways, you guys want to end it up with that?
No, because this is what everybody, we have to hear each other out. We listen to what you were saying. Was my brother, like I said, you keep saying the Italians, we know about the Italian war. But what you don't understand is the solid-minded gift, which you know nothing about, which came from Ethiopian king that they knew about. They gave it, Haile Selassie gave it to Great Britain. This is documented in Ethiopian papers. Matter of fact, Haile Selassie's grandson made a statement when the Queen passed of how Haile Selassie did these things. So matter of fact, when people think I'm lying, I'm finna put it up on the screen so I can show you who is in control. It's not the Italians that have.
He was disappeared. Okay.
This is right here.
Okay, he came back.
No, here he is right here. It says
Her Majesty.
he was made the field marshal of the British Army. Haile Selassie was made field marshal of the British Army. It says Haile Selassie bestowed upon Her Majesty and her consort, Prince Philip, the highest orders within the solid-minded gift. So who is running Ethiopia right now? The people who was given the solid-minded gift, because Haile Selassie didn't give it to his grandkids. That's why his grandkids.
Listen. Okay, I accept they help. I accept the Queen Elizabeth that time. They help Haile Selassie. That's obvious. We accept that. But I want to point out, I want you know that never colonize, you need to accept that. I don't know why most of the country, why you disagree. Especially you guys, I know you love Ethiopia and I understand. I know I have a special place for you guys, especially Jamaica. I know how you love Ethiopia, I understand. But I want you guys proud of it. Negus Haile Selassie, he was the smartest guy. He went in England. She helped. Yes, I agree with that. That doesn't mean that they came and control us.
Sis,
I know she helped.
you know what you're not understanding, and I can hear it in other Ethiopians that speak on us, want to take something. We love the Lord. We love the Most High God, and His prophecy and His word is what led us to this understanding through Christ about Ethiopia. It could have led us anywhere in the world, but the fact that it's in Ethiopia is why we pursue it, because it is in the prophecy. It's a prophetic thing that we are connected to that place. And us trying to reveal the truth as it's being revealed to us is not trying to take anything from the people. But the problem is that Ethiopians have used that not being colonized to be prejudiced against other Africans for many, many years, because not being colonized separates you from Nigeria and Congo and all of these other places that you can kind of look down on and say, well, they were colonized, but we weren't. So it's not a matter of you all holding on to it to be in line with the will of the Father. It's an ego thing. And even in the scripture, it says pride comes before a fall. So at the end of the day, this is not about your ego. It's not even trying to destroy your history. It's trying to connect you back to your history, which is the lost children that's not only in America, but scattered all over the world. So, you got to drop the ego and really start getting down to some of the facts. And that the only way that's going to happen is to empty your cup and really start hearing some of the things that we're saying. But as long as you got this guard up where you better than all other Africans because you haven't been colonized, all y'all doing is isolating yourselves in Ethiopia, and then y'all warring with each other within Ethiopia.
No, that's a truth. You guys, you might be not happy, but you have to accept that's a truth. You have to accept it.
No,
That's the truth.
Well, if we was to go on that particular page, right, you could say some of the greatest black people in the world are African Americans. We could really.
We're not the one. We have the ego.
Hold on, because we've been hearing you out. If it was a war of egos, it would be easy to start pointing out some of the accolades of African American people and say that we are great people too. We've overcame all of these different things. We had a black president. You know, we whoop-de-whoop. But it's not about that. It's about humbling yourself before the Most High God and fulfilling His prophecy. It's not about your feelings.
No, it's not about feeling. So we all Ethiopian. How we never be told. We never been like. I took history, grade 9, grade 10. We never be told. We already learned about a lot history about the Aksum Kingdom, about in the world what's going on. But we never be told that. So you guys telling us here after a lot of years, you saying that we don't know that story.
But
we don't know that.
But the thing is we're not just telling you something. We're giving you the evidence.
No, what's the evidence? Evidence, even if you Google it, it's already showing you that occupied by Italy. Not there is no England colonized Ethiopia, so you have to accept that.
Why does it say in the scriptures that Ethiopia is going to be slain by the sword? Why does it say that in Zephaniah 2 and 12? What does that mean?
Okay, I don't know that. Where did you bring it? When I Google it, it's showing me that what I believe, what I learned. I don't know where you bring this evidence.
Do you believe in the Bible?
I don't have to believe a Bible, by the way, because I'm so Ethiopian.
Do you believe in the Bible?
I don't. Okay.
Well, you don't believe? Oh, well, like I said, that's why.
I don't have to.
Well, so you don't.
Who write the Bible? Do you think? Who write the Bible? It's a human.
Go down. You don't have to believe in the Bible. That's cool. And you don't have to believe in the Bible to get to heaven. You don't have to believe in the Bible to believe in God. You get that. That's cool.
I believe in God, but I don't believe in the Bible because the Bible who writes is human being.
Okay, but the Bible come from Ethiopia. Just want you to know that. But I just want to read this verse.
Interpreted.
Look, I just want to read this verse. It says, "Ye Ethiopians also, ye shall be slain by my sword." Now, I guess you don't believe in Christ either, then, right?
I do believe God, but I don't believe like a Bible because who writes the Bible?
Okay,
I have a question.
Oh, okay, but it says God's word is the sharpest thing known to man. It say God's word is the sharpest thing known to man. So when it says ye Ethiopians also shall be slain by my sword, so God's word is gonna cut everybody. Now, a lot of people don't know what we are speaking is God's word. Now, that's what people don't know. And God's word will cut. So what you've been told is not going to destroy God information. Google, God information going to cut Google. God information going to cut everything man ever said. So Ethiopians get prepared to be cut by God. And the truth hurts. That's why it's a cut.
No, it's not hurt for us. It's not hurt for us. Maybe for you guys, not hurt for us. I know maybe for...
It is hurtful with how you expressing yourself. We hear the emotions and the frustration.
Let me explain you for my personal experience. When I came in, I live in Canada. Okay, I took the global citizenship course, which is learning about like everything, about religion, about history, about everything. The teacher, she told me that everybody, she was trying, I don't know why even she teaching that. She told us, oh, you guys, you have to stand with whoever colonized the country. She said, everybody goes to there. And then I don't go anywhere. She was trying, she asked me, go somewhere. I'm like, Ethiopia is never colonized. So why I'm going where? She was like, I'm the only person. I was like, I didn't go anywhere because what I know is Ethiopia is never colonized. That's what I know. She was so upset to me. Why she upset to me? Because how come Ethiopia never colonized? What kind of silly question that? That's what I told. That's what I have. That's what I told. That's what I have experienced. So I cannot say, oh, Ethiopia is colonized where? No, we don't told that. So where I can bring that information, even the Google, I said Google it. That's what my answer is. You guys, you should be proud of that. You guys, you should be accept that's the truth.
Yes, you
That's
brought
it.
up
It doesn't
Canadian.
mean that we are smarter than everybody. It doesn't mean that we are. I know now the system is weak. The system is already colonized. Even now, Ethiopia, we influenced by anywhere. I do know. That time wasn't that. The truth is, like that time, never be influenced because of Haile Selassie.
You just debunked your whole argument.
No, that's not argument. You guys doing this for a while. I was listening to you. I was listening to you.
You just said Ethiopia was also influenced and colonized.
No, the system is now. The system is influenced right now.
It's the same.
But not that time. Accept it. Not that time. We're talking about the past.
Okay, sis. It don't matter. Right now, we can't communicate with our brothers and sisters in Ethiopia because right now they're influenced by the colonizers. That's all we saying.
I accept. Now,
okay,
yes.
all right then. So sis, it's no argument no more because we that's what we are saying also. We're not saying we're not saying the Italians beat the Ethiopians and we happy for the Italians. We are not saying that. We are saying right now the Ethiopian system is being influenced by the British
I agree with that.
Okay, then, so we saying this, so we have no argument here, sis.
But you have to say that you have. Okay.
Sis, no, what we need to do, we need to find a way to help us with our plan because we have a plan on the table. We're not up here just to talk, sis. We're not just talking about this. We are doing work about this. We are behind the scenes talking to people, going to officials, contacting government officials and high leaders. So we just not up here talking. We saying this for a reason. And if you agree with us, then find out you can join us and help us reconnect one another and fix these issues. Because sitting there arguing with us about something you already agree with, that's a waste of time.
Okay, I agree with that. The system right now, yes, obviously we are on the system. We are attacked. It's true. I don't disagree with your topic, but I want you that the past experience, like the history, don't make it wrong. This is the truth. You need to accept that. The Adawa accept that. They already accept that. Even Italy, they accept that. That time, what happened was we cannot miss information.
We don't have no date up here of saying when Ethiopia was colonized. We say Ethiopia is colonized. We don't have a date. We don't have the 1930 is when Ethiopia got colonized. That's not up there. We got Ethiopia is colonized, and you came up here and say, well, we are colonized. So sis, we have, that's it. You agree?
Yeah, right now, yes.
Okay,
I can accept the system is colonized, yes. But when we
you
talk
guys
about
misunderstand one thing.
Hear it.
Sister, I'm Ethiopian, but the thing is, she was saying in 1918, in Haile Selassie time, we wasn't colonized.
Thank you, yeah.
But now, after that, in what do you call it after that? I forgot his name. ንጉሱ ማን ነበረ ስሙ? ከዛ ነጣላቸው
after መንግስቱ ኃይለማርያም
in መንግስቱ ኃይለ because by the way Britain they didn't help us, by the way, that they already won the war. Yes. After that the Britain is come.
Yes.
And the thing, I love you guys, you are so open-minded. And the thing is, we ain't got no ego, by the way. I love you guys, but we are nothing.
Hey,
we are stupid. We are stupid, by the way. We don't love even though each other.
My brother, I just wanted to thank you for saying that. I just wanted to add in while we having this kind of even playing field. Everybody listening, go to the website www.yajujudah.com. You can find the petition. You can see the declaration. You can get a better understanding of what the plan is that we have on the table to help you.
Okay, brother.
Do y'all see this this letter that he just moved it, but it says that Haile Selassie gave the Solomonic gift to Britain. So when he went over to England, he gave the Solomonic gift to Britain. That's the authority of the Solomonic throne. That's the authority of the King of Kings throne that he actually gave over to Great Britain. That's why Ethiopia has that's why the world has a bunch of false information about the Solomonic dynasty.
I don't know about the Solomon dynasty, but
Here it is right here. That's what I'm saying. That's a part of Ethiopian history. Like, how the Ethiopians don't know about the Solomonic gift?
No, there is a Solomonic, Mickey. There is a Solomonic history.
That's what I'm saying. But the Ethiopians don't know about it because Great Britain is in control.
Such an Allah, he was created night and
But guys, let me tell you one thing. We call him
What did you
our
get
hero.
from Negus Kingdom? Where did you get this information?
Let me show you. Oh no, this.
Is it on the Google?
No, this a statement. This a statement that what you call him made. Haile Selassie grandson, when the queen passed, he made this statement to the press. You know, Haile Selassie grandson, the prime minister of Ethiopia right now, he made this statement talking about what his grandfather did. Now, like my brother man said it best, you don't know what these officials are doing behind closed doors when they are meeting with Britain. You don't know what deals they making. Haile Selassie was the ruler of that land. We wasn't sitting down with Haile Selassie when he was sitting down with Great Britain.
But Nugusu, the problem? Haile Selassie, after he escaped to the England, because he was afraid, he hid there because he was afraid. That's why he took his own. Okay, Nugusu, he took his even kid, right?
Sis, I want you to
Let me
understand.
finish my sentence.
No, because you cut me off and just said something, sis.
Okay, finish.
I just want you to understand. We know the story. We know the story, sis.
Not full story. Okay,
I started a petition 3 years ago, sis.
Okay, sir.
I just want to say, we always want to say something, but let's deal with the facts.
Okay, I agree. What you're talking, I agree. But let me add some information, which is you don't have it. Okay, I agree with that. What statement he does, what agreement with he does. But Haile Selassie, when the time he escaped, he already escaped, right? He was already in England, but he already doesn't have a power. Who fights that time with Italy? The rest of the soldier, which is the leftovers, they still fighting with Italy in that time. But he escaped. He doesn't have already power. He already scared of his life. He's already scared of his own kid. That's why he escaped. So what we did is, that time he win? Not Haile Selassie. The rest of the soldier in Ethiopia, they were fighting that time. They was hiding at the forest. They don't accept the Italy governor. Nobody
The
accepts.
one who won that war.
Who win is
we
not
call
Haile
him-
Selassie. The rest of the soldier fight for the country and they win. Haile Selassie, whatever he does agreement, he already escaped of his life. He afraid of. He already hide to England.
Yes.
But the other people who went there in Ethiopia, they was fighting. That's why they win. He's not there. He's already scared.
Sus, we was in America going help Ethiopians fight. This is what you don't want to accept. So you keep talking about, you going in circles talking about the Italian war. We passed that, sis. We have to get over that hump. You keep wanting to make this an argument and change the information that we are talking about.
I disagree, by the way. You're reading based on evidence. I see.
Okay, so we are talking about the colonization that's going on right now, which is why the Ethiopians don't understand Bible prophecy and the solid-minded gift that must return back to Ethiopia. The reason why Ethiopia is royalty, because of the solid-minded gift. This is what creates Ethiopia royal history. That's why right now it's no royalty in Ethiopia.
But the problem is, Haile Selassie, after he came back to England, he fell by the Mengistu. His system is already gone. The kingdom system is gone, and then the Mengistu become the power.
That's not. Haile Selassie.
He didn't want the second
Stop.
Italian war.
No, Haile Selassie has nothing to do with the throne of David. He just sat on it. The throne of David existed way before Haile Selassie. So Haile Selassie don't have that kind of power to say what? I don't want to wear with the throne. But you know why there's no throne in Ethiopia? Because Great Britain has to give.
Has to give what?
The Solomon gift. God wisdom. Listen, I'm going to say this one more time because I don't think y'all hear me. The Solomonic gift is what created Ethiopian royalty. Ethiopians don't even understand this because, like I say, all y'all so stuck on we beat the Italians and we ain't colonized. It's a way bigger history than that. It's way much more to the story. So right now, you don't know about the greatest gift that was in Ethiopia that created Ethiopian royal history. You know nothing about it.
I know you're talking about what he had agreement with England when by the time he there. You're talking about you bring this all evidence what he had the agreement based on, right? I agree with.
It's not an agreement.
By the way, even though some of Ethiopians kings they got scammed, by the way.
Yeah, but let's also
example,
add in. Let's add in. Let me say this: the whole continent of Africa at one time was called. The whole thing was called Ethiopia, right? As Kush and etc. So I don't even know the history of that, but I do know that the whole continent at one point was called Ethiopia. It wasn't just that little country right there, right? So again,
that was actually only. Well, the thing about that, I found out about that, when I did find out about that, Ethiopia is a colonized name. The continent of Africa was never called one name because rulers always called it whatever land they rule. That's what the name what it was. Because
who give this name? Who gives this name?
Let him talk. Let him talk. Don't cut him off, sis. Let him talk.
Because that's like right now, if you tell somebody about the siege of Magdala, the siege of Magdala happened in East Africa. But don't nobody know nothing about no damn Magdala. So whatever king was ruling at that time, that's who had control of what the name or what the land was, or what was it called. For instance, like right now, people might say I'm from North Baton Rouge, but we call it Dixie. We don't call it North Baton Rouge. The colonizers call it North Baton Rouge. We got our own name. So this how stuff was in Africa. Like this, like we didn't call it Africa, or we didn't give Africa one name until the Berlin Conference colonized it. Then it became like, oh, Ethiopia. Then it became Africa. That's after the colonizers drew the imaginary lines. But Ethiopia is a colonized name. That's not even an African name.
Ooh, see, that's
so
the truth right there.
Yeah, so when I found that, I'm like, well, Ethiopia could never be, the whole Africa could never be called Ethiopia. Especially when you start learning.
Who gave that name?
Oh, sis, because he also from Ethiopia, he was the king of Wallo. So if you get the Holland Wallo, and you'll be like, well, where Wallo at? It's in Ethiopia.
Okay, we don't learn that. We don't learn that Ethiopia. When we learn history.
Sis, I was talking to my brother, man. He has said, so I was trying to, because this is something I thought at one time too. So I was just letting him know, I was trying to clear it up and see did he vouch with it, and so I was just sharing, I was really talking to my brother.
I understand facts. That's facts. That's conquer the land, they name it after each other.
What's
right.
so cold-blooded about that is we still do that in America, like you were saying, because even in Chicago, people would think Tuckerville and O Block is way far from each other, but they right next. That's 63rd and 64th. They one block apart, but they named after people that was premier figures on those blocks. Mm-hmm. But to the rest of the world, they far in between, but they right next to each other. So that's still in our nature to do that, and that I'm just pointing that out to say that a lot of those similarities are still within us. It's the similarities is in the DNA, like you can't change it.
You can't change it.
Okay, you done.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me finish again my statement.
Who
Sis,
colonized
sis,
named some land after
you the brother
himself?
man. You know, he came in. You've been speaking a while, so
Okay,
I
go
want
ahead.
to hear the brother man if you got
What was I
something.
was gonna say? I was gonna say, guys, we ain't got no ego at all. We love all Africans, by the way. I swear to you guys. I grew up in Addis, and we love all African and African American, all black peoples. We are equal. We are not better than anyone. That was I was gonna say. Well, some countries, for example, our neighbor Somalia, say they eat us. They hate us.
Even
They think they are not
even Eritrea,
Ethiopia. They are not
even
black. We
Eritrea.
are
You see,
black. We
I
proud
don't know
of being
why.
black, by the way. The rest of Africans didn't know. We proud of being black. We
Thank you.
always say we are black. For example, I'm brown skin, I'm light skin, and when someone is come to me and they ask me, where you from? They think I'm mixed or something like that. No, I'm proud of being black. No, I'm black. I'm Ethiopian. I always say that. We ain't got no ego, by the way, guys. Some people's has that, yeah. Some people's are stupid. They could say in social media they talk about shit. That's not right. 90% of Ethiopians, we love all Africans.
Of
Thank you very
course.
much. Yes.
Of course. Now I thank you, Mickey. Thank you, Mickey. But we just don't wanna hear that, which is the misinformation that of course we are from Africa. Of course we're proud of it. Of course we all different. Even Ethiopia, not only skin light. Go to the south part. There is a skin black also. Of course we are African.
I mean, that's not really the issue, you know, like we're seeking for our, you know, humble brothers and sisters who ain't all in the ego, because Ethiopia has a responsibility to take back Ethiopian land and Ethiopian majesty from the colonizer. But if, like, when the ego comes in is when people act like they're not under the colonizer and they don't have nothing to take back. You know, that's really when the ego comes in, because, you know, my brother and the people who are with him, he's put together this movement to restore Ethiopia and to restore all of Africa. But if we act like they're not like colonized right now, then y'all think it's nothing to fix.
No,
Fear.
no,
I think
Miss
it's fear. It's
Tahila.
fear.
We
It's
accept now
fear.
the system is colonized. I don't disagree, 100%. The system is right now, we influenced by the Western. It's obvious. But what we don't like to hear about the past story, the past during the Haile Selassie, that's the truth. We need to accept that. But to go forward, yes, we agree. With this system, long time ago, we are influenced by Western. I agree 100%. But don't misinformation with the past. That's what I want a statement here. Thank you, guys. I love you, brother. Actually, especially Jamaican. Really, I love you guys. I know how you guys have a place for us. I really appreciate. Thank you so much, brother.
All right, so
Sister in the soap, I heard that when she say we have something to do, but we can't even fix our problem. We are fighting each other, by the way. We are really ashamed of ourselves. And I don't think we're gonna do nothing about that. We are separated so many times. But pray for us. That's my word. Thank you, guys.
When the world comes to the understanding that Christ is among us and walking the earth, it's going to change a lot of the mentalities that's keeping us at war with each other and going back to this 2,000-year narrative that's dividing us. It's going to change. It's going to change a lot, because basically everybody is waiting for Christ to come out the sky and not realizing that Christ is the revolutionary that's actually here to, like my sister said, just bring the nations back together, back to a remembrance of our majesty, you know, and to bring God's kingdom and a new earth, which is basically a new mind frame. And that's when we put the weapons down That's when we're able to let go a lot of the dogma and things that's keeping us apart. Because that's what the colonizers did. They used those scriptures and those scrolls to tear us apart. So,
And also let me add, like it truly is the time for a new. It's the banking system itself is totally changed with the cryptocurrency and the blockchain. If people really understood that, you have now the ability to be your own bank if you understand what real world tokenization is and NFT is, right? So we have that power, and the system is set up for us to have our own banking system. But it's going to take education. It's going to take people being humble, and basically saying, okay, if you haven't took the time to study X, Y, Z, and don't know it, then you just need to be quiet, be humble, listen, right? Pray about it, and then go with the flow, right? And that's it. So the time is now. But again, with the banking thing, I say that at the top of it, you gonna miss the boat. It starts spiritually, renewing of the mind and spirit. Then the money comes. So right now, this is a check of the barometer of your spirit, people's spirit. Checking you now. I'm not gonna give you $1 million if your spirit ain't right. Right? So again, people really need to wake up and understand what's going on.
Again, y'all check out the website. It has this is we're up here for nation building. We're up here to get our brothers and sisters on the same page about what this plan is and judging these colonizers and having our own government, our own leadership, our own real representation. You know, so we actually have to do this ourselves. Like, they already knew that they lied to us. They already knew that we were going to come and fix it. But we are the people who didn't know. So, you know, we have to let each other know, put each other on, and, you know, unify each other.
Don't ever get it twisted, y'all, because that's what we here for. What we doing is in black and white. But greetings to you. I can't say your name. How you say your name?
Ronin, but you can call me, my real name is Yaabsra. It's Amharic. Our name is we have our own name. We Ethiopians, we have our name. It's not white name that we have, first of all. And then I am not sorry for my language is not my English language is not my first language. I will never be sorry because I have my own language because I am Ethiopian. Our ancestors, our grandparents keep protect our languages, alphabets, our culture, everything. We live in now in Addis or in Ethiopia, will live in free, not under white peoples. We are free from slavery. And I have one question. I have only one question. Why don't you listen to us? It's our history. It's our grandmother, our grandfather's history. You read from Google that somebody called William wrote that, and you trying to teach us that thing.
Well, brother man, I understand this.
Where did Solomon get his wisdom from?
Where the Solomon dynasty?
Where did Solomon get his wisdom from? Did he get it from history or did he get it from God?
He get it from God.
Okay, well that's where mines come from.
Mine come from our heart, our inside our.
Well, I'm saying, well, mines come from God. You see the difference? Look, brother man. I'm only saying these things because it's verified by other Ethiopians that this stuff is true. So either the Ethiopians colonized and other Ethiopians saying it, or either it's not. Like, we are just not saying this. Other Ethiopians are saying it, brother. So what do you have to say to the other Ethiopians that are saying these things?
But you did not answer my question.
I did answer your question because
he's talking about now. You say your name is Yapsa?
Yeah, my real name is Yapsra.
Yeah, Yapsra, brother. He says now all of Africans are colonized. You can't deny that. Yeah, you know Abiy Ahmed now. He's killing us, each other, and we can't say we are leading ourselves.
This but is not, the thing is, brother, we are not politics. This is about history. We're talking about history, brother.
No, he's not.
We're talking about history. This is not politics and nationality play game, politics and game. This is our grandmother, our grandfathers, mothers, histories, man.
You gotta understand. Listen, listen, brother man. These are African American ancestors too. These are not just your ancestors. That's a colonized mind.
No, we become colonized mind, by the way, in 40 days, 30 years ago. We wasn't colonized before.
There is a difference between there is a difference between colonized and brainwashed. That Ethiopian
we didn't colonize by
Americans.
Yeah, you're right. We didn't.
Wait, the one who colonized the way you not colonized, but the country who washed us is Americans.
So Ronan, are you saying Ethiopians are brainwashed?
Yeah, by Americans.
Okay, so look at it like this. Look at it like this. If somebody had some type of ailment and they went to a doctor, they're not going to the doctor to tell the doctor what's wrong with them. They're going to find out what's wrong with them. They saying, "Hey, we brainwashed, doc. What's wrong with me?" So from a colonized community in the African Americans, we're saying the brainwash that you experience because of our proficiency with colonization, your brainwash is colonization. We have enough experience with the colonizer being in America and having gone through every aspect of it to tell you the brainwash that you're describing is colonization.
Yeah, brother. The thing is, it is two kind of colonized. For example, in our next neighbor countries, they colonized by force, and in history, they scared white people or something like that. We don't have that mind. What he's talking about is, we didn't force to do something. We were fighting. They colonized us 5 years, by the way. We don't deny that. The Italian was coming in Ethiopia, and they lead 5 years, but they wasn't leading all the peoples. The people were fighting for 5 years, dying. We didn't colonize by force, but now after 15 years, something like that, we brainwash, we support. No, some European country lead us. We know that. That's he's talking about, I think. Am I right?
So what ultimately is not just to say oh, y'all colonize and then leave it at that. It's to say that we have a plan to bring people together to get over and to us, but not just to us. This colonization is not just Africa, it's the whole world. The whole world has been colonized with religion, with scripture and with religion. And the religion is based on a AD and BC scenario with Christ having come 2,000 years ago. Everybody, the Muslims are waiting on Christ to come back, or Jesus to come back. The Christians are waiting on Jesus to come back. This is the formula that they use to colonize. Now in America, the colonization was different because and this is what you got to understand too. Ethiopians, you all know that Americans are colonized, right? African Americans are colonized, right? Would you all agree with that? But that doesn't really make sense if we came from Africa. Hold on, hear me out. How can we be colonized if we weren't here? If we were brought here, how are we colonized? Colonized from you all's perspective is saying somebody coming to take over your land. But it doesn't make sense to say that that's the only form of colonization, because if African Americans are colonized, but we were brought here from Africa, that alone shows you that there's different aspects to colonization. Do you understand what I'm saying? We can't be not from America and be colonized in America.
I can understand. I can understand. Let me ask you something. From our view, it's not like that. That is your view of colonization.
Well, all that I'm saying, no. What I'm trying to help you understand is.
Let me tell you our view on colonization. Colonization, for our view, if white people came in the colonized view, you will be their what ንብረት ነው የምትሆነው። የእነሱ እቃ ነው የምትሆነው። ለኛ እቃ ምንድን ነው? ንብረት። You can, when you be colonized by white people, from our view, you will be their things. You will be thing, not human thing. So you will be their house niggas, you know. But we will never be. We will, because of our ancestors, we never be like that way. We never colonized in that way. We never be a white man things. We will never be. We will never have been a colonization. The colonized white people things. These are
perspective that to be colonized.
I think it's a misunderstanding.
Like the lowest form of that.
We get that that's your perspective, and we're not saying that we accept being colonized like it's a point of bragging on it. The point is that the same people that colonized us, when we say that the devil deceived the whole world, that goes hand in hand. That's parallel with the colonization aspect, meaning that the whole world has been colonized. There's different aspects to it. There's different ways that it's been done. And in the case of how Ethiopians see our colonization, yeah, you might feel like you all were not house niggas or whatever the case, but it's a lot of black people in America that don't identify with being a house nigga. Because there were a lot of, just like you all were fighting the Italians for 5 years, it was a lot of us over here that was fighting also. We wasn't just laying down for what was being put upon us. There was a lot of fighting. There was a lot of rebellion.
Disrespect,
you know, and this right now, what you're seeing is a form of that rebellion, because it's a revolution. It's bringing us back into our former glory by identifying with the motherland and our people where we come from.
Brother,
you know, but we're doing it with the backing of the Most High and the prophecy that was put into place long before anybody on the panel was around. This was foretold.
Okay, sorry for that. Let me tell you.
So you know again, the ego or the different stigmas that's added to this word colonized. We get it. But as long as you all believe that Christ is a Caucasian person that came 2,000 years ago and that he gonna come out the sky to save the world, that's a form of colonization that you all have yet been exposed to that is affecting your country to this day. That is a different aspect of that word that y'all hate. And I understand why it's not like we embracing it saying we love it, but we accept that that's what it is.
That's what it is.
You know, and somebody was saying that we working through a degree of trauma and no, we actually are coming from a place of power at this point. When we say we got a plan and we judging the Roman Catholic Church and we returning the artifacts, that's not from a position of weakness, that's from a position of power because we know we have the Most High protecting us. We just need our people to get into formation and understand that that's what this movement is. It's about us showing solidarity and showing our power in numbers, unified, getting rid of the invisible lines and all the things that's keeping us separated. Because those same things on a microcosm is what's affecting Ethiopia within Ethiopia. While the tribes is going at each other and attacking each other, y'all can never be as strong as if all the tribes in Ethiopia and the kings that's currently there, if they could come together. You know, so it's not like this pride that you're standing on is making the whole country stand together and be strong. Ethiopia is suffering right now. You know, and if you all was as strong, like we asked earlier, if anybody from Ethiopia is doing something for the country to get those artifacts back from Great Britain, put a 1 in the comments. There was no ones in the comment. No, not one.
Excuse me, Mai. Can I stop you once? That sound is good. You think it's good, by the way. I'm agree with that. But the thing is, why Ethiopia? Why just Ethiopia? Why don't all Africa? Why don't we talk about all Africans and all black peoples to be together, united? That sound is good. If he changes the what do you call it, the topic, that's gonna be good. The thing is, now we are here because we saw this picture and it said Ethiopia is colonized because of that. Why don't we talk about other things?
The prophecy of God has everything to do with Ethiopia. That's why when you want to unify Africa, the African Union is in Ethiopia.
Of course.
So right now, if we're gonna have an African meeting, you know where it's gonna be held at? In Ethiopia. So this is why we are talking about Ethiopia, because Ethiopia plays a big part in unifying Africa because of the solid-minded gift that came from Ethiopia. So we are not talking about this just to exclude out the other African countries, but this is the start of something that we know nothing about. So, and a lot of Ethiopians wouldn't even be in here, and a lot of us would even be having this conversation if we would have had up here. Right now, we're bringing all African nations together. Would nobody be on the live? Nobody. We'll probably have 20 or 30 people in here.
Right. Well, you could have had Ghana up there, which a lot of us running back to.
Yep. Would nobody be up here? But see, this topic is what the colonizers used to divide us. Because if you're gonna say the African Union is in Ethiopia, most Ethiopians is not trying to unify with Africa. They separate themselves. They don't even really call themselves Africans. I'm Ethiopian, I'm not African. We never been colonized like y'all. So that kind of information, I'm not saying all Ethiopians. I'm saying when you have that information, I'm not colonized, but my brothers colonized, and the same people who colonized my brothers and sisters, I'm friends with them now. But I'm not colonized. See, that's the crazy part. The same people that help Ethiopia is the same people that colonized Africa. So we got to ask yourself, why did they help Ethiopia? So when you have this kind of information, you are not colonized just because the Italians left. That caused a disconnection between Ethiopian Africans.
They didn't help us, by the way, bro.
Huh?
I'll say they help us. They didn't help us.
That's what you just described is the
For example,
What he just described to you is the definition
The
of a house.
Adwa War. Go ahead. The Adwa War, brother. He was winning Menelik, yeah? Menelik the first. But the thing is, for example, Djibouti was our country also. But they scam us and now we are separate with Djibouti and Eritrea. That's whose fault is that?
You talking about what? You talking about who? Eritrea being separated from Ethiopia? Who fault is that?
Yeah, they are not helping. They want us to be separate. That's what I'm talking about. You are always. I heard you keep saying white people coming to colonize you and again to help you. They didn't help us. The second war we won by ourselves.
No, brother. The British came in.
The war is done, by the way.
No, brother. The African Americans and the British Empire helped Ethiopia defeat the Italians. Well, actually, the British Empire just gave the commands to the Italians. They told them, "Hey, man, go ahead on, bro. Y'all did enough." You know, but actually, the African Americans and the British Empire is the reason why Ethiopia was able to win the war.
Sir, can I say something? Can I add something?
They arrived after the war.
Yeah, the British Empire, but they sent soldiers, brother. They sent soldiers.
Yeah, they sent soldiers, but after the war.
No. Okay, well, okay. I want to ask you this then. Why did the soldiers come after the war? Why did the soldiers come to Ethiopia after the war?
To help.
To help what?
I don't know. They didn't know the information. They got the information.
Brother, man, that's just a story they tell you, brother. They came to help fight the Italians, to help the Italians leave. That's what they came for.
Have you heard of Balai Zallaka? Have you heard of Balai Zallaka? He's not a king, but in Haile Selassie's time, he got a bunch of people and he went to the war and he won the war. No, I'm not saying they help us. They didn't help us.
They did not help us. Only two African Americans came to help us. Only two African Americans came to help us. The both of them, the one that is James something, is a pilot. The one is a airborne parachuter. I know the only two African American help us. Not Russia, not English, not America, not even any country in Africa helps us back in the day. We fight from Addis Ababa to Rome. We fight from Rome, man. We bomb something, some officers, man, over there. Who bombed that? Who did that? Me?
Ronin, Ronin, እነሱ የሚሉትና እናንተ እኮ ስላልተግባባችሁ ነው እኮ እንትን አላሉም። አሁን እነሱ ጣሊያን የገባ ጊዜ ህዝቡ አልተዋጋም፣ ህዝቡ አላሸነፈም አላሉም። የሚሉት ግን ይሄ ቃል ኮሎናይዜሽን የሚለው ቃል የኛ የአማርኛ ቋንቋ አይደለም አይደለ? ከኛ የመጣ ቋንቋ አይደለም።
We don't understand. We don't speak. We don't speak the Ethiopian language.
No, I know. Just out here trying to translate the same thing that you've been speaking about. I'm trying to say it in Amharic if that makes any difference out here.
they don't want to hear Amharic. They don't.
I'm trying to
They
make
hate Amharic.
sense the
So
word
speak
colonization.
English.
They don't hate Amharic. They don't understand Amharic, brother. Don't get me wrong.
Well, no,
Wait,
she
so
said she was trying to make sense. I guess.
yeah, so I'm trying to yeah. Andy, Ronin Namiki, Samachwan?
Yes.
Samachwan? Yeah. Okay. So እነሱ ያሉት ይሄ ቃል colonization ያለው ቃል
we were talking about that. Colonization
ገብቶኛል። አንዴ ላስረዳ እና ከዛ ነው ይወጣለው። አማርኛ ታውሪ እዚህ ጋር ያሉኝ ነው። ስለዚህ ይሄ የሚለው ቃል colonization የሚለው ቃል ነው እኛን ራሱ already አእምሯችንን እንትን ያደረገው ገባሃ? አልተደረግንም ኮሎናይዝ አልተደረግንም በማለታችን ብቻ ከዛ በፊት የነበረ የተሰረቀብንን ነገር እነሱ እሱን ጉዳይ አድርገው ነው ይዘው የመጡት ገባ ከዛ በፊት የተሰረቀብን ነገር አለ በ1886 1886 you were saying right ንጉስ
yeah no 68 1868
sorry 1868 ላይ የተሰረቀብን አለ ማአት ነው የተሰረቀበት ቴድሮስ በሁለተኛው ማለት ነው ገባሃ
ግን about Tedros in ንጉስ ኃይለ ሥላሴ
እኮ አንድ አስማኛ አንድ እኛ ማለት ነው ቃሉ ኮሎናይዜሽን ራሱ የአማርኛ ቃል አይደለም ገባሃ ይሄ ቃል ማለት ይሄ ጦርነት ላይ በኃይለ ሥላሴ ጊዜ ተሸንፋችኋል ሰዋል ተዋጋም የናንተ ህዝብ አልሞተም አይደለም ይያልና ያለ ነው ግን በሌላ መንገድ ነው ፈረንጆች እና ብሪቲሾች ከድሮም ጀምሮ በሌላ መንገድ ነው ሰውን ኮሎናይዝ ያደርግ የነበረው ገባሃ መንገዱ በምንድን ነው ባለንም በታሪካችን
የነሱን
በእንግሊዘኛው ትግሬ በእንግሊዘኛው ሌሎቹም እንዲሰሙት ትክክል እኮ አንቺም እያወራሽ ያለሽ
እንደዛ አይደለም የተረገሙት እነሱ እንደዛ በትክክል በመልካም አድርገሽ አትተርጉም ይላቸው እነሱ
No, that is what they've been saying. No, that is exactly what they've been saying.
It's exactly what they say.
Sorry for speaking, disrespecting you by speaking.
No, I just assumed maybe it was the language barrier and I was trying to translate, but yeah.
I appreciate that. And sometimes that's what it be. That's why we up here with open mind to communicate with y'all about these things. And that's why we also are bringing the facts and the paperwork out. Because like I said, another man said it earlier, nobody knows what goes behind closed doors when these government officials and politicians are talking to these other nations. We don't know this. Now, we're not taking away that Ethiopians fought. We are not taking that away. Like my brother man told you, we've always been fighting here in America. We just ain't been over here bowing down. Because they don't tell you about the cities that we have built. There was all black towns that was thriving, and they came and dropped bombs on them and blew them up. They don't tell y'all about these things. So we wasn't just over here saying, yes, massa. No, we've been fighting. It's been all kind of uproars over here in America. But when you're on the outside looking in, you don't know these things. And the only way the gap is bridged is to understand that we are all colonized by information. Every black person on the face of this earth is colonized by information.
The thing is, exactly, not long back then, we barely can get information out of our governments right now. We have no idea what's happening within our government currently, not long back then, right? So, Mickey, እንዳለ እዛ ጋር አሁን የተፈራረሙትን የተነጋገሩትን ነገር እኛ ላናውቀውም እንኳን በዛን ሰዓት አይደለም አሁን ገቨርንመንታችን አሁን መንግስታችን የሚያደርገውን የትም ዓለም not only our government actually every part of the world I would say አሁን እንኳን የለም information እና ይሄ ኮሎናይዝ የሚለው ቃል መጀመሪያ
she's trying to interpret your ideas in Amharic, okay? Guys, all right? She trying to interpret your English in a good way. I don't like that way, but in a good way.
Goodbye, because it's only miscommunication እዚህ ጋር ይመስለኛል አይደለም እና እንዳለ የዛን ጊዜ እንኳን በነሱ በንጉሳቶች ጊዜ የተነጋገሩትን የተፈራረሙትን ዲፕ አናውቀውም እንኳን የዛን ጊዜ አይደለም አሁን ራሱ የኛ ገቨርንመንት ብቻ ሳይሆን የኛ መንግስት ብቻ ሳይሆን ዓለም ላይ ያሉት መንግስቶች ብታይ ምን ከጀርባው እየተሰራ ምን እየተሰረቀ እንዳለ አናውቅም እና እነሱ እኛ ኦልሬዲ ከስንት ዓመት ጀምሮ የተገዛን ሰዎች ነን። ይሄ ቃል ግን በሌላ መንገድ ነው እየተጠቀሙባችሁ ያሉት እኛ ጋር ማለት ነው። እኛ ያችን ታሪክ ይዘን በጣም ትልቅ የሆነ ታሪክ ነው አደለ? ተዋግተናል፣ አሸንፈናል ጣሊያኖቹን። ከዛ በፊት ግን ከዛ ጀርባ ግን ከዛ በኋላም የመጣውን ግን ብዙ የተደበቅነውና በዛ አስተሳሰብ ከሆነ ኮሎናይዝ የተደረግንበት በኢንፎርሜሽን መዓት አለ። ገባህ? ገባቸዋ። ግን እነሱ ይሄ አልተወጋችሁም ሬዝ ሊያደርጉ አይደለም። ሬዝ ያደረጉትማ ስንት ነጮቹ ማአት ነገር እኮ ነው ሬዝ የሚያደርጉት። አሁን ቅድም ራሱ ሲያወሩት የነበሩ ከብዙ ስሌቮች እኛ ራሱ ስሌቭ አድርገን ልከናል ሲባል ብዙ ነው የሚገርማቸው። አሁን ዩሮፕ ውስጥ ታያላችሁ የኛ ሰዎች በኢጅፕት ተደርገው በምን ተደርገው ኢትዮጵያኖች የተሸጡ በድሮ ጊዜ ማለት ነው። እኛ ራሱ እየሸጥን ነበር እና እነሱ የሚሉት እኛ ሁላችንም አፍሪካኖች ናቸው። እኛ ራሱ ጦርነታችሁ ይሄ የእንትን ጦርነት ሲኖር የኃይለስላሴ ጋር የአድዋ ጦርነት ነው። የዛን ሰዓት ራሱ ጥቁር አሜሪካኖች አሜሪካ ውስጥ ሆነው አስቡት፣ እኛ ሄደን እንዋጋላቸው ብለው ተነስተዋል አይደለ? ለምን? እነሱ ከየት እንደመጡ ነው የሚያውቁት። ከአፍሪካ ነው የመጡት። የእኛ አሁን ችግር ምንድን ነው የሚመስለን? ከዌስት አፍሪካ ብቻ የተላኩ ነው የሚመስለን። ገባችኋ? ግን ከእኛም የተላኩ ዩሮፕስ መዓት ነው ታሪኮቻቸው የምታነበው ከራሳቸው ኢትዮጵያዊ የተባሉ ማለት ነው። ገባ? ስለዚህ አሁን የነሱ ዋና እንትናችን በቤተክርስቲያኑ ነው። በመጽሐፍ ቅዱሳችን ላይ ትክክል ያልሆነ ነገሮች አሉ። ይሄንንም ደግሞ ምንድነው የእንትናቸው ላይ ከማን ነው? ከግራንድሳን ኦፍ was it the grandson of Haile Selassie said
Yes.
አታስረዝም። ይኸውልሽ ገብቶናል እኮ እኔ እያልኳቸው ያለሁት ምንድን ነው መሰለሽ፣ ተግባብተናል። ሁለት አይነት የኮሎናይዝ ሲስተም አለ። ግን ለምንድን ነው አሁን ኢትዮጵያን ብቻ ወቅሰን ይሄኛውን ርዕስ አንስተን ዩናይትድ ለመሆን ምንሞክረው ነው? አሁን የኔ ጥያቄ ለምን ሌላ ኢሹ አናነሳም ነው። ገባሽ? ቀጥታ አሁን እነሱ እያወራሉት
ገባኝ። አሁን ይሄንን ብታነበው
አፍሪካ ዩኒየን ብቻ ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ስላለ ሁሉ ጊዜ ስለ ኢትዮጵያ ማውራት የለብንም።
በመጽሐፍ ቅዱስም እኛ ስለተባልን እኮ ነው። በመጽሐፍ ቅዱስም የተባልነው እኛ ነን አይደለ? መጽሐፍ ቅዱስን አሁን ምንድን ነው የሚሉ ያሉት? ይሄ እኛ የምናውቀው እስራኤል ያለበት ሳይሆን ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ያለው ቦታዎች ናቸው። በኢትዮጵያ የተመሰረተ ታሪክ ነው እና ይሄ አሁን ያወጣልህ ብታነበው እና ሌላም አላቸው ዌብሳይቶቻቸው ላይ የጻፉት። እኛ እንደ ኢትዮጵያን ራሱ እኮ ማወቅ ያለብን ነገሮች ናቸው። ይሄን አናውቅም። የቅድሟ ልጅ መታ ሌሎቻችን እንደ ጉግል ላይ ያለው እንደ ጉግል እኮ ሰው ነው እኮ የሚጽፈው። እኔ ራሱ እኮ ጉግል ላይ መጻፍ እችላለሁ እኮ አይደለ? ግን በጣም ብዙ የተሰረቀ ታሪኮች አለን። ብዙ ከውስጥ ሚስጥር የተወሰደብን አለ አይደለ? እነሱ ይሄን ሃይላይት እያደረጉ የሚያመጡት ምንድን ነው? አፍሪካን ዩኒየን እኛ ጋር ብቻ ስላለን አይደለም። እኛ ግን የእኛ አስተሳሰብ ከቀየር ነው ያችን ብቻ ይዘን
ኢትዮጵያዊ ነሽ ወይስ ኤርትራዊ ነሽ?
አረ ኢትዮጵያዊ ነኝ፣ ግን ኤርትራም ልሆን እችላለሁ። ግን ኢትዮጵያዊ ነኝ እስከማውቀው።
ኤርትራ ከሆንሽ ኤርትራ የጠየቁሽ የኤርትራ አይነት
አንድ ነን። ለእኔ አንድ ነን። ሁለትም በሆን ችግር የለውም። አንድ ነኝ። ዋናው ግን እሱ ሳይሆን ከእነሱ እኛ ከትልቅ አእምሯችን ማለት ነው በጣም እንድናሰፋው ነው።
አሊስን ቱ ዩ ቱ ማች ዩኖራምሴ ሰምቼሻለሁ። ብዙ ሰዓት ሰምቼሻለሁ።
እነሱ እንትን ከምላቸው ከተረዳችሁ ከፈለጋችሁ አንብቡት። ዌብሳይታቸው ላይ አለ። ለመጥፎ ብለው የመጣ ነገር
y'all gonna fill us in the conversation?
Okay, brother.
What's the word? What's the conversation?
Let me tell you the conversation. She trying to interpret your ideas too much good way, in good way, too much, and we don't like that.
So much.
Okay, Ronan, if you have any points that I can maybe better say it in English or translate back to them, you can let us know. If not, I try to explain. Yeah, I think that's better. And then you can go ahead and read it.
You're muted, King.
No.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay. So this is what we are trying to tell everybody. The solid-minded gift is what makes Ethiopia historical greatness. Without the solid-minded gift, because it's the wisdom of God. See, a lot of people in this fleshly ego trip that I'm Ethiopian, I'm not colonized. That's not why Ethiopia has glory. Ethiopia glory comes from the gift that Haile Selassie gave to the Roman Empire. So, and see, this is why people say now Ethiopia is colonized, but people understand the inner work that's been going on way before Haile Selassie got on the throne. Before Haile Selassie even got on the throne, it was plans and stuff put in place to colonize Ethiopia. You see what I'm saying? And that's the part we don't understand. So when you deal with the solid-minded gift, you know, which was bestowed upon who? Her Majesty, which is Queen Elizabeth, and who? Prince Philip. Now you got to ask yourself, no other emperor back then gave the solid-minded gift to the colonizers. Why would you give the gift to the colonizers? They could have gave it to Kenya. They could have gave it to the West Africans. But Haile Selassie somehow gave it to Great Britain, which is the head of colonization. So we have to take that in consideration. So it's almost like it's an invisible colonization on the land of Ethiopia because of how they did it. And nobody knows what goes on behind closed doors when the people who run your country meet with these other nations. That's why there's so many African sellouts. Why you think the whole African continent is colonized? Because of the leaders. It's many African countries that's ran by their own people, but they are still colonized. You know, so I think the disconnection really is, y'all think we are saying that our Ethiopians didn't fight or Ethiopians bow down. We're not saying that. We are saying colonization starts with information. You have to understand that part. Colonization has nothing to do with winning a war.
Wait, do we know what this Solomonic gift is? Is this like something written down, or are we referring to the Ark of
It's
Covenant?
written down. Yeah, it's true. I believe in that. But you are. I agree most of your ideas, guys. But I don't agree. Ethiopian have been colonized. Not colonized. We are not colonized. Do you know why we are poor in 1977 in anger? Do you know why? Because we fucked up Italians for 5 years, man. We fucked them. We fucked them up. So the war make us poor for a long time. And then in 1977, in African American never gave us food. The one who gave us the food is the one who we call evil. Some of them white people. Some of them. They came, they gave us food, man. We were angry because of 5 years war. Not only 5 years. Before that, before 30 years, we were another war from Italians. That one we won in one day, so we did not lose many economy. But in the second one, we were so fucked up in 5 years in war. The enemy that we does not compete with, and then the Emperor Haile Selassie go there in England or some Belgium, something on. I don't give a shit the country, but they go there. Back in the day, that place was the world microphone, the world like TikTok or like BBC, like that. The best microphone back then.
But brother man, that's what I'm saying. Y'all keep telling us the same thing over and over, and we keep saying we are not.
So I'm getting to England never help us.
Okay, well that's not okay, but that's beside the point. The point is the colonization that we are speaking on.
Brother.
I know what I'm saying the colonization that we are speaking on is information.
I'm going down, brother. Let me say
I think that's what people have to understand. We are coming from. We are not trying to downplay Ethiopians from how they fought. We are not trying to downplay your ancestors, which are our ancestors. Your ancestors are our ancestors. You see who these people look like. So right now, we are not downplaying our ancestors. Why would we do that? That's the disconnection. Most Ethiopians don't know African Americans are Ethiopians because of what? The information the colonizers have put on you, put on y'all mind, put in y'all schools. This is why. So this what we are saying. It's the information that have us divided. But go ahead, brother.
Even me and you are gonna divide it if you keep saying if you didn't change this topic, by the way.
Yeah.
Because if you wanna be united, you have to change the topic and yeah, you're right. Because of United Nation, African nation is in Ethiopia. We can start from that. That's a good idea. But if you keep saying Ethiopia is colonized in something, they are not gonna agree with that. And we should have changed the topic and be united. I love the idea of what you're talking about. I love the old things. Thank you, brother. I'm going down.
All right, peace. And look, y'all, this is what I ask anybody who tell us to change this topic, which I understand because we don't want people. We think the truth supposed to have friends. But what's the old saying? The truth has no friends and the truth hurts. The truth has no friends and the truth hurts. So we can't water down the truth to make people feel good in their emotions. We can't do that. So why does Ethiopia have a college? Now, who are they teaching at this college? Are they teaching Ethiopians in the Vatican? Or are they teaching non-Ethiopians? Come on now, bro. We can't. How are we gonna change this? We have to tell people this. The truth sets us free.
Do you know? This is my view. The way you should.
And the truth is, I don't think any other Ethiopian. I don't think Ethiopians would be interested.
በመከራ እንግሊዝኛ አጠራቅሜ መጥቼ ትረብሽኛለሽ።
Hey, what was Ronan? What was that word that you said earlier that Ethiopians use for African Americans that represent being colonized?
Me or somebody else?
No, it was you. Yeah.
Do you can you repeat that?
You said it was a word. It was a word that you used that was like the same as like house nigga that you said Ethiopians describe African Americans.
Now, if you gave me air to breathe, let me answer you this. I'm trying to explain our view about colonization. And when I explain our view, I said colonization is for our view is it's not it's being a property for a white people for our view.
I know. What was the word that you had said though? It was a word. It was a word that you used.
I use the property in. I did not. I use think to use property. To use property.
No, it
I
wasn't.
use think.
It wasn't an English word that you used. It was a non-English word.
Non-English word. In America, I do not speak in America. I speak the fellow my brother in the previous in America. I do not speak to you in America.
Somebody said Takor.
Takur.
Was that the word Takor?
Takur means black.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. If you don't remember the word, don't worry about it.
All right. Sorry. If I remember, I will explain it. Can I ask? Can I add some? Okay. Let me mute and let me think, and I will try to explain my idea in English. Hold on.
Okay. Betsy, do you know the word? He said it was a word that he had mentioned that meant when he was trying to explain what it meant, he used the term house nigga. But I don't remember what the word he said was because it wasn't English.
Was that when he was asking the other guy on here? Is it when he said ika? Was that the word ika maybe?
Ika. Okay, the ika. Yeah, ika means thing, not property. Yeah, the same property. The same property, and thing. It's the same shit.
Kink.
It means
Okay, kink.
Thing. Property.
Yeah. So when Ethiopians use the word chink, is that a word that they use to describe, like, say, all African Americans?
No, it's not. Eka means a thing, a property. When you buy fridge, freezer, when you buy
Running.
TV, it's a thing, property. Thing, eka means property.
Okay.
We do not use on people. Well, we do not use on human being.
Okay. The only reason that I brought it up at all is because when you were saying kink, you used the phrase house nigga. And I was trying to see if that was kind of like a general view of Ethiopians towards African Americans. And the reason that I was trying to...
It's not our general view for Africa. We love your culture more than our culture. That's why I'm telling you we are mind washed by your.
I didn't understand what you just. I didn't understand what you said.
I think there is a miscommunication between you and Ronan. What was your question again? Yaju EI?
I was asking. Hold on a second. Because I can't really understand what you're saying, and she's trying to help us out. I was asking him, like, amongst each other, when Ethiopians speak about African Americans, is kink like a general view of African Americans from Ethiopians?
No, it's
not. So what he's trying to say is that, Ronan.
No, I know.
Ronan, relax, bro.
I know what it means. I'm trying to answer to you.
I know, but
Ronan, እየጠየቀክ ያለው ምንድን ነው የምንጠቀመው like አፍሪካን አሜሪካኖችን የምንጠራቸው ነው።
ኖ እንደዛ አይደለም ያለው። እኔ ቅድም የተጠቀምኩት ቃል
ምንድን ነው የተጠቀምከው ቃል አንተ ቅድም?
አይሻ ስላነበርሽ ነው ረበሽ እየመለስኩለት ረበሽ ስላነበርሽ እቃ የሚል ቃል ተጠቅሜ ነበረ። እሱ እቃ እናንተ ኢትዮጵያኖች እኛን ጥቁሮችን ቪው የምታደርጉት በእቃ ነው ያለሽ ነው። እንደዛ ያለኝ በትክክል ቁል
ኦኬ። እሱ ማለት የፈለገው ምን ማለት መሰለክ ሮናን፣ እኛን ስፔሲፊክሊ ምን ብላችሁ ነው የምትጠሩን? ጥቁሮች፣ አፍሪካ፣ ኢትዮጵያኖች፣ አፍሪካኖችን
አይደለም። እንደዛ አይደለም።
his question is that እየጠየቀክ ያለው እንደዛ ብሎ
No, I think it was like that. No, earlier he was trying to refer to
one more time. Andy, your question to be great. Your question to be great. it's our your Ethiopians view for African American is eka or is not? Yeah, is it your question, brother? To be clear.
He does not know what እቃ ምን ማለት እንደሆነ እኮ አሁን እሱ አያውቅም። እቃ ለምንድን ነው የምትሉት?
ተረጎምኩለት ሰው እኮ ተረጎምኩለት። እቃ ማለት እኮ ፕሮፐርቲ ነው እኮ ተርጉሞለታል እኮ። አንቺ እኮ ማለ ገብተሽ ነው እኮ እንትን ያልሽው። ቅድም ተርጉሞለታል።
Ronan, እኔ ላስረዳው ከገባኝ ነገር። No, I think earlier he was trying to say how when Ethiopians refer to being colonized is when they see someone as a property.
Right?
And so in that moment, I think he was looking for the right word, and he asked the other guy that was in here and said, translated it into "ika," which means thing or property. But that's not something we. Yeah.
Ronan, you have to settle down, brother. We can't. Ronan,
African American like that, man.
Ronan, we cannot talk over.
We respect you. We respect you. We don't.
Brother,
you
have to relax.
man.
We can't talk over each other, Ronan. Like really, it's a room temperature conversation, brother. And the reason that I'm asking you this is a difficult conversation, but it should be easy to have amongst adults just trying to get to a common ground. So, and I guess to cut through the chase, the question is to the Ethiopians on the panel: the Ethiopians see African Americans in a racist way, and is kink a way of describing Ronan? I'm asking the women right now because you're getting too fired up. Is kink a way to describe us, to show a separation from you all and us?
Okay, I would like to answer that for you. For sure, there is always have been a discrimination between the Ethiopian and other African countries.
Okay.
So most Ethiopians don't feel like they're African.
Okay. And
Like they're separated.
it's a reason that I'm asking this. Now, thank you for being honest.
Hold on, I want to cut you off. Now, Sosi, is this Sosi?
Yeah, it's Sosi. I used their account because my account wasn't working. So.
Okay, all right. I just want to make sure. Peace.
Okay.
Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah. So the racist view that you all have been able to have towards other African nations is largely based on the fact that you all have not been colonized, or is that false?
100%, for sure.
For sure. Okay.
Exactly.
So, and that's what I was getting to is when he said kink earlier, to describe it, he said house nigga. And coming from Ethiopia, he probably wouldn't know that even if Ethiopians look at all African Americans as kinks or house niggas, in America, there's a huge distinction between a house nigga and a field nigga.
And look, we got to start saying N-word.
Oh, N-word. It's a real big difference between a house N-word and a field N-word. And the reason why this is important is because if Ethiopia see all African Americans as kinks or house N-words, you're negating the fact that among us, a house N-word is something that you don't want to be. And this is among us, because we look at the ones that was in the field means that you haven't sided with the ideas and the mindset of the master. But the ones that's in the house, they live better than the rest of us. They get better food, they get better clothes, they get treated better. So they act like they're better than the rest of the African Americans because they get perks, but they still enslaved though, right? And so when he was describing what's going on with the Ethiopians, saying, well, all the rest of y'all are colonized, but we not. But y'all got universities at the Vatican. Y'all got y'all artifacts in Britain. Y'all friends with the people that have colonized the rest of us in the very state of saying how proud you are. from a colonized person standpoint, you're describing a kink or a house N-word. So in the very act of trying to stand on this separation, you've become something where you fit the description of something that to African Americans is a house N-word. You're basically saying, we ain't like none of the rest of y'all because master take better care of us. We not colonized. That's how this separation comes off without even realizing it from a colonized person's standpoint. And that's how we can look at this symptom. We can look at this state of thinking and properly diagnose it as colonization. That's the point that I was really getting at, is that is such an extreme level of colonization, because you get to look at the field N-word from the windows and you sitting at the table with the master and with all of these other ones. So you're saying, I'm not like the rest of y'all. That is literally what we call, and it's hard to say house N-word, because when you say it the right way, it give it its full, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know, it give it its full meaning. Emphasis, correct. But this is not me trying to, because again, this whole conversation is about unification. It's about us getting to understand each other. So as I'm saying this, going back to the original question, when I asked, the Ethiopians kind of look down on other black people. Hold on. If Ethiopians look down on other black people because they haven't been colonized, and you agree, I'm not saying this is a good thing, but I'm saying that the general perception that Ethiopian has, kind of looking down their nose at other Africans, is kind of literally like how a house nigga acts.
And you can almost say the same when it comes to the colorism that goes on in Ethiopia as well, in terms of the northern part of Ethiopia and the southern part of Ethiopia. So I think, So that's the thing, like, and that's what, if the headline wasn't Ethiopia is colonized, I don't think a lot of Ethiopians have any interest in the topics that.
Right, because they're above those topics. They're above the field N-word topics. But as soon as you say that they colonized, now all of a sudden, this is the most Ethiopians that I've seen on any one of King's panels. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I thought that his title of Nobody Can Teach the Bible But Christ brought the people out. This one right here is like, I think it's the number one spot. Seriously. But, you know, again, I really appreciate y'all being open and candid, because this is not a throwing stones competition. It's really about getting down to what are these things that we holding so tightly on to that keep us divided enough for the colonizer to sit comfortably and not have to worry about us coming together. Because if we got a common enemy and they can sit back and just watch us fight and go in circles chasing our tail, they can just keep doing what they're doing. And then we grow old and pass away, and then our children are still trying to fight the same battle that we didn't fix, that we should have.
Exactly. True. Is there more like a longer post on the website about, because I went through the website briefly, but is there like longer posts where we could read on more things?
In the little drop box in the corner is more details. And then also there's a comment box, you know, where you can just kind of leave a message and let us know that you stopped by. You know, we have group calls where, you know, we can get into certain conversations and questions that we don't cover on social media. So yeah, it's definitely ways to get deeper into the questions, conversations, understanding, for sure.
All right. Well, thank you for bringing the topic up, even though it was a hot discussion at some point.
Yeah, and I love listening to you talk in your native tongue. It's a beautiful language.
Oh, yeah. Amharic is nice. but like you said, some words, we have a lot more description maybe in our mother tongue that we can use rather than like like when we're speaking about the word colonization as well, I'm pretty sure in Amharic we can have 2, 3, 4 ways to say that. So definitely there's a limit into the English word. That's why I thought I could help by trying to say it in Amharic.
Well, thanks for doing that.
But yeah. Anyways, thank you. Take
All right,
care. Bye.
All right, sis, peace. Thank you for coming up.
Can I say sorry for emphasis by properly saying the word sorry. I did not mean it. I did not know the difference between the pronunciation of nigga or nigga. I don't know the pronunciation, how to pronounce it. For that, sorry, if I emphasis. Sorry.
We appreciate that, brother. You good.
Well, it's just good we can have a conversation without putting all our emotions in it and spreading hate. Like, we can disagree, but let's disagree in love, and let's also disagree for a better purpose. Because, like my brother man said, when we ask the Ethiopians, what are they doing to get the treasury returned? What are they doing to bring the Ethiopians together? It's crickets. But as soon as somebody brings some facts out, they want to shoot them down, and they not even doing nothing. We over here telling people, bringing awareness about Ethiopia. We bringing awareness about the history. We bringing awareness about the royalty. You know, and so that's why I say we really appreciate y'all coming up and having a conversation with us to understand what we're doing. And hopefully this is the beginning of unifying so we can tell the true history. And when we tell the true history, it will never take away from Ethiopia. It would. The only thing the truth does is set us free from the lie and see how we need to fix the problem. That's what the truth does. But the lie just keep you stagnated. It keep you comfortable. The truth is gonna hurt a little bit, but at the same time, it also gonna fix the issues that got us what? Divided. And that's why we must tell the truth, no matter how many people gonna reject it, or no matter how many feelings it hurt. You know, because you can't withhold the truth just because it's gonna hurt somebody's feelings. You know, now that's what we can't do. You know, that's why I say we really do appreciate the conversation. And like I say, it's gonna be a little hot. It might be a little spicy, but if you got the love in your heart and you speaking from a prayer position, in the end, you know, we'll see eye to eye. But before you speak, sis, I don't know if the brother man Green, AB Green, if you wanted to speak. If not, we're gonna let the sister that came in speak. AB Green. If you're speaking, you're on mute.
Okay.
AB Green ማውራት ትችላለህ እያለ ነው።
Okay. This is the first time for me. Sorry. My view is after 64 year back, after 64, after colony.
You can't hear you no more.
Ethiopia is like before. Excuse me.
Yeah, you kind of went away for about 5 seconds.
Okay. So 60 years ago, like around Ethiopia was not colony, like most African country, they been colonized by Western. So this after colony is Ethiopia is exposed for the Western ideology, different reasons like religion. But regarding like Orthodox Christian or Muslims, they are more Ethiopians. Like after that, the missionary, the more people like become like Westernized. So I wouldn't say like most Ethiopians they consider themselves like Africa. You know, they don't say like we are not Africa. You know.
You say Ethiopians don't say that?
I mean, a new generation, maybe after 64 years back, maybe they say we are different, but we are not different. We are African, you know, so we are black. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and see that, and that's our point of having this title up, because the colonized have made Ethiopians think that they are better than the African race. They also made Ethiopians think that they are different from black people. And then they made black people in America think we don't even want to be Ethiopians in America. You call an African American Ethiopian, they'll probably want to fight you. So, but the only difference is African Americans, we know we colonized. But the difference about Ethiopians, they don't think they are colonized because of the information the colonizers have put out. So the disconnection is in the information. So, but what I have found out when we put this title up, Ethiopians think we are saying they lost the war. We're not saying they lost the war, and we're not saying that Ethiopians didn't fight. But what we are saying is the information that the Ethiopians have today is the same information that we have, and it's disconnecting us. You know,
Yeah.
And that's really what we're saying. We're saying colonization.
Yeah. But it's better use the colonization is like our terms is different meaning. So we say like በቀኝ ተገዝተናል no in Amharic, but we are not I would say I would not colonized. But my understanding, you saying Ethiopia already colonized in psychologically. I think you mentioning like people and the leaders, they working with the Western, or they dealing with internationally maybe. So that it doesn't mean like colonization, that one. Ethiopia never been mandated by Italian or any other Western colonizer.
And like I said, I think we have to understand that
the disconnecting we have between Ethiopians and the African American, I think, in my opinion, is we don't speak fluently the real the Ethiopians who know the real history of Ethiopia don't speak English perfectly, fluently, and then they are the one who speak fluently English. They've been mind washed by African, not African, the Americans cultures, the movies, the musics. So they don't know their history. The one who speak English perfectly, but the one who don't speak English perfectly, they know their history deeply. If you talk to them with interpreter, you can understand that. The disconnection is like that. My opinion is like that.
Okay, yeah, and like I said, and that's why I said I appreciate the sister that came up that did the translation. But I think because she brought very good understanding. And but see that's what it's gonna take. And that's the whole reason we have this topic up, because I'm pretty sure if this topic wasn't up here, none of y'all wouldn't be up here.
Interpretation, I don't like it. The Arab interpretation is too much good on it. Your idea on to interpret your idea. She tried to do better in America. So we don't not like that. But is it your idea in colonization in Ethiopia? Ethiopia have been colonized, or it's only colonized in this few years, 30, 40 years, or have been colonized back in the day? Your idea, is it which one is it?
Well, I would say the door open. I got an echo. The door open for colonization. It began in the 1868. But full control took place when Haile Selassie passed. That's when Great Britain was given full control in 1970 of their land, Ethiopia. You know, and ever since then, all your leaders have been working for the Western powers since the 1970s.
Okay.
You mean with Haile Selassie was a Britain?
Well, no, I ain't say he was a Briton, but he was in cahoots with the Britain. So Great Britain is the people who colonized the world.
Yeah.
That's why he bring so many guns from Romania, not England.
Yeah, I know why. Yeah, because
by his own money. Why he bring all those whole weapons? Why he bring it?
Well, that's what I'm saying, because that was Great Britain influence so they can get control. Because you gotta understand.
My question for
from his own money, man. He brings so many guns.
Yeah,
rifles.
That was
Not from England. Made by German, but he buy from Romania or something East European country. He buy it and he bring.
Okay.
I mean,
why like that?
Because my question is, during the Haile Selassie regime, it was the king. He has a relationship with different country, so it was alliance with American, Britain, and so on. So that one is like how you say, like Haile Selassie. He was pro-European. You cannot say like pro-Western. He chose like to be like alliance with some of strong country. It doesn't mean like with related with the colonization. It doesn't mean nowadays country they choose to be alliance.
Hey brother, can you name me any other emperor up here that was cool with Great Britain?
I don't know.
You can't find one. I know you ain't gonna find one. So if none of our historical emperors was cool with Great Britain, like that, well, I'm gonna give them the solid-minded gift. Why the hell does Selassie do it?
Look, Haile Selassie was been 42 years in power. So during Haile Selassie, the global is changed. After the collapse of the systems. The new system is coming. Haile Selassie is more likely modern. Like he aligned with different country. He was more.
But I get that. You're right. It's a new world.
Haile Selassie was diplomatic guy. He was not only the king. He was a very tough guy.
Brother man, and I understand that. It was a new time. You had cars.
New era.
Yeah. So I get that. But I'm still not gonna give a gift to the people who colonized my brothers and sisters, to the same people who stole from my grandfathers, the same people who Haile Selassie gave the gift to. They stole from his grandfathers.
I got you. Like I'm not quite sure how much like the gift. I mean, it's gift. It depends. What kind of gift? I don't understand that one.
Look, brother man. The highest orders within the solid-minded gift. Haile Selassie gave it to who?
Yeah,
Queen
of
Elizabeth.
course. He's from Solomonic Kingdom. Maybe. Some Haile Selassie is Solomonic.
No. Listen. He gave the gift to Queen Elizabeth and her husband.
Yeah, I got you.
Brother man, listen.
So,
if I just want I just want to ask you this: if I took from your grandfathers, right, and you become king,
okay.
When you become king, is you gonna be my friend and give me the gift of your grandfather? And I took from your grandfather? I'm the reason why your grandfather You gonna come give me a gift? I can answer for you. No, you're not. You're not gonna come give me a gift.
Look. It was. I think that Haile Selassie was a Christian king. So most Christian kings, they work together. They are most king system, you know, the Portuguese king system, the Highlanders, the Western, the Ethiopia. They work. I know this is obvious. Haile Selassie was, it was like working both sides. You know, he's like more, you know, African. He's a national African national more. He tried to unite more African. He struggled for, you know, slavery system.
Brother, you know what happened with us? It's called segregation.
Okay.
It's called segregation.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing happened to us. At one time we was separate. They had the white man, they had the black man fossil. But you know, when we segregated, that's when everything really started happening when it came to us. When we merged, that's when everything bad started happening to us in America. So I say that to say this. You don't know what kind of deals Haile Selassie made behind the tables. If this is the leader of your country and he is in cahoots with the people who also colonize all your brothers around you, you got to understand, we're not talking about like Haile Selassie went to another African nation and got help. He went to the colonizers of your brothers and sisters. So Great Britain don't give a damn about Ethiopia. Great Britain don't give a damn about black people. We have to wake up and realize this. So if they don't care, why would I give a gift to a people who have no interest in helping us? Great Britain never had no interest in helping Africa, brother. That's all I want you to understand. That's what we are. That's Great Britain control America. Without Great Britain, it wouldn't be no America. Everybody over here in America, everybody in Washington, D.C., they working for Great Britain right now. The same people who colonized Africa. So you cannot work with the same people who colonized Africa and then turn around and say, well, we never been conquered. Yeah, it's a, like I say, man, it's almost like a secret hand. It's a secret hand of how, especially Ethiopia, because that's where everything come from. You know, and then that's why they painted a picture to us. We didn't want to be Ethiopian, and y'all don't want to be African and African Americans, and not understanding we the same people. We are disconnected because of colonizers.
We are African, 100% sure. We are African. We believe we are African.
That's what I'm saying. We African Americans.
Don't say that, man.
That's what I'm saying. We are African Americans.
You are African American.
So we are the same people. But I'm saying,
Uncle Sam, man. You work for Uncle Sam, man. You are Americans. You work for Uncle Sam.
Brother man, we work. Listen, that's what we work for the same people. You work for the British Empire. I work for the British Empire.
We don't work for British. We never work for British.
Brother man, hey, look, brother man, whoever have the solid-minded gift, that's who the whole world gonna work for. I'm gonna tell you again, wherever the solid-minded gift is at, the whole world is gonna work for that kingdom. This is what we have to That's what I'm saying. Most Ethiopians don't know about the solid-minded gift.
Why Malcolm X
Sorry,
never
guys.
came in Addis? Why Martin Luther came in Addis back in the day? Why not? Why did not came? They came in Egypt. Malcolm X came in Egypt, or some other Arab countries, but he did not came in Ethiopia.
Well, brother man, because like I told you, the colonizers,
brother, we don't trust a person who works for Uncle Sam.
Brother, man, that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta understand, brother. It's a lot of African Americans that never worked for Uncle Sam, bro. Like that's what I'm saying. Like, they painted a picture. They painted a picture that y'all see, and they painted a picture that we see, and now it's disconnecting us when it's time for us to communicate. But I know the sister been up here. She off of mic. I just want to see if she had anything she wanted to say.
Hey, everybody.
All right, please.
Yeah, this whole thing is very like twisted, because okay, we believe that we live in this continent, that we're all black, but the white man is gonna tell you we're not all black. Like some of us, yes, we're black, but we're not black, because it goes back to the genealogy. Some of us, we got melanated skin, but we got Eurasian DNA. So Africa is, when you talk about colonization, it's like, this is not like our first rodeo. I mean, like, you can look at Egypt, it's already gone like many, many thousands of years ago. And there's been a lot of like influence of the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, like a whole lot of people. And even from that influence over the centuries, it gave rise to like new breed of people in Africa, like in the North Africa. So that's why like the colonizers, they just left the Ethiopians alone, because like, for example, when you look at Ethiopia, they have like, for example, the manuscript of the Bible. They have a lot of their historical, ways and traditions intact. But the rest of us, it's like we don't even know what we are doing or who we are. Even that we live in Africa, because Africa, we've suffered from the Christianity and the Islam, and all of that.
So can I ask you a question right quick?
Yeah.
When you say black but not black, like, are you speaking? Are you speaking in terms of like the mentality or skin tone?
No, not the skin tone. I'm talking about the DNA. For example,
but I don't
in
know.
the North Africa. No, I can say this. You can Google it up. You can check it up. Like when you look at the people who reside in the North Africa, we have the Horn of Africa, and then you have the North of Africa. So I mean, and you have Egypt. Like those areas have a lot of history about like all kinds of people coming in. There's been the white people, the Greeks, the Romans. You have the Arabs, and I don't know, the Abyssinians. I mean, all those historical people, and there was like a lot of like admixture.
No, I mean, it's a lot of mixture with African Americans too. You got a lot of African Americans that's got a white mother and black father and so on and so forth. So I understand the mixing, but I guess I'm trying to, from your standpoint, like, how much black makes you just black versus not? Like, what is black? What do you mean by that?
I'm just talking in the context of the white people, because, like, I mean, they're the ones who have like done an entire taxonomy of people and classification and said, okay, these people are like this, their DNA is like this one's, and like they even like came up with something called a pencil test. Like if you take a pencil and you put it right in your hair, if it slides off, that you're not black. That was their argument. And if it doesn't fall, then you are black. So they're the ones who like.
And you actually go by this? Like, you believe in this pencil test mentality?
Well, it is their way, and I have, and according to
Not
history,
I'm asking you. I don't even know who they are. I'm saying, well, I don't know you, but I'm just saying, like, you on the panel, so I'm asking your.
I'm just talking about like when it comes to the colonizers, because they are the enemies.
Well,
And
actually, a lot of our own people are the colonizers at this point. If we keep their agenda going, then we the colonizers too. And that's the whole thing that we doing.
And that's why I'm saying these people, what I'm talking about, yes, they look like us, but they're the children of the Arabs. They're the children of the Roman Greeks. They're the children of this and this. And they have been told, like, okay, you guys, you're not black. Like, they have been, like, used to come against us. I don't know if it makes sense, but...
No, it does, because what's so dangerous about that, what's so dangerous about that is the only reason that somebody would have to tell you that you're not black is that if you black. Because if you ain't black, nobody got to tell you you ain't black. But if you black and somebody got to tell you, yeah, you black, but you're not black, what they trying to do is create a hierarchy to say that you better than the other people that's black. That's the whole
thing. They've been trying to say that. They've been trying to say that, and I thought that they were like tripping. But actually, when I looked it up, and I kind of like, now I can see their perspective, because we don't share the same DNA.
But I guarantee you the information that you looked up came from them. Like that information didn't come from black scientists or, you know what I'm saying? Like, of course, my information is going to back up my narrative.
Well, that's how it is. I mean, from their perspective, and that's why they came and they did what they did to the rest of us, and they didn't touch our black brothers.
Yeah, that's the point that I was making, is they make that separation so that they can justify doing, bullshit to the other black people. That's how you get the justification to separate yourself. But at the same time, you still want the benefits of what those black people bring to the table.
And that's like, people don't understand. When Tedros got unalive, he was the king of kings. They tore down his whole fortress and burnt it to the ground. They literally burnt his whole fortress to the ground. What if that was the king that had all the blueprints to rebuild Ethiopia? They like, nobody in Ethiopia that's speaking right now, they don't know what Tedros had in that church. Only Tedros and the people that was living and the British who took it knew what was in the church. So when you take away a very figurehead like that, you know what kind of damage that does to the region? And not after that, Johannes died right after Tedros, which was the next king. These just wasn't no regular people. These was kings of the land who was being unalive right after each other. So this is damaging to a monarch. This is damaging to a society. This is damaging to a legacy. So when people come over like they didn't touch Ethiopia, what Ethiopia they didn't touch? Shit, they robbed Ethiopia. They took everything from Ethiopia and left them there to say what? We not colonized. Come on, man. Like, that's what they want us to think. And again, that's why the Ethiopians have this pride, because of the lie. Because the truth don't make you have pride. The truth humbles you. The lie make you have pride. So the Ethiopians have the same pride that the black people have over here who colonized. This lets you know they are colonized, because the same information of the colonizers, they make you think and act the same way. So the same way black people over here in America act, who believe the colonized information, is the same way the Ethiopians act to Africans.
Hey, you know what's so cold-blooded about that, King, is like somebody said in the comments earlier, what do you all want from the Ethiopians? Why y'all trying to, I guess they were saying we trying to like come up off of their glory, not really knowing that African Americans wasn't taught to like want to be Ethiopian. That wasn't never a goal to shoot for. Like, oh, I want to go take Ethiopians presence and nothing like that. Like that's not the general consensus of the African American to try to be Ethiopian. This is all part of the revelation of what's in the prophecy of the scripture. You know, so, and like he said, you know, the average African American is looking at us like, Ethiopia? Why y'all want to go to Africa? Like, we from America. We, you know, it's a whole different narrative with the African Americans that's got the equal mentality of the Ethiopians that's saying we not related. Just like you said, you know. So you have to understand this is not the normal poli talk. Like, oh yeah, when we get a chance, we gonna go to eat. Matter of fact, most Africans or African Americans, when they go visit in Africa, it's not to Ethiopia. It's usually somewhere in Northwest Africa.
Or West Africa, yeah. Northwest or West. Yeah.
Can I ask you something? What else can colonizers take from you? What else? Pride. You trying to take from us our pride. You are trying to our pride. We never colonized. You taking our pride. Colonizers do that.
Ronan, are you a Christian? Ronan, are you a Christian?
100%.
I'm Christian.
So do you think that the Most High would want you to have your pride in being Ethiopian and Ethiopian history, or in his prophecy and what he plans to do with his people?
Come again, sorry. Can you repeat the question?
From your Christian understanding, should your pride be in the will of the Father, or in your Ethiopian understanding and your history?
My first the first priority is God. My pride is my Lord Savior Jesus Christ. But
okay,
the second is my country.
When you say we trying to take your pride.
Wait. The second is my country. My country is my pride.
This is the thing though, right? So can you imagine that at some point you would have to make a distinction between your desire to be in line with the will of the Father? If there was a scale, you know, you want to be in line with the will of the Father, or you gonna take your human pride in your race and what you think you're supposed to be? Because at the end of the day, this is a spiritual war. This is not even, we're not even really dealing with a physical war. It's just that this experience as a human is where the flesh and the spirit is just strangely mixed. And so what we talking about is location, right? Because you didn't choose to be born in Ethiopia no more than we chose to be born in America. So your location on the globe has nothing to do with the will of the Father for his people. So if you're saying that we trying to take your pride, that's false, because what we trying to do is expose the will of the Father as it relates to us. It just so happens that in our journey and trying to be aligned with the divine will of the Father, it put us back in tune with our ancestors that happen to be not even Ethiopian, Abyssinian, and not even Abyssinian, but whatever it was called before the Europeans called it Abyssinia back then. So what we doing actually has nothing to do with how Ronan feels or how some modern Ethiopian feels. This is a journey to be in line with the will of the Father, and it just led us to this connection where, you know what, these are our Ethiopian brothers and sisters, but they don't know it no more than we know it. We got pride as African Americans. That's what, you know, you have to look at what we've overcome in this country, and we still live in the country that we were slaves in. We still live where we had 400, you know, our blood, sweat, and tear equity is in this soil over here, and we have accomplished a lot with the diversity that we've been up against. You know, it's our police that mow down our brothers and sisters in the street and don't get charged for it. It's our people that had to march during the civil rights to create opportunities for even Ethiopians to come over to America now and have civil rights. For other nationalities to come to America and have civil rights, it was the scattered Ethiopians, the African Americans, and our testicular fortitude that created the path for all of you all to come to America and be able to enjoy these freedoms like the white people do. So we have a lot of pride. But again, that pride that we have, if it comes down to being in line with the will of the Father and fulfilling the prophecy, at some point you have to put that pride to the side and say, what is more important? My pride is being an African American or me actually fulfilling the will and the prophecy of the Father? So we're not trying to take your pride, brother. Hold on to it. If that's what makes you whole, so be it. But when it's time for the Father to knock on your door, make sure that you're able to put that to the side to say, I'm here for your purpose, Father. That's the real test.
The question, I miss it. I missed the question. I don't know, but I did listen to you, but I did not agree with you. The God I worship, Jesus Christ, never put me the situation that I must choose my country pride or my God pride. You will never put me in that situation, my Lord. Okay?
Well, the main point of what I was making was you made an accusation. You said we trying to take your pride, and I'm just letting you know that that's 100% false.
Here.
How is it that the others who also worship Jesus Christ were put in that situation? They were put in ships. Is it that Ethiopia was more special than the rest of Africa? You should ask yourself that question.
No, I'm talking about God is a personality. The one I worship, the Lord Jesus Christ, that you will never put me in that situation. I didn't say that. I did not say we Ethiopians are unique. I am talking about me and God, not the whole fucking country, man. I am talking about my relationship with the Lord Jesus Christ, because he asked me about your Christianity, because he asked for it.
I think Ronnie got a good point here. I think he is kind of relating not necessarily from the Ethiopian heritage of the Solomonic dynasty based Christianity. He's talking about the biblical Christianity, and I think it's worth to kind of validate what he's saying. It is personal to him. It is his conviction. But just to transition, I've been listening to you guys. By the way, really, thank you, Nugus, for bringing me up to. Thank you for these discussions. It's good to discuss them. And it's been conversations that's been taking place in the US for a long time. Sometimes it divides us, sometimes it unites us. But I think what I want to point out right now, so I'm Eritrean, Johannes, married to African American. I do love my African American brothers and sisters in the Lord. Also, we are connected. We're all Africans, right? But in terms of connection to the modern day Ethiopia, I think you're taking this understanding out of context. The Solomonic dynasty actually was only adopted during Yukuno Amlak, King Yukuno Amlak in 1200s, like 1400th century, to bring the importance of Ethiopia. It is actually made up story. He's the one that, they started using the word Ethiopia for the modern day Ethiopia to kind of create this illusion that Ethiopia was somehow, somehow very spiritual. And the verses that we find in the biblical text, it was adapted to the modern day Ethiopia. That's the only time that it was during Yukun Amlak that they started calling, well, we'll call it Ethiopia, but it was not Ethiopia in the ancient translation, 3rd century, 2nd century. Anything south to Egypt was called Ethiopia. In fact, originally it was given to Nubia, Sudan, Yemen. Modern day Ethiopia is part of it. It used to be called Kush. And when the Septuagint Greek was translated it and they called it Ethiopia. Ethiopia means burnt skin. That's all it means. And so the modern day Ethiopia adopted the name during the late 1200s. I know what I'm talking about. I studied theology. I am in ministry. And so...
Hey, brother man.
Yeah.
What did Tedros call his fortress?
I have to be honest on this. I don't know. You can tell me on that.
He called it Magdala. What? None of these kings that we have up here, they never call Ethiopia. Never. So Ethiopia is a 20th century name. Ethiopia is not a name that came out in the 12th. See, this is what we have to understand. Why do you think you have a Vatican? Why do you have a college of Ethiopia inside of the Vatican?
I think I can go back. Why my Ethiopian brothers are upset about this?
Well, no, brother man, trust me.
No. Let's go back to the verbiage.
No. Okay. I want to deal with what you said. You say you are a minister, right?
Right. Yes, I am.
Where did you go do your studies at?
EM Bible School of Urban Mission here in El Dorado, California. I studied theology and ministry.
Okay, so I'm saying,
and I've been in ministry for over.
Okay, so hold up. So you're gonna tell me? So you telling me American pastors are not colonized?
American pastors are not. What is colonized in slavery?
American pastors are not colonized. That's what you're saying, then, right?
No, I'm not saying that at all. But Ethiopians, in terms of physical colonization, it's not only that they pride on it. I'm Eritrean, but I can attest to that. Ethiopia has not been colonized because of the great victory of Adwa, right? So only I can agree with you on the 5 years of occupation of Italia in 1934 to 1940. Some understand that as colonization, but some say it was partly occupation. Occupying, right? Okay, but you're talking about, you have to make a differentiation.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. That's why
Nugus, I've been listening to you the whole morning. I think they are right to say your verbiage needs to be changed. When he said Ethiopia is colonized, then it doesn't have the premises are not correct. You could say Ethiopia can be a proxy state, or they were friends with, like Haile Selassie was friends with Churchill Winston, right? You can say that they were puppets, maybe, but I wouldn't go as far as colonized.
Okay, brother man. Okay, but they want to ask you: is African Americans colonized?
African Americans are they've been brought here as slaves. They've been brought here as slaves.
Hold on. Are they colonized though?
They are colonized when they were in their in the 1700s. Those who did not make it on the 1700s.
They're colonized still today.
Hold up. But why? Tell me why African Americans
colonization and slavery is totally different.
Wait. Tell me why African Americans are colonized.
So colonization, and so I would say enslaved, and somehow there is systemic racism still continues as a result of ripple effect of slavery, right?
So I'm asking you. So you're not saying we colonized, we are enslaved?
I wouldn't. I would say in a way that if you were colonized, let's say the slaves that came from Ghana, the slaves that came from West Africa. When West Africa was colonized, they were part of the colony. But in terms of your status today, would be they were brought as slaves, claim to be free now. We claim to be free, but it's not 100% enjoyed by all African Americans. I can say that to that. As I told you, we have this discussion with my wife often. So you're mixing up too many things.
Brother man. That's why I asked you.
Right.
Just like a lot of people say, African Americans colonized, and the same way we are colonized with information, it's the same way we saying the Ethiopians are colonized. We're not saying the Ethiopians are colonized because they won a war or because they lost the war. Winning a war has nothing to do with your colonization.
Okay, so as an Eritrean, because you were not colonized, so you know about Ethiopia on paper, right? So as an Eritrean, we were colonized. We were colonized by Italians for 60 years, by Ottoman Kingdom for 400 years, by Egypt for 10 years, British. I can go on and on. But
brother man, I think that this is where we draw a line at. Your form of colonization is only when somebody take over your land by war. That's not the only form of colonization. The first form of colonization is changing your information that you originally had. So when I speak on colonization, Eritrea was a part of Ethiopia. Eritrea is a 20th century name by the colonizers.
So you see, that's another subject, but this is where you're wrong. This is where you're making a claim where you don't really have much to back it up with. Your arguments are very weak. So as far as Ethiopia, as I told you before, the biblical Ethiopia, do not connect it with the modern day Ethiopia. The biblical Ethiopia is much larger. We're talking about places like Sudan, places like Yemen. We're talking about places like Eritrea today. It was all called the land of the Kush. But in terms, Ethiopians started, Yukuna Amlak started adopting the name, as I told you. And then they went back to Abyssinia.
But I want to ask you this.
Kush were the invaders.
Yeah, I want to ask you this. But who divided the land? Like, who put the lines there? Did the Ethiopians put the lines there, or did the colonizers?
Do you know? Like, go back to the source of the name. No. Because King, you've been talking all day, but
I want you to ask the question.
Okay.
Who put the borders around Ethiopia? Did Ethiopians do it, or did the colonizers do it?
Well, Ethiopia also got the modern day Ethiopia the same time as Somalia got it, Eritrea got it, Ethiopia got it.
Brother man, answer the question. Who put the borders there? Was it the Ethiopians or was it colonizers?
Well, definitely, it's after the
whole Ethiopia or the religions, the nationalities.
The whole Africa.
The whole Africa was under the
whites.
It's actually yeah. So it is decided. It is decided by African Union for the countries that were colonized to adopt
that's
the
not
borders.
What I asked. Brother man. All I asked y'all was this: who put the borders in Africa and Ethiopia? Who did that? Was it Ethiopia or was it the colonizers? Which one?
The colonizers.
Thank you.
So there's a lot of facts. There's a lot of facts here.
Hold up. Brother man, we cannot. Hold up.
Okay.
Stop.
Ronin, I think it's.
Hold up, but this is what brother man said.
Okay,
he said Ethiopia was much bigger, right? So what did the colonizers do?
No. You see, you're not listening. Please, King, you don't listen. Listen what I meant. Because you're taking it out of context, what I said. What I said was...
Brother man, let me make my point and then you can make your point. It's clearly understood that the colonizers put the borders in Africa and Ethiopia. And it's clearly understood that the colonizers took land from Ethiopia. but you're not colonized. How when the colonizers took the land? How you know the African Americans wasn't in Sudan? Or like all the land they took from Ethiopia, how you know the African Americans weren't right there? And when they took the land, they sent the African Americans to America. They sent those Africans to America and then brainwash y'all to let you think you are not colonized. But they took land from you. They took your artifacts. It don't make sense. Because if you ask the Ethiopian people, are they the biblical people? They're going to say, no, the biblical people are Israel. But the Bible comes from Ethiopia. So that's all I was trying to get you to see, brother. If the colonizers took land from you, you colonized.
By the way, the one who pushed a lot about the Israelites and the Jews and things, his name was Flavius Josephus. And he was, I don't know, there was a lot of the Roman influence. So it's possible that those people were like identity thieves, as I like to call them.
Oh well, yeah, no doubt.
I think am I able to talk now?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want you to respond to the questions and the answers that I was presenting to you. I didn't want you to just rebuttal and give me what you've been taught.
No,
I want you to rebuttal.
I actually been enjoying your conversation, and I've been listening. So I thought, since I heard for a couple of hours, I said, let me just things that I gathered up over here, I wanted to point out too. You want to hear other views as well, because you know, and it's great that definitely I do support that we have to listen to one another. But what I'm telling you is the Ethiopia, the Kush name was not originally given to the modern day Ethiopia only. No, I have to go there. I listen to you. The Solomonic dynasty, that's what you keep talking about today. Solomonic wisdom, and that it is fabricated story. Ethiopian kings don't have any connection with the Israelites, because it's nowhere. So you keep saying Menelik, Queen of Sheba. Queen of Sheba is from Yemen. She's not Ethiopian. No, you know. So, but I heard it this morning. It's the 19th century. In the 19th century, African Americans, they wanted this identity connection, and then it resonated with them that Ethiopia was never colonized. So somehow, how can we associate with Ethiopia, and how could we make ourselves great again? You see? And so it's from that you're making this connection with Ethiopia. But the modern day Ethiopia is not the biblical Ethiopia. And so there's this mixed up situation going on. But yeah, to answer your question about the border, it was after the colony. Even though Ethiopians had the luxury of signing a treaty or agreement for their borders, but every one of them was, you know, all African countries. And then they decided to keep the borders because it was easier. It was easier.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, sure.
You know, I was listening to you. So can you explain to us how Queen Zatu, when she was corresponding with Marcus Garvey, when he was establishing the Pan-African movement with the 2 million African Americans to come back to Africa, why the royal Ethiopian royals came to America and was basically petitioning for the African Americans to come back to their home in Ethiopia? Can you explain that?
I think I can't give you a full 100% answer. I don't have that deep of a knowledge in that. But what I think is, during the 19th century, because Ethiopia became very important, even in African American spiritualists and African American, you know, like Christians and stuff. Maybe they I believe it could be they were responding to that need. They were responding to that importance. And
no, there wasn't a large population of African American Christians at that time.
Okay. Yeah. So that I like I said, I'm not going to speak to something that I don't know clearly on, but that doesn't really prove that it still is the Ethiopia and the Bible is the Ethiopia today. It
I
doesn't
didn't say
say.
that. I didn't say that
Yeah.
it proved it. I didn't say it proved it. I was just asking, could you explain it? Like,
Yeah.
why out
I
of all of the countries in Africa,
right.
why that particular queen, who was the daughter of Menelik, why she would
That's
come and tell
interesting.
the African Americans to come back home?
I think that's noble. I think that's awesome that she did that. Again, it could be associated with this, because Ethiopia was sign of freedom. Like the two countries that were not colonized was Liberia and Ethiopia. A lot of African Americans wanted to go back and live in Liberia after. So it could be because of the deep connection of being non-colonized country to
Well,
so
if it was just as cut and dry, then why the Ethiopians of modern times don't have that same affinity towards African Americans now?
that's a good question. That's a good question, and they should, As I told you, I think I'm a biased, and I'm to me, my daughter is half African American, and I'm African, and I think we should. There's no need. There's no reason. I think there could be so many factors to it. I think conversations like this bring healing, and there is this lies that maybe Eastern Africans believe that they're a little bit better than other Africans. We need to debunk that. That's not true. But also maybe also to a lot of Africans would say African Americans were not really the kindest to them when they arrive in America too. So it's both ways. I hate it when Ethiopians think they're better or Eritreans think they're better than African Americans. I would be the first one to confront them. I also don't like it when African Americans think that Africans are just, there was a saying when we first came, African booty scratcher. They also didn't welcome them very well. So it could be both ways.
Yeah, and we never denied it. What you're saying is facts, and we definitely didn't deny that. And we also stated that the perspective of African Americans towards Ethiopians was largely due to colonization and the way that you all were presented to us. You know what I mean? It's like for one African American to call another one an Ethiopian was almost like an insult to him. In the same way that Ethiopians among themselves in the country probably talk about African Americans like a dog. You know what I mean? Like that's just not something you want to be associated with.
Ethiopia was like the N-word back then.
But what we know in today's time that the divide and conquer strategy is widely used by the colonizer. You know?
Yeah. There's there need to be a lot of listening to one another, and I think considering too, why does it resonate with certain group of people to think of themselves as elite? Truth be told, like the Eritreans, Ethiopians, Yemen, Sudan, there is a root. Their root is a little bit from Semitic, Kushtic, Sabian. Like they do believe that some people from Iraq, Iran, Arab countries, Yemen, came to that land because it's right by the Red Sea and make their inhabitation there. But you see, we also forgot that there's also Neolithic group of people which are like 100% African. So it's a mixing pot too. The East Africa it's a mixing. We can't deny the Arab aspect of it. It's there. So I think we need to look at it, confront it, but that doesn't make me elite. The fact that we have some sort of background. You see, I'm Eritrean. I'm the darkest in my family, But and then there's also another person that's very light skinned, but that doesn't mean it doesn't make that person better than whatever the dark skin. So we're mixed up. There is a mixed up. So there is a root. There's a reason for it. Having said that, there's no excuse to feel yourself better than others. I don't know. I talk too much. I'll listen now.
What's so ironic about what you're saying is the conversation that I was having with Carol about being black versus being black. Mm-hmm. Like you could have those distinctions within the same family, in the same household. So how can it even really make sense that a person can be viewed as a degree or variation of black in the same family? Like it's just, it's confusion that's designed literally to divide people. To divide the people that are really not divided in that way.
Mm-hmm. But it's all, what you can say, a byproduct of colonization.
Correct.
Because if it wasn't the white people, it was the Arabs.
Yeah.
So, and they will come with, inhabitants, and they will take lands.
And it was interbreeding as well.
And after many generations, here we are in the same melting pot. Pot.
Yeah, because there was definitely interbreeding as well. But as we've said many a times, even though our journey with this particular mission with Yaji Judah has put the focus on Ethiopia, what we're bringing to the table is unification of all nations.
Right. Yeah.
We're seeking righteous people of all backgrounds, nationalities. That's not the separation. That's just Ethiopia is just the talking point now, because that's where the throne of David, the Solomonic dynasty, and those prophecies in the Bible lead us to.
I think
if it had that led us to Israel, we would be having a different title up, and it would be something completely different. But guess what? The people in the pictures in our background would show people from Israel that look black. But when you look at these royals from Ethiopia, it's not you don't see ethnicities that's different from African Americans. Any of these people in these pictures could easily be in an African American family. But when I look at a lot of Nigerians or Mozambique, all these other areas in Africa, I don't see quite the phenotype match with African Americans like I've seen with this particular group of individuals. And I was watching something recently about the cuisine in Ethiopia. I didn't realize Ethiopia was as big and as vast as it is, but I also didn't realize that there's so many different ethnicities right in Ethiopia. Like the majority of people that come up on the panels and talk to us about Ethiopia not being colonized kind of fit a particular demographic. Like I would imagine that they probably come from Addis Ababa area. Like I've never been there, but they look like they're from that part. But there are a lot of other parts of Ethiopia, and those people are Ethiopian in every aspect of the word, but they look and live and eat completely different.
So to give you a little background, and I'll just give others the chance. At the fall of there was a kingdom called Zagwe Kingdom. Yukuna Amlak was rising in 1200s, and so to appeal to the north side that received Christianity first. By the way, Christianity was received on the 3rd century during Aksumite Kingdom through King Ezana that made it national. And so in order to appeal to them after the fall of the Aksumite Kingdom, Yukuna Amlak came up with this idea, the Solomonic dynasty. And he said that Menelik, which was a son of the Queen of Sheba, went to Israel, and King Solomon gave him the Ark of the Covenant, which they claim it's still in Ethiopia, which is not true. And then he said that he also brought 12 representatives of the tribes of Israel. So that the Ethiopians are descendants of Israelites. No, they're not. So It was to.
Brothers, mute argu.
Am I talking? Okay, I'll let you guys. Let me just say this, and
Hey,
I'll
but
go.
brother man, this is what I want you to understand. If the
Right.
solid-minded gift wasn't real, Haile Selassie wouldn't have gave it to the Roman Catholic Church.
You know, it was feudalism. Haile Selassie was a friend with Winston Churchill. You know, he was friends with them, and so it needs to be brought back to where it belongs. It belongs to Ethiopia. But as
Okay,
far as
look, I want to say this then, brother man. The
okay, my
same
brother.
Solomon and Sheba story is the same Jesus, and I mean the same Joseph and Mary story. A child being born, and what? He getting 12 people. So, like I tell the Ethiopians, the Solomon story and Sheba story is allegory for the last days. It's the same story as the Joseph and Mary story. But see, the only way you understand this if you know the meaning of Jesus and Mary. See, a lot of people don't know the meaning of Jesus and Mary. They think it's a historical story. The same thing with Solomon and Sheba. They don't know the meaning, so they make it a historical story. It's the same story. But if you don't know the meaning, that's the disconnection.
But we know the Bible tells us that Queen of Sheba came to visit him, and there's no record of Menelik. Solomon's kids, we know them, all of them are mentioned in the Bible. Menelik is not there. And so if you're going to buy that story, you are going to say Ethiopians are Israelites. They have a descendants of Israelites, which includes all of us. And that's not true. We're not Jewish. There is Jewish, there is house Beta Israel, but that was sorry, is my thing, I think I'm breaking up, but let me just there is pure Israelites in Ethiopia, Gondar area, which made the alaya. They went to Israel, but they were scattered after Christ came. So this dynasty of Solomonic dynasty, it's debunked long time ago. And so you know, and it doesn't lead us. It doesn't lead us. The Bible doesn't really lead us to one single Ethiopia. But I think I will leave you with that. I think a lot of this conversation is very fruitful and it unifies us. I think the division between African Americans, Eritreans, and Ethiopians, we need to have these conversations. But I think you need to correct where it says Ethiopia is colonized. That claim doesn't hold water. So you can say psychologically they are proxy state right now, which I can agree with you in certain ways. But I really appreciate you giving me this time, Nugus. We'll have this conversation again. So I'm out, but I'll listen if you have something to say.
Thank you, Johannes.
So, guys,
You're
I think
welcome.
we need to reconsider the source of the story. You know, what was the source of the story from the biblical texts? Because over the years, like, seriously, do you trust the colonizers in like handing over this piece of work? Do you think it was like 100% true?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of moving around. I really didn't hear you. I don't know if my brother man heard you, but I really didn't hear you, sis. Can you repeat that?
Yes. I was saying that I think we should reconsider the source of the biblical stories. Because as I was doing my research, I realized, you know, back in ancient Egypt, there was this library called the Library of Alexandria. And back in the day, we had a lot, like thousands of scrolls, like papyrus scrolls that were written about the way of life, religion, and a lot of things. And in the context of the library, there were things like the Hindu religion, like texts. I can say there was a Buddhist text, there was a lot of works. And after a few centuries, or I don't know how many years, There was the Greeks and the Romans, like they started their works about like the poetry, a lot of stories, the mythologies. Also, they started growing from there. And after they like got what they needed to get, the information they needed to get, the library was destroyed. And part of like, for example, stories like from the Sumerian texts, you will find like an identical story of like Noah and the ark, like it was copy pasted, and you find that works in the Bible. And there's this guy, he was called Flavius Josephus. He was like compiling the Bible, or I don't know, he wrote the Old Testament, and he would like write it with errors. Like he will start from Adam to this, and then he will like fill it up with all these things. So I don't know, how do we trust that the contents of the Holy Bible is 100%?
And I'm glad you said that, and that's why we have to know the meaning of the stories. The meaning of the stories bring out the truth. The Adam and Eve story is not a historical event. The Adam and Eve story is a parable about the priests of God. So when you don't know these things, this is what brings us to confusion. But when the colonizers took it, they took the parables and created history. Let me say it again. They took the parables of the prophecy and created history. For instance, like I was telling my brother, man, about the Solomon and Sheba and the Jesus and the Joseph and Mary story. These are both the same stories that have the same meaning. But the meaning, when the meaning is taken out and all you have is the stories, you follow the timeline that the colonizers put it in. So that's why we read, that's why when you deal with time is what? AC, BC. Before Christ, after Christ. So their whole history is false and based off the fake Christ that they created. So, for instance, in the book of Psalms, it says, there's a crafty counsel against thy chosen ones. What is the crafty counsel? The stuff I'm telling us. They took all the parables in the writings and created history. That's why history is not real. And that's why my brother man saying the Solomon and Sheba story, it ain't real. It's a parable about something that is real, but it's not a historical story. So the meaning of everything is what we are missing. And that's what the truth is. The truth brings the meaning to the stories rather than the history of these stories.
Because I've stumbled upon like things which are like copy paste from like India, and I'm like thinking, how the hell this got anything to do with Christianity? For example, the book of Revelations, it's filled with a lot of things that they have gotten from Asia. For example, there's a beast, I don't know, the beast, the woman on the beast and whatever. This is Kali. Like if you like was reading that text, if you're reading that scripture and you are looking at that painting or illustration of Kali, you will see like, oh my God, So like I've been like wondering about that. So I thought I have to go to the beginning. Like, what was the beginning? I'm African and I am native to the ancient Egyptian. What happened? Why? How is it that we lost Egypt? Like, what is it that happened?
Egypt is a state of mind. Egypt was put on the map in Egypt was put on the map in 1953.
I know Egypt is a Greek word, Egyptus, but I'm just talking for the context of whoever like it's a landmass, and it's not like a state of mind.
No. Egypt is not Egypt. That's why when you deal with the biblical narrative, Moses came and got Israel out of Egypt. It's no historical facts because it never happened.
Okay, I'm not talking about. There's a difference between the Egypt in the Bible and the Egypt in Africa.
No, it's not. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Egypt in Africa was created by just like Israel was created by the British. Egypt was created by the British.
How can Egypt and the Promised Land be in the same region? Just ask yourself that question.
Well, because the Berlin Conference put those lines there, and they put Egypt on the map.
Let me tell you, the way the earth was divided, it was divided like continents. It wasn't divided in maps.
That's what I say. Of course we know it was. I'm talking about they the one that gave us the map. Ethiopia didn't create the map. The people in the Bible didn't create the map. The map was created by the British Empire. This is the map. It's part of the crafty council that's against us. That's all I'm trying to tell you. So the Egypt that we follow today, it was created in 1953. The Israel that we follow today, it was created in 1948. This is part of the crafty council.
1948 was
and Egypt is on the continent of Africa. So how can you say that it's divided by a continent? The same thing with the Middle East. Like they divided on the map. They're not divided by a continent.
Yeah, so because I'm African and Egypt is in Africa, I would rather be an Egyptologist than an Israelite. You get it?
That's crazy.
Because now it's crazy, but how many times have you gone to a museum and found things from the Bible that are historical facts? The artifacts. Have you found artifacts?
I believe we are colonized now because of this idea.
What idea?
We love Egypt. You love Egypt more than
but they were my ancestors. They were my ancestors. And they were black like me.
Yeah,
they were my ancestors. Yeah, those are my ancestors, and I'm gonna claim my ancestors.
Hey, if you want to be Egypt, hey, we happy for you. But I want to ask you this: what does Egypt mean?
I'm talking about. Okay, I did not write the maps.
Well, you know,
one thing I know. Listen, this is what I'm gonna say.
Sis, I'm gonna give you the floor. I just need you to answer the question first. Before you go into your rebuttal, just answer the question. Either you know or you don't know. What does Egypt mean to you? What does Egypt mean to you?
Okay, I'm just gonna say it. I have read the Bible back to forth. I've read the lost books, and one thing I can say, the Old Testament. No, the Old Testament. I have to have a basis of something. The Old Testament.
No, this is what I asked you to do. You could give me your explanation after you give us the answer. I'm gonna let you talk. I don't want to cut you off, but I just want you to answer me first.
It was
understand your point.
It was Kemet, or was there another name?
You love Egypt.
Hold on, Robin, because I don't want to give you an answer.
I can sorry to you. So answer to this question.
Well, hold on, Robin, hold
Look,
on.
This is information that is Googleable. It's not like I'm making fairy tales.
Okay, sis. All I need you to do is just give me your answer, please. What does Egypt mean to you?
What Egypt means to me, it's a fucking landmass in Africa.
So the word Egypt don't have a meaning.
Egypt was named by the Greeks. It was called Aegyptus.
Okay, well, so what is your ancient ancestor's name?
My ancient ancestors.
What did they call?
There are many people. Like we don't speak what the same language in Africa.
I know, I know all this. We don't speak the same language in America. So tell me right now.
We don't speak the same language. Okay, maybe you're the bunch that believes that Egypt was made by aliens. Then maybe that was more believable.
Let me tell you, what's Egypt for me. Egypt for me, it's definitely it's our ancestors' wisdom, pyramids, all of that. I believe in that. But now, if you keep saying Egypt, the statues, something like that, to glow up more than Ethiopian proud, it does not make sense for me.
Like you people, like
But
you'd
she's
rather believe in
Egyptian.
fairy tales.
But she's Egyptian, though.
You'd rather believe in fairy tales. You'd rather believe in some historic fairy tales than actually look at what's right in front of you. And before all this happened, this was an actual place, and that place was colonized. Like before the white people came and whatever, they already colonized the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, and a lot. What I'm trying to say is that a lot of our history was eradicated. Like we had actually written literature, and it was destroyed. That's what I'm trying to say.
True.
Like we didn't
Well, the
speak
thing about what we
English.
saying, sis, the artifacts are in the Vatican of the written Bible that come from Ethiopia. These are in the Vatican. They stole it. So this is facts. This is documented. So when we're talking about the Bible and where the original Bible come from, this is documented. They just took the Bible from Ethiopia from this king, Tedros II. This is documented.
But Nugus, the Bible was first translated, it was Hebrew, then Septuagint Greek, then Latin. It was later on that it was translated to Ge'ez. Ethiopia received...
Ge'ez is the Hebrew.
The fact is what I'm saying. The Bible, whenever it was translated, all those languages, it wasn't like one book. It wasn't one complete compiled book. It was like scrolls. It was a lot of scrolls. And there are a lot of books, or stories which have not even made it to this book, which has 66 books.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the others which are like destroyed, completely destroyed.
By the 3rd century, it was already the 66 was established. I don't know if you're familiar with St. Athanasius, the North African theologian. First theologians were Africans. It's not colonizers that gave the Bible to begin with. I think it's good to look at it. It was a lot of Africans, North Africans, Orthodox Church that was the first theologians that formulated what the creeds as we know it today, drawing it from the biblical text. But my sister is right. She's talking, it was scrolls, some of the books, it was compiled as we know it, the canon of the Bible, beginning
and
third,
it was
fourth
in the Library of Alexandria in Egypt.
Yes, it was. And for a lot of first theologians were from Alexandria. It was a great literature.
That's why you got to understand. That's why people got to understand the meaning of Egypt. Egypt is idol worship. That's why Moses, which was an Israelite, or which was a Hebrew, his brother was the Egyptian. They was brothers. So the Egypt mind frame comes from the priesthood of Ethiopia, because the kings of Ethiopia worship false gods. That's why Moses teaches, he's talking to the kings, telling them not to worship the sun, not to worship the moon, not to have strange gods.
Look, that's what they told you. But wait, look.
Let me finish. And see, that's why the Europeans created a false Egypt. So you will never find the real Egypt. The Jerusalem, the Egypt, the Israel, and what else? The Mecca. All this is Ethiopia. All this is East Africa. The Europeans took these names, placed them on maps for the crafty council. Because when I ask people, what is the crafty council that the Bible is talking about? That's upon the hidden ones. Now, the only people that's hidden right now are the biblical people. Because when I ask the world, where's the biblical people? Do anybody know where the biblical people is at?
Those names don't even exist. Like, nobody even has those names.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, but you know why? Because it's a crafty council against us. So we are hidden in the earth. We are hidden in the earth through words, letters. Letters have us hidden. Like, nobody knows the African Americans.
Can I answer to you our ancient names? Can I tell you our real ancient names?
Yes, Ronin.
Zri. In the Bible, there is a warrior called Zri. A warrior to God sent him to fight Israel because they not submit for the laws. He sent him to pack them up because he have many soldiers. In the Bible, there is a Zri. His name is Zri. This kind of name was in Ethiopia were named. For example, I'm trying to mention there's we have names. Zri, there is Izana, our ancient names, personally names. But if you come as a country name, we will be called many names. First of all, I wanna tell you something. We Ethiopians, how much we love you. I want to tell you something, African Americans. In 90s, late 80s, 20s, 2000s, late 2000s, we were tattooed 50 cents in our body. We were worship Ice Cube back in the day. This is how much we love you guys, man. We were seeing Friday, Ice Cube, and Chris Tucker. This is how much we love you. How much, but in this, if you came not giving us money and opportunity or invest in our country, but only give us some history you read on Google, we don't accept that. We want money and investors. We want investors.
But Ronan, you know what's so dangerous about, like, I understand what you're saying, because those are the people that's marketed to the rest of the world to represent African Americans, but those people have nothing to do with our politics, right? So even when you see like this last presidential election and you see somebody like Kamala going out to campaign, pandering to the black community by having rappers and, you know, different celebrities to come out to promote her campaign.
Yeah.
Celebrities and entertainment is not black politics. And that's one of the reasons why it's so hard for, like, when we actually come up and tell you, hey, we've researched these things, we've actually looked into these things. Like the fact that we not from Ethiopia, we had to dig that much harder because, as you all probably know, when you from a place, you don't really research where you from. You get the information word of mouth from family or, you know, from how y'all sit around and talking with coffee and stuff like that. But really digging into the books and researching it, when we do that as researchers, as African American, we're not really taken seriously right away because most countries think that the celebrities represent our common consciousness when it comes to our politics, and that's really false.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, and another thing too, you know, the fact that Brother Man Yaju was telling you all that we are those lost seeds, because even though, like, for instance, most Ethiopians will say, no, African Americans are from Northwest Africa. They're not from Ethiopia. But when you talk to the Africans that's from North and Northwest Africa, they don't have stories about family members of theirs being trafficked into slavery. They don't talk about, oh yeah, we, you know, y'all are our, you know, we y'all ancestors. They don't have that same narrative. Now they might have a place where they say that they called the final place where the Africans was before they got shipped off and stuff like that. That's connected to a location in Africa. But as far as the people themselves saying, yeah, you know, Grandma told me that back in the day our people would shift off. They don't like embrace us as being from them. So this, again, is just a narrative that's just been put out there that's really like small talk that's not connected to the reality of where we actually are from. We're still very much hidden.
And again, that's why the Bible says it's crafty counsel against hitting one.
Brother, but we only want food and money. I mean, still, you have time for helping us. Still, or if you don't want to help us, don't fuck our history. Okay?
Brother man, you see this right here? I started this in 2021. So you can't, I'm already trying to help Ethiopia. So you can't say just because I have a title up here, which I know about and I can prove, bro, when you show me what you're doing, then I consider your words. Show me what you're doing to fix the problem.
King looks from Ethiopia.
Machinist. I am a machinist working in Addis Ababa. I'm a welder.
You a welder?
A fucking welder.
You say you're a welder?
Welder, metalworks. I work structures. I'm a fucking genius, man.
Hey, bro.
I work for my country, man.
Hey, bro, listen. I'm a welder, bro. I can TIG, I can MIG, I can pipe weld, I can structure weld. So I'm a welder, bro. But look, I put my welding to the side to do this. What I'm doing right now, I put my welding to the side.
I'm on infrastructure to build my country, not talking about my country.
Brother man, how you gonna build your country?
I'm not talker, man.
Well, I want to ask you this. I want to ask you this, brother. Listen, how are you building your country with no resources? What are your resources to build your country?
Our resources, we have many. We have coffee. We have many minerals, man. We have a lot of stuff.
Y'all had coffee since the beginning of time.
We have iron ore, man. We have tons of iron ore, man. Like we are welders, man. You have to come and build that iron core, man. We have a opad, man. You have to. They've been waiting for you, but you don't help us. You just fuck our history, man.
Hey, brother, Robin, you are taking this
out of topic, guys. You're getting out of topic.
Yeah, you're getting emotional. Like I said, I have a petition. I started this petition in 2021, bro. So I'm not up here bashing Ethiopia so I can make Ethiopia look bad. How would I be trying to make Ethiopia look bad when I done put a declaration out to the Queen? I wrote letters to the Pope. I was on this before the Queen even passed. So you can't push that kind of issue on me. That's why the title is up there, so we can have a conversation and not be emotional about it. You can disagree, bro. You disagree.
I think
that's all you disagree, but we're not trying to bash Ethiopia. Don't paint that narrative. But go ahead, brother.
Like honestly speaking, you have love and passion for Ethiopia. I think it could be misunderstood though. Some of the wordings that you're using, it shows you're not saying, you're saying we're connecting. You're trying to find connecting. In the historic, in your research, you're trying to find something to connect. And I don't think anybody here. You don't come across as somebody putting down, but some of the wordings you're using is offending people, especially not so much when we hear you speak, but the word like colonized or Ethiopia is colonized when you say that, and Ethiopia held to that claim for for hundreds of years, saying that we're never colonized. So you should be expecting, kind of a lashback.
I'm not, like, when you tell the truth, why did they crucify Christ? Because he did what? He told the truth. So you understand, it says the world cannot accept the spirit of truth because it neither sees him nor knows him. That's the Bible. So it says when the spirit of truth comes into the world cannot accept it because what? It neither sees him or knows you. It says the world will also hate you
because you're not of the world. If you was of the world, they would love you. So if I come up there talking what the world have told them, they'll be loving me. Ethiopia not colonized, they'll be giving me hand claps. But since I tell the truth, what happens?
You can say, I feel that they're psychologically being colonized or proxy state or something like that. I'm not saying you could change it. It's totally different thing. But when we say a nation is colonized, we're talking about occupation. Like someone came from, like what they did in Eritrea, what they did in the rest of Africa. That's how it's understood. So,
but listen, the only reason why they couldn't do that in Ethiopia because that's where the throne of David is at. This is what we don't understand. Nobody understands the throne of David and Bible prophecy. Bible prophecy is to restore the throne of David. So they couldn't go to Ethiopia because they want to hide Ethiopia from people. So what they did, they took bits and pieces for it, landlocked it in, destroyed all the leaders, and brought in their leaders. To what? As you said, to brainwash the Ethiopians. That's all we saying. Nobody is saying Ethiopia got taken over because they lost the war. What we are saying, they landlocked Ethiopia, they cut off all its borders, destroyed all the leaders, and brung in their leaders. That's all we saying.
And the modern Ethiopian is the babies of those modern leaders. And guess what? In America, you know what master tell the house nigga? The house Negro, this is Thomas. He ain't never picked cotton a day in his life. And Thomas be real proud. He a slave, but I ain't never picked no cotton. Because guess what? That's gonna make him feel like he's separated from his brethren. He's special, but he in the same state that the rest of them is in because he don't have no governance over himself.
And then I want to say this. Did not Haile Selassie abolish slavery in what? The 1950s? Didn't Haile Selassie abolish slavery in the 1900s in Ethiopia? Like, I don't know. I don't understand. Like, do y'all not know this? That Haile Selassie abolished slavery in the late 1900s.
Sense of enslaving his own people. The less, are you talking about the feudalism system?
Well, okay. Well, I'm gonna ask you this: what kind of slavery was going on in Ethiopia for Haile Selassie to have to abolish it? What kind of slavery was going on? So you telling me slavery is dealing with black people enslaving black people?
What source do you have that he abolished it publicly? This is the first I hear of it.
So you what? That's what I'm saying. So how y'all know about Jesus 2,000 years ago and the disciples, and we don't even know what went on in the 1900s?
That's a very passionate.
I see, Nugus. My confusion this morning is how do you sum up the entire Bible and make a connection to it to one simple nation, Ethiopia. Ethiopia is like the rest of African nations.
But
Ethiopia is only different in a way that it received the gospel not from the colonizers. Ethiopia received the gospel during the Aksumite kingdom. That's what makes Ethiopia a little bit different. Okay, I
got another question for you. Mm-hmm. So you said it earlier that Ethiopia was way more of the surrounding areas, went back when there was Kush and all of these other things, right? Right now, there's a group of Igbos in Nigeria that have been identified as Israelites. So when the Italians occupied Ethiopia for that 5 years, a lot of Ethiopians fled to other parts of Africa to escape what was going on. So we know in America there's a conversation about Africans selling other Africans into slavery. But again, when you talk to the people in Northwest Africa, they don't talk about selling their own relatives into slavery. So if Egypt covered that much ground before it was parceled off into these invisible borders,
how can we not say that the Africans was not selling off those that had escaped from that area to get away from what was happening to the Italians? And this is why they weren't selling off their own relatives. And this is also how it would make sense that the African Americans have this connection to Ethiopia specifically.
Yeah, can I say something? I'm listening.
Hold on, because I was asking my man a question where he's saying that first he said that the Ethiopians wasn't connected to the Israelites. He said that Ethiopia would cover way more territory. You know, and most Ethiopians say that the African American is from the northwest area and they not Ethiopian. But we know Ethiopians, when they scattered to get away, they went into other parts of Africa. And it would make sense as prisoners of war, they would trade these non-relative Africans that's from another part of Africa to get whatever goods the colonizers was offering in exchange. Like it's not difficult to at least consider these things that we saying, especially when my brother man is telling you that we've done the research. That's really at the end of the day, for the conversations to really move forward, you know, we have to get off of this thing where Ethiopia just, the word colonizer is just throwing y'all so hard that you're not realizing that it's levels to colonization. And the most important level is if you all are worshiping a European Christ and expecting him to come out of the sky in the last days, instead of realizing that Christ is walking the earth now, and he's a revolutionary.
Who's walking in the earth? Let me ask you a question.
I'm gonna wrap it up. Because this is what's happening. I'm not saying this to just really make a point. I'm saying this is what's happening. These things have to be addressed in an ice cold way. We can't tippy toe around the fact that Ethiopia was colonized. Because and many of y'all have agreed in little segments. Well, yeah, we've been colonized here, colonized there, but all of that is part of what we're telling you is this house N-word syndrome that's keeping you all in this mindset that you separated from the rest of us. And you're not. Matter of fact, you all are the hub, the center of in which all of these things flow. And that's a great thing. That's actually showing you the majesty of Ethiopia. But you holding on to Master patting on the head and saying Thomas never picked cotton, instead of realizing that, damn, if our people come back home, our artifacts come back home, our spirituality come back home, not only will we govern ourselves and be in a much better situation, but the whole world would have to come to us for many of the things that they already do, but we would get the greater benefit than we get now. You know, the whole world eats off of Africa, but Africa is one of the poorest places in the world. These things would change.
But you know, like
I think DMV, I cut off DMAV. I think I'm gonna just make it clear. I never said I wasn't colonized. I could say that, not proudly, but it's the fact. Eritrea was colonized. My grandparents were colonized. They speak. So I'm actually discussing this from an outsider. I'm not defending, but I think I'm just trying to state the fact and the truth that physically Ethiopia was not colonized. That's what I meant. But I think I'll leave it at that.
All right.
All right. Just wanted to say I was listening in and hearing the word King of Kings. First off, I'd say I'm from Northwest Cameroon, and I've been studying and to find out my roots, even being from there, because I know modern Christianity was put on top of me with the white Jesus and all that. So I wanted to really study and find out, you know, where my people may have migrated from, because there's some loops in history, you know, in the 1900s somewhere there, as far as my particular tribe migrated from a different area, being chased across Africa, hunted, I guess, to put into slavery. Pretty much why a lot of tribes have been forced to move and migrate. I was talking to a lady from Kenya, even though I'm from Southwest Cameroon. I apologize. She's from Kenya, and she was speaking Swahili, and I asked her, okay, but what language do you speak in your village, at home, when you're in your village? How to count to 10 in your actual language? And she started counting to 10, and her language is in Kenya, my language is in Cameroon. We have 7 out of 10 numbers the same. So there has been a lot of colonizing. There are hidden people. They never speak of Bantu, and they just kind of ignore that word. And a lot of those in Ethiopia, a lot of those people that were getting taken into slavery were those people. And a lot of Bantu tribes had to migrate across Africa to West Africa. So a lot of West African tribes actually share a lot of languages with some East Africans. They were actually earlier in East Africa. And so I'm just listening in. The term King of Kings, I like to say that's in my tribe. And we have a name for that. So when there's something with the King of Kings, I know that has to do with something my tribe is related to or my clan.
I'm also from Kenya, but I don't know what the tribe that lady probably spoke. Oh, did she speak Swahili, the lady?
Swahili, I think, came later. I've been studying and I've been learning that Bantu language traces all the way back to Egypt and the hieroglyphs. And so Swahili came later. The Bantu language is my language. Is a little bit older than Swahili. I think Swahili was a language used by the merchants to be able to do trade with all the different clans.
That's what I'm trying to tell my brothers here. I'm just trying
Swahili
to
is
tell
not
them
an original language.
Our history dates. I don't know. They call it Egypt now, but I'm pretty sure that was the Jerusalem in spiritual, in a spiritual perspective. What is Egypt today? That is the fallen Jerusalem in a spiritual perspective. But whatever they put in those books, whatever words and the regions that they put there, the devil is a liar. That's all I'm gonna say. Yeah, if it wasn't my people who wrote it, I don't believe it.
Kingdom, you are muted.
Nengus, you're muted.
Nengus, you are muted.
Oh, my bad. I was saying but we don't follow the Bible nearby like we have been taught. That's why we bring the meaning of these things. This is what nobody have ever told us. The meanings. Everybody know the biblical stories. All you gotta do is read them. But the gift is the meaning of it. That's Solomon wisdom is the meaning of the scriptures. Solomon wisdom is not just the reading of the scripture. That's why it's so much false information when it comes to the Bible. So Christ is considered a fisherman of men. You know what this Bible is? Water that we are drowning in, because it's all watered down. So Christ will be the one that's pulling people out of the waters, and they gonna testify to what? Damn, man, you saved me from all that water. This is what made Christ a savior, not because he's coming from the sky and he gonna touch people and they gonna fall out. Christ is a high priest, and that's why the Bible talk about a particular people or royal priesthood. So when I ask people,
who is Christ today? I want to ask you.
I wanted to say one thing really quick to add on to that. It's just when you said the names, I have a family name. It's Tebat, and when I looked it up in the Bible, it means like crest or covering or ark, and so there are in people's names. Look back and that you can go and find and trace that some of the stuff has some reality to it. Even cities like Bethel, that's in South Africa. That's a real place. That might have been the real Bethlehem. It's Bethel. These places were real cities.
And actually, I think the name Israel is in the name Zaire, which is the Congo.
Zaire, yeah.
Okay, but
because let's say hypothetically we're talking about the ancient.
But this is what we miss. If I go to Genesis right now, the Jacob story is for the last days. The Israel story is for the last days. Nobody called themselves Israel. Nobody ever in history called themselves Israel. But why?
Okay.
Because Israel is an end time prophecy. See, this is the part we're not understanding. That's why they was able to create. If Israel was real, they would have never been able to create a fake one in 1948.
I have a passion in this subject, and I've always trying to be doing my own research. So, for example, You have things like words like the land of Judah. Like, where is that?
Because this
Utah and
You find that
Yahweh
that
in
word
Utah.
Judah is actually Sudan. Like, just try to write Sudan. It's Judah.
You could say that about Utah.
Okay, hold up. Sudan, you gotta understand who put Sudan on the map. Y'all gotta, what y'all not understanding who, because I'm gonna go back to my brother man question because he had a great question. Because when my brother man told y'all Christ was walking the earth, the only person asked the $1 million question was what? Is Christ walking the earth? The brother man asked that $1 million question. That's the $1 million question, because the only way we come out of these waters is either Christ gonna crack the sky or he gonna have to show up. Because you got some people right now, you can unalive their children. They believing in Jesus. Nothing you gonna do is you gonna take them away from Jesus. So it's two things gonna have to happen. He gonna have to crack the sky or he gonna have to show up. So all we telling the world right now, with all the facts to back it up, is Christ and showed up. And it ain't like nothing we was told. This is why when I ask people, the CIA was not indoctrinated. Can we all agree? Because I want all of us to agree on something right quick. Can we all agree that the CIA was not indoctrinated with religion? Can we agree?
True.
I agree.
Okay. So I just want to give what my other brothers and sisters gonna say. Do y'all agree the CIA is not indoctrinated with lies? Central Intelligence.
Many lies. Tons of lies.
Well, since y'all don't want to answer, I get critics now. I'm trying to see if we agree. So the CIA been trying to stop the rise of a Messiah because somebody lied to them about the Messiah coming from the earth, or they know the Messiah is coming from the earth. Which one? Now we was lied. Now we told the Messiah coming from the sky. They looking for the Messiah on earth. And now we so much in darkness, none of this is true. That's how much darkness we're in. But the whole government, the whole world leaders, they know. Since the 1920s, they set up COINTELPRO to stop the Messiah from rising from the earth. At the same time, paying the preachers to preach he coming from the sky. So the thing about the lie, they lie to you so you won't know the truth. They don't lie to you because it's just something they made up. They didn't make up Christ. Christ come from Africa. So they didn't make this story up. They lied to you about the story. So now Christ is actually here, but what? Don't nobody believe it. Just as the story tells you, as in the days of Noah, will it be what? In the days of the Son of Man. So when I ask people what happened in Noah's days, nobody believed them. What happened in Christ's days? Nobody believed them. Prophecy fulfilled. But the only thing about the true Christ, Christ restores the throne of David that nobody knows about. Because when I ask people, what is the throne of David? What is the throne of David?
Because there's a lot of mythical things.
The throne of David.
Hold on. I'm gonna get a flow back. I have been talking. I'm gonna get a flow right back.
The throne of David, I think.
You research how much we spiritual we are, we Ethiopians. Do you have research on that? How much research, how much spiritual we live in, the life we live in, how much spiritual we are fire our in our heart. You don't believe.
Okay, brother man.
Please research on that, man. Please research on that, man.
All right, brother.
The same time that Selassie was going into power, there was Simeon Toko also. And I think God had to do with that. No one ever talks about the connection, that same time period that Haile Selassie, what was going on there in the Congo, in the meek people of the earth, the poor people of the earth. There was the guy Simeon Toko that they couldn't kill him. They kept trying to kill him. And I think that story, no one talks about that. And when you look at the name Israel, if you go back, before it was Jacob, and before that it's Jacobi, and before that it was Akobi. and you can just go back to the meek people, the farmers of the earth, and that's just all I got to say.
Well, I'm just saying, like, these biblical names are for the last days. Like, right now, we are living in Jacob's trouble. That's why Damon Marley and Nas came together and said the sleeping sons of Jacob. The sleeping sons of Jacob is not a historical event. We are the sleeping sons of Jacob. That's what the Bible is for. The Bible is written for a future time. They stole it, colonized it, and put it. You ever seen the movie Back to the Future?
But at the same time,
No, that's a question. Have anybody ever seen the movie Back to the Future?
Yeah.
So how do you go back to the future? You take the future prophecy and you put it back in the days. This is what the British Empire have done to the world. They took you backwards, and now we can't move forward. This is what's going on. So this whole biblical story, because I heard this sister say, I speak a lot of fairy tales. It's not a fairy tale that Haile Selassie, Menelik, Tedros, Johannes, Queen Zatu, they sat on the throne of David. That's not a myth. This is real life.
No, the throne of David was restored when Christ Jesus walked on earth, and it's reestablished. Even when the Israelites were taken as slaves to Babylon, their sadness was that what happened to the dream of the throne of David, and that's what they dreaded those days. But the only way that it was restored back was through Jesus Christ.
I want to ask you this then.
King Haile Selassie, I actually know a person, a father of the person that know exactly who killed King Haile Selassie. He died like you would die, I would die. He did not sit on the throne of David. Let me tell you one thing. Nugus, I got to go. I'm going to go. Let me say a verse. See, all scripture is inspired by God and is useful for teaching, for reproof, for correction, and training in righteousness, so that the person of God may be proficient, equipped for every good work. We really need to equip ourselves with the word of God. There's a lot of mythology in what you guys are discussing, although I enjoyed the conversation, and I hope that you keep getting connection to this Ethiopian roots, but there's nothing there, really. There's nothing there. But I will follow you, Nugus. Thank you for giving me the time. God bless you guys. Have a good day.
All right, brother man. Peace.
By the way, I forgot to thank you for giving me this chance.
Because I want to read something out of 1 Kings. I want to read something out of 1 Kings. I want to go to 8 and 25.
One.
I want to, because he said that King David is not a real man. Jesus is a regular man. Christ is a regular man. That's the colonized information. So right now I'm in 1 Kings 8 and 25. And matter of fact, this verse go with Jeremiah 33. Jeremiah 33 say the same thing. So it says, therefore now, Lord God of Israel, keep with thee David, my father. Thou promised him, saying, there shall not fail thee a man in the sight, a man in my sight to sit on the throne of Israel, so that thy children take heed to their way, that they walk before me as thou hast walked before me. So this is why Christ is the seed of David. A seed don't fall from the sky. A seed comes from the earth. So God gonna raise up the seed of David to sit on the throne on earth, which is gonna be a man. That's why I say David will never lack a man to sit upon his throne. So I'm gonna read you a precept that's in Jeremiah, and I'm gonna give you the flow back. And see, this is what we're not being taught when we open this book. So we go to Jeremiah 33, and we go to verse 17. It says, for thus says the Lord, David shall never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel. So David
is over the house of Israel. And God made a covenant with David that a man from your lineage gonna always sit upon the throne according to God choosing him. Now, just because you David, that don't mean you can sit on the throne. God got to choose somebody from David to sit on the throne, because you might have some other Davids that got blood on their hand, like the Bible say. You can't build my house, David. You got blood on your hands. So that's why you have the Solomon story. You have the one from David that's going to build the Father's house. That's going to be the carpenter for God. That's the Christ story, the carpenter. So these parables, again, have been watered down into historical stories that's not real. And all the Romans did was put with dates on them. And we believed them. This is what makes us colonized. I don't believe none of that stuff. All of it is fake. But guess what I do know? I have the understanding of the scriptures. Christ is on earth, not in the sky. This is what we can prove to all governments, and all governments know. But who can't hear us? The people we talking to. Because we talking to the people. The government already know.
Thank you, Nuguse. I like to appreciate you guys. I've been listening for whole days. So I hope you don't change the topics.
No, I ain't gonna change. I ain't gonna change it, bro. Like I know, because if Ethiopia and Africa has everything to do with biblical prophecy, then the African people must know this. That's why we not shying away from conversation. We not shying away from ridicule. We can take all the ridicule.
And if
Actually,
Ethiopia
we know the
was like
truth.
the
You know
ancient
the reality. You
Ethiopia,
know what is going on around. We know that.
Yeah.
Because I've been following geopolitics for a long time, and I know the politics how it's going. So I like to appreciate you, especially, and I love you, Black or Black American. You know, I believe that we are all one root. I like to appreciate you guys, and Johannes እና ሩኒ ከላይ ያለችው ማነች ኮሮሊ ኪንግስ እናንተንም ያው
አመሰግናለሁ።
አሁን በሀገራችን በሚሆነው ያው በፊት የሰማነው ታሪክ ብዙ አይነት እይታ አለ፣ ግልጽ ነው። እና አሁን እነዚህ ይዞ የመጡት ቶፒክ ስፔሻሊ አሁን ቴድሮስ እኔ በአሁን በእኔ እድሜ ሲወራ በታሪክ የሰማሁትን ነው የሚያውቀው። የቴድሮስ ጭንቅላት ራሱ ተቆርጦ እንደተወሰደ ነው። ውጭስ የአንድ ሀገሪቱ መሪ ነው። ቀኝ ግዛት እንዴት እንደገባ ነው እየነገሩን ያለው እና አሁን ለሚሆነውም ጭምር ነው እንትን ማብራሪያ እየሰጡን ያለው። ስለዚህ እነዚህን አፕሪሼት ማድረግ ነው ያለብን እና ያ I hope you guys will continue and have a good night. I'm sleeping.
All right, man. Good night. Tabarak. Malcolm Khan.
Tabaraku.
Yep, I'm going to check out also. Hey, keep on doing what you're doing. I appreciate everything you're doing. These conversations need to be had. They're very important. And just wanted to, before I go, let you guys know that the Bantu, just one of the things that's been hidden from the world. And that Simeon Toko, there's a reason God made him to be where he was in the Congo, because those people, like you said, God chooses who has the power. And that was just a sign from God. And I'm just going to be keep my eyes open for more signs. Peace.
All right, brother, man. Peace, bro. Appreciate you coming up.
Nugus, can I tell you the prophecy for Ethiopians on the Bible? You have Bible, if you have, I think you have Bible on you, and read the whole paragraph on the whole paragraph talked about Ethiopian prophecy. Isaiah, I think Isaiah, we call it Isaiah, the Bible of Isaiah, on the paragraph 80, 1:8, the whole paragraph is a prophecy for Ethiopia. Even you can direct to the location, geographically location. You can put it it will tell you the geography location. You will have, it says there is many rivers. The river will divide their lands. The history, they have long history. The whole shit is I've been waiting the whole my life to happen this prophecy. Yeah, even read that. Please read it. Even he can tell you our location, man. The right location. The right location. Read it. If you tell me that is a white man book, okay, all right, no problem. But
no, I don't say that, bro. Like I don't say that, man. I don't say that, bro. I like the Bible.
Okay,
This Bible is
don't say
Ethiopian
that,
book.
okay.
Yeah, the Bible belongs to Ethiopia. Yeah.
And then you have to understand us when we talk, because English is not our first language. You have to understand.
Brother, man, I think
to us.
I do. Listen, brother, I do understand y'all, but that's why I'm saying you're not telling me nothing. Y'all don't tell me nothing new. I'm telling y'all something new.
I'm telling you many things, you have to ignore me.
But you telling me stuff, bro.
You are going another topic from another person who weak Abashans.
That's not true, bro. Everything you telling me, brother, I already know. You ain't really told me nothing that I didn't already know yet. You ain't sat here and told me nothing. Everything you really told me, bro, I already knew. And I'm not saying that to be proud or be puffed up about it. No, but I'm saying you're not telling me nothing new. Trust me, if I'm telling you Christ on the earth, the one who gonna fulfill this book, the one who is fulfilling this book, you don't know nothing about that, bro. And he's coming back to Ethiopia.
By the way, read that paragraph. My he came. My grandfather was a fighter. He fight both war. The whole generation tell us this prophecy, man. This Isaiah 180. We've been waiting. It's for we will be a fucking light for the world, man. We will not like by war, man, by love, by united, by many things. You will read that and understand something, what we understand on that paragraph. This is the secret. It's only one paragraph. This is the secret. I'm telling you because we are blacks. We
brother man, let me read verse 7. Let me read the last verse, because it's talking about Ethiopia. But let's see what it says. It says, "In that time shall the present be brought unto the Lord of hosts, to a people scattered." So the Ethiopian people are where?
Scattered. Yeah, we are
scattered.
So
hold on. We scattered?
Yeah. This 50, 30 years, yeah.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So right now, chapter 18 is not just talking about the Ethiopians. Chapter 18 is talking about what? The scattered Ethiopians, right?
The whole paragraph, it will locate you the geographically.
Yeah, brother man, it says the first verse. Brother man,
near to the Red Sea. You will. He said near to Red Sea, and
brother man, it's
divide. They are divided by a river. Their land divided by a river. He
brother
said
man,
the whole shit, the whole geography locates.
All right, bro.
You need longitude and latitude in the Bible. Code longitude, latitude, codes, numbers. You need that? No, they the Bible put it on that. You have to listen us, not make us listen to you, because we are free. Our mind are still free. They
Okay,
are
brother man.
still
Hey, brother
free-minded.
man. If you think your mind free, be free, brother. But guess what?
Well,
Hey, brother man.
I'm
Guess
not
what? Hey,
trying to
brother.
be free.
I
I'm
told you.
already
Listen, bro. I told you Christ was on earth. So why would I tell you Christ on earth and then turn around and start listening to Ethiopians who don't even know nothing about their history? Why would I do that when I'm talking to Ethiopians? Like if I'm trying to tell you Christ on earth and you don't even hear what I'm saying, like that's just coming from the side of my neck, and you turn around and tell me listen to you. You not listening to me. Like I'm listening to you, but that's why I'm trying to tell you that ain't the information I want. Like you can't force your teachers on somebody. You only give your teachers to somebody. I'm not even trying to teach you, bro. I'm talking to you, and I'm showing you. I'm showing you that Haile Selassie abolished slavery after the Italian War. Why? Because slavery was in Ethiopia. So the Ethiopians are scattered, just like the chapter you took me to. So the chapter you took me to is talking about the scattered Ethiopians. So that's why I say, so you're not saying the facts, bro. I'm just giving you facts. I'm not trying to teach you nothing. I'm showing you things.
Just read the paragraph, please, brother, with respect. And make read it. Can I ask you one question?
Man, you know how many times I read the book of Isaiah?
Can I open my video in the? Can you answer me one question? Look me in eye. One question.
Look you in the eyes and ask you what? I'm looking. Yeah. My face been on here all day, bro.
Yeah.
I don't hide my eyes when I talk. Oh, I don't hide my face when I say what I'm saying, bro.
Okay, let me ask you. Are you a CIA operative worker?
So you telling me
the CIA? Are you work for CIA?
Brother man, hell,
just
like
no or yes, just I believe you.
No.
I believe you.
No. Of course I'm not working for the CIA. If I was working for the CIA, bro, I wouldn't be broke. Trust me, the CIA would be paying me. If I was a CIA, I'd be in a Mercedes.
I'm asking.
I'm not gonna be working for the. Well, to me, you gotta understand this, bro. I have a judgment against the Roman Catholic Church. The CIA will not put a judgment against the Roman Catholic Church.
Hey, Ronan, I'm not either.
Man, we a CIA, bro. That's why I say, man, y'all gotta. Well, like I said, you're not from over here, so I definitely understand the question. And plus, you got people in the comments saying I'm a CIA. I know that's twice. I ain't mad. I ain't mad at you, bro. Because if you didn't know, you gotta ask. I'm never mad at somebody who asks.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, brother, I would not be exposing the Roman Catholic Church, the stuff they did to Ethiopia in 1868, all the artifacts they took in 1868. The CIA don't do this, bro. The CIA don't electrify people to get up and take back what's rightfully theirs. I'm electrifying people to get up to take back what's rightfully ours. So,
do you know why I'm asking you this question? Can I tell you why?
No, I don't know why. Go ahead. Tell me why.
The year you already say that 1960 something. In that year, and by rule of Majesty Haile Selassie, there were a base for CIA in Eritrea called Kanyo. Do you know that?
No, I never knew that.
There was in Eritrea, and there have been many work. They have been doing something for a long time. CIS by this history.
But that's what I'm telling. That's why
research that. Research that, please.
But brother man, I don't have to research it because now I don't know the details like you. You might know more details than me. But that's why I'm telling you, this is why the CIA been in America trying to stop the Messiah from arising. This is what they put. The CIA set up something called COINTELPRO. COINTELPRO was to stop the black Messiah from rising from the earth. So the whole time the government been knowing the Messiah is coming from the earth, but the whole time teaching us the Messiah is coming from the sky. So anybody who believes in Jesus Christ and a man in the sky have been colonized by the government. That's all we saying, bro. That's the colonization.
I know a lot of things about my country because I'm living it. So when I tell you about the CIA, I'm not telling you because I watched a lot of movie. I searched from about my own country, so I know what trying to do back then and now too. I know what they are trying to do. CIS about even green. They are studying our cultures by sending green berets, the green special forces, green berets. They call themselves in Djibouti. I know a lot of things, man. This is why I'm trying to ask you. I have been literally there are black CIA in Ethiopia working for doing for this. That's why I'm saying house niggas, or I don't know the pronunciation. Sorry for the pronunciation. Nigger,
and that's cool. But that's what I'm saying. That's what my brother man was telling you. A house person won't say they are colonized. This is what we trying to get Ethiopians to see. When you talk about a house N-word, they will never say they are colonized. They will never say they are in slavery. But a field N-word, they gonna tell you I'm colonized and I'm enslaved. And you know what that person is doing? They are fighting. But when you talk about someone that submits, that's a house N-word. But a field N-word is somebody that never stop fighting. They gonna either be unalive trying or they gonna fight until they get out. So that's what Ethiopians gotta understand. Y'all just been fighting. But you are fighting to get out of colonization because right now your country are being ruled by the Europeans. That's all we saying. We're not trying to take away your fighting spirit. We're not trying to take away the history. We're not trying to take away what your ancestors did. That's not what we are doing. All we saying is the reason why the fight is still going because the colonizers are in control. That's why the colonizers not coming over there and fight no more. Why do you think the colonizers not fighting no more? They got more power, they got more money, and they still got more weapons than the Ethiopians.
Yeah, definitely.
But why you think they not coming over there fighting no more? Because they have control. So now the people are just fighting. Like in America, we fighting amongst each other, but they got control. But we fighting to get control. And we so angry, we fighting each other.
But if we are controlled now, why are we building the dam or all the dams in the
because
outside,
you know why?
In many places. Rivers.
Because
why?
This is a time where Christ is on earth, and the whole world know it when it comes to the government powers. So the whole government powers, they know Christ is on earth. They know Christ is going to return back to Ethiopia. But you know who don't know? The people. So when you don't, that's why I say the CIA been trying to stop the Messiah from rising, brother. I don't think y'all understand that. The CIA,
The CIA is not
like, is Christ being like resurrected or something?
There is Jesus now in the earth. Who is he?
Hey, when he say
Let
that,
me know.
if you're not from America, you might not understand exactly what he mean. But like when you hear about Martin Luther King being shot on the balcony, or you hear about Malcolm X being shot, or you hear about Fred Hampton being gunned down in his home while he's sleeping, or you hear about Medgar Evers being shot in front of his house, these are premier leaders during certain movements that have the potential to influence large groups of Black people and change the way that they think about things. Same thing with Marcus Garvey, the one that was in tune with Queen's Atu. He was from Jamaica, so when his movement really got 2 million people and it had the potential to come back to Ethiopia, they actually threw him in prison and then deported him. So when we say the CIA has been trying to stop the rise of a Messiah, this is literal. They're literally expecting a leader to come up from amongst the people, particularly African Americans. And so what they've been doing, they monitor us, they put drugs in our community, they throw us in jail, they gun us down in the streets. They do all of these things as part of COINTELPRO. You can look it up. This is an actual CIA operation to stop the rise of Messiah. Same thing with the Black Panthers. When they was having the breakfast programs and they was feeding the kids and going up to the government buildings with machine guns and stuff like that, they mowed them all down. You know what I'm saying? And the list goes on and on. So when he's saying that the CIA was never deceived because they knew the lie that was told and that they trying to stop the rise of Messiah, they understand that the prophecy is going to happen this way. But the thing is, just like in every story, the more you do to try to stop it, the more you actually contribute to it actually taking place. And these things are manifesting right now in today's time. Ultimately, that's the message. So again, this is not about convincing a bunch of people in America or in Ethiopia. This is a warning. This is actually a call out to the leadership that's going to be a part of that small group to help usher this thing in. For those that don't decide to line up with it, you're going to see it as it happens.
By the way, that name Ethiopia, it's an ancient name too, and it means people, the land of people with burnt faces. So it wasn't like detonated for one particular region at the time. So I don't know. Like, if you guys are planning to go back to Ethiopia, you're gonna make like language barrier, probably.
Well, you gotta understand, when we go back to Ethiopia, we're not going back as citizens. We going back as governors. We going back as those who have fulfilled. When the things get announced to the world,
the land of the blacks. And all of Africa is the land of Black people. So
they're gonna have many. We're not gonna be the only people in Africa. They're gonna have many other nations in Africa. They're gonna have many other governors in Africa. But this time, Africa gonna be on one accord without interference from the Western society. That's all we are putting together. But the Bible, this is what the Bible prophecy is, and nobody sees this. So, like my brother man said, we just warning people to call them to their positions. We're not trying to, this is not about convincing nobody. Everybody gonna see what we about to do. This is not convincing. We are not gonna have to convince no one. Because I tell anybody this. If the Roman Catholic Church right now crown the black man as king and put him on TV to the world and say, this is the king the Bible was talking about, the same way they gave you the white Jesus and made him king, it's the same way they're going to present the real Christ to the world, and he will be the king. So it's not going to be no arguments. And you know what they're going to tell you? I created Muslims. I created Christianity. I created Catholic. I created the books. I created the names. They going to tell you this. And when they announce this, then everybody going to see. That's what this is.
I'm going to ask a question. According to your prophecy, what is the Christ's figure supposed to bring? Like, what do we expect out of that leadership or crowning?
Well, no, wait. The world expect what the lies have put on your mind, but Christ's going to bring the truth.
It's what the world don't have. That's why
No,
we looking
like
for it.
we are dealing with real problems in Africa, like a lot of occupation from like thousands of years ago, a lot of oppression, things like that.
Okay, yeah. That's why I say you gotta understand. Christ's gonna bring a whole different government, and he also gonna bring economic freedom is the beginning of solving problems. So the NFL coming to Africa, the NBA coming to Africa, rap music coming to Africa. All this stuff is coming back to Africa. Like that's like I told people. Marcus Garvey had 2 million.
Watch out for this comment. It says
almost 10 years, man.
you need to know we are not Africans. Our DNA is not, so you better go to other Africans,
Hold on.
okay,
Please,
and forget us.
Please don't read the comments. Please don't read the comments. like the comments are just they there for entertainment purposes only. The comments are for entertainment purposes only. But we gotta understand this, y'all, because I'm finna wrap this up, man. I've been on here all day. I haven't been on live this long in a long time. But I want to tell y'all this. Just imagine African Americans leaving America in the 1920s, when Marcus Garvey had 2 million black people ready to go back to Ethiopia to help restore Africa. It wouldn't be no NFL. It wouldn't be no basketball. It wouldn't be no R&B. It wouldn't be none of the things that make Africans like America. Because the reason why Africans love America is because what African Americans is doing in America. This is the whole reason the facade is on the rest of the world, because of what we're doing. So when we leave this place and come back home with our brothers and sisters and establish real love, real friendship, real government, we heal the world. But this is what Christ's gonna do. Christ's gonna unite everybody, but with the truth, not with no lies. Because that's just like a woman. If you lie to a woman and she finds out you lied to her, you can never be her friend again.
Is Christ gonna unite the whole world?
Yes, the whole world will be united. The whole world.
Man, you were tripping.
Okay, well we'll see. That's why right now, Russia, he said he stand with Black Christ.
So we go through all that, and then Christ come and everybody lives in peace.
Sis, Christ is here.
Yeah. I'm saying we go through all that oppression, years and years of oppression, and then when Christ comes, us and our enemies will chill. That's what you're trying to say.
Sis, it's not more like that. The only way our enemies are winning because we are against each other. Our enemies lose when we come together. Listen. Our enemies never defeated us when we was together. Our enemies always defeated us when we were fighting amongst each other. That's what we have to consider. Because we was fighting amongst each other, our enemies was able to succeed over us. So it's not about, that's why I say we so scared of the British. Man, it's crazy. But like I say, nobody can stop us when we come together. We're only stopping ourselves, and we are stopping ourselves because we are disconnected with information. Information have us disconnected. That's why information gonna bring us together. It's the food for thought. That's what God feast days is. It's the food for thought. So Christ has information that's gonna make everybody change their mind. Once you change your mind, you will come together. Like I say, y'all, I'm finna end. I'm gonna give you a little bit. I don't want to get a sister. Hold up, I'm gonna give you a little minute.
Did you just speak Amharic?
No, I don't speak Amharic.
Did you just speak Amharic?
No.
You said anyhow.
No, it might sound like it.
You said.
I think you're speaking in tongues, brother.
Well, now I don't know. I'm glad the Christians. That must have been the Holy Spirit.
He's probably speaking in tongues.
But no, yeah, because I don't speak no Amharic. I can barely speak English. No, not me, bro. No, I don't speak. I wish I could. I'm trying to get my brothers and sisters in Ethiopia to get along with me so they can teach me. You know, but we can't come together because y'all are colonized, you know, so
You know, y'all want to shoot me. But like I say, man, I appreciate y'all coming up, man. Like I say, definitely check out. I want to give y'all my website. So I want y'all to really look into what we doing, y'all, rather than what we saying. Because sometimes through communication and through information, a lot of stuff get mistranslated. So I want y'all to really look into what we do. Because what we doing is way better than what we saying. So if you go to that website right there, yajujudah.com, I also have my declaration. It's written in Geese. In y'all language, in Ethiopian language. I have a declaration that's written in your language. If you go to my website, you'll be able to read it. If you go to yajujudah.com, you'll be able to read the declaration that all the government officials have on their desks. I think it's written in Amharic. My declaration is also written in Amharic. Now I don't know, sister. Do you know how to read Amharic? You know how to read that?
Yeah, we can write our own alphabet and numbers. Our own numbers, by the way. We have our own numbers.
Yeah, I got you. So, but yeah, like I say, man, check out the website, see what we're doing, y'all. We really have a movement, and what we are doing, we are calling leaders.
You just speak Amharic, man. You just speak Amharic, man.
I know what you're saying. Well, brother, you know, hey, that is my native tongue.
Anyhow, I am. You almost said, I am tired now. I am tired now. I am almost tired now. You almost say that, man. Wow, I got you, man. I knew you are CIA, man.
I ain't no CIA, homie. Believe that, man. But I appreciate y'all coming up, man. Peace and blessings to y'all. Again, check out the website, y'all.
Thank you, but don't keep up, destroy our glory.
All right, peace.